Everyone, welcome in. We are on Matt's account for yet another day. We are going to have some more fun with some more debates per usual. What is up, Laura, Amy, Blair, Liz, Mo? Welcome in. For everybody tuning into the live, make sure to say what is good in that comment section. I'm going to try to say hey to every single early bird that we have coming into the live. Additionally, y'all, make sure that you are double tapping on that phone screen, tippity tap tap away. Also, share out this live with a handful of friends and spam the comment section. It is so good to see you all. What's going on? Keith, Nitro, Jay, Breezy, AO, Lil, Keith, Alex, what is good? Isaac, saying say hi to me, Dean. Hi, Isaac. What is up? Major, Anna, welcome in. Flaw, Jamie, Sophia, welcome in. All right, for our first 300 friends in the live, welcome in. It is so good to see you all once again for another day of debates. If you are voting for Donald Trump, what I want you to do is I want you to hop in the guest requests. I want you to spam the chat. Let me see your MAGA roar. And for everyone that's coming in here not voting for Trump, but just here to watch some debates, I hope that I can provide some invaluable entertainment and maybe a little education. But without further ado, sit back, grab some popcorn, and do double tap on that phone screen. We already have a handful of guest requests here today. So requests of the day out there. What is going on, man? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Dipey Donald Trump?
Wait, what was that again? What'd you call him?
Dipey Don, but are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump because I just don't feel like Cackling Hen could do anything better.
Okay, so you're gonna vote for Donald Trump because Kamala Harris is joyous. Okay, so you're gonna vote for the rapist, felon, fraudster, wannabe dictator on day one because Kamala Harris laughs.
Oh no, that's not what I said. I know you're a lot younger than me because I could already tell. But that's not why. It's because they support certain things that I do not agree with as a family man, like women's safe spaces being violated, or men being in women's sports and them not caring about it. There's a lot of little things that your party represents that I just cannot deal with another 4 years in it.
Okay, so what was the first thing that you said there? You said women's spaces being violated. First, I'd like to clarify that, yeah, I am going to be pro-trans. I think that you are transphobic. I think that
I got a brother that's gay. We're not going to do that.
Okay, so now you're going to tokenize. So I just want to clarify. So now you're going to tokenize your gay brother, even though being gay has nothing to do with being trans.
Slow down.
So do you mind if I go ahead and, hey, buddy, you off the bat, you got to calm down here and let the real man talk. Is that okay?
I'm older than you, and I'm a real man. I guarantee you ain't got no kids, and you don't own nothing. So yes, I am definitely.
Do you mind if I ask you how old you are?
I already told you that. You should have it. Remember, you're actually younger than me.
How old are you?
I said it earlier. 36. Older than you, buddy.
Okay.
By a lot.
So you've turned 36 times. What we need to do is we need to slow down here. I need you to put your binky in your mouth while I speak. Is that something you could do for me?
The disrespect is crazy from you guys. Go ahead, man.
Okay. So first, I'd like to clarify that, yeah, I am going to be pro-trans, right? I think that obviously you're going to be transphobic, and I think that demonization of 0.05% of the population to justify Donald Trump a rapist serving in our Oval Office is quite the argument. But I would like to talk about the first thing that you named. You said that you're voting for Donald Trump, the guy that has boasted about walking into naked teenage girls' changing rooms to inspect them while they're half naked, because you don't support violations of women's spaces. Can you explain that one to me?
Oh, shit, I didn't know I was allowed to speak because you made sure I couldn't say nothing. Oh, my bad. Oh, no, I don't care about things in the past. I care about someone that's going to solve issues. You guys sit around and care about happiness, joy, enthusiasm, what's going to happen next with your emotions. No, I care about world leaders actually respecting America because they're not going to respect the cackling hen. And I know it for a fact because that's why they want her to win. See, you guys could sit here and go with all the emotions. Oh, this is what he's going to do. And he did this to women. No, I don't care about that. I'm able to look at other things. What you guys are trying to pin on him has already been debunked a million times. You guys just don't care about respect, that the man doesn't represent half the shit that you guys say.
So first of all, I think it's quite hypocritical of you to come up here and tell me that you're voting for Trump because of how much you care about trans women going into women's restroom, and then as soon as I reference Donald Trump going into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls, all of a sudden you don't care. But let's talk about that because you're saying that I'm talking about emotion, I'm not talking about fact and logic. Let's go ahead and have a conversation about policy, right? Because I want you to hold yourself to your own words. So I'm voting for Kamala Harris for a multiplicity of reasons, but one of them is going to be her tax policy. So her tax policy is going to benefit the average working class American. It's going to benefit 100 middle and low class American workers. That's a fact, right? She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. I'd like to ask you a question though. Donald Trump's tax policy disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy and the corporations. The Treasury estimates it's going to cost about $3.9 trillion for these tax cuts. Where's that money going to come from?
I'll answer that question, no problem. I'm going to vote for him because of the certain policies that he did implement in 2016 to 2020. And on top of that, you're saying and you're naming something to be policies when she don't even have that on her website named as issues. Why don't she commit to the word policies instead of issues? Because his own says policies, which are commitments for American citizens to actually abide by, and trusting him to at least abide by the citizens. But hers actually are named issues. We all know the issues already. Why don't she actually commit to the word policies? Matter of fact, why are you the one actually trying to tell us what she's going to use to spend on it? Because she has not actually articulated herself once about how she's going to get the money as well. So it's really funny how you bring that up, but I have no videos whatsoever of her articulating herself on how she's going to.
Hey, buddy. So I understand that you're quite emotional because you don't know how Donald Trump is going to pay for his tax policy. I do want you to answer my question, but just to clarify for a brief 5 seconds, I'll engage with your pivot. Yeah, she does know how she's going to pay for it. It's been announced through her campaign. But anyways, I'm going to ask my question again. So Donald Trump wants to disproportionately cut taxes for rich people. It's estimated to cost $3.9 trillion. How is he going to pay for it? I gave him like 45 seconds
I'm not
there.
used to being muted. My bad, because I normally run lives as well. My bad. So no, what I believe is he has not explained exactly how they're gonna do it yet, especially the same way as Kamala Harris. Why? Is because at the end of the day, let me finish what they said. At the end of the day, they don't do that normally when it comes to running a campaign, because they don't actually have the exact ins and outs of how they're gonna do it until they actually get into office, because it'll be just lying to the American people. So I don't even hold that accountability on her. But all I'm saying is call a spade a spade. She has not explained it the same way how Donald Trump has explained it. She yells it out at rallies the same way he yells it out at rallies, but they both have not articulated exactly how they're going to fund anything whatsoever.
I'd like to clarify real quick. You have a little bit of an echo. She absolutely has. Right, so Kamala Harris's tax cuts for the low and the middle class are going to cost $2.4 trillion. Her campaign has announced that 1.3 trillion of this is going to be paid for by a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate. The Treasury has estimated that that's how much a 7% increase in our corporate tax rate would generate over the course of the next 10 years. And then the remainder of the $1.1 trillion is going to be funded by the introduction of an unrealized capital gains tax for centimillionaires, and then specifically an increase in their realized capital gains tax. Then another $300 to $400 billion is going to be saved through granting Medicare a greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices with private pharmaceutical companies. So yeah, this is one big reason why I'm voting for Harris, because she has a tax plan. She knows who she's going to cut taxes for. She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows how she's going to pay for it. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, doesn't, right? And this is because Donald Trump doesn't actually care about his plans, the policy, how he's going to benefit the American people. He truly only cares about how he's going to benefit himself, right? And another good example of this is while he's been campaigning now for 8 fucking years, served as our president for 4, and since the very start in 2015 said that he wants to repeal and replace Obamacare and the ACA, and still today he has concepts of planning a plan to plan a plan. It's embarrassing. But obviously, you know, you just admitted and agreed that you didn't have an answer there, so I'd like to ask you a question. Would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
Oh my gosh. Liable and guilty is 2 different things, sir. 100%. It's 2 different things.
You could say a liability claim and a conviction are different. However, you are found guilty via preponderance of evidence to be held liable in a civil court.
Yeah, they're both two different things at the end of
So
the day.
answer my question, would you ever vote? Yeah, okay, Mr. Captain Obvious. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a
I
woman?
am voting not because of how I feel about his personality or anything like that. I am voting because I've watched 3.5 years of what happened with Kamala Harris.
I just want a straight answer. Would you ever vote for someone
I
that was
told
held
you,
civilly
yes,
liable
I am
for rape
voting
of a
for her,
woman?
and I'm also giving you a reasoning why.
Okay,
as
awesome.
well.
I have another question for you to follow that up. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a little girl?
Please show me that it's actually there.
So this
Please
is a
show me
hypothetical question. I'm asking you, if Trump
Oh,
was
it's
held
a
liable for the
hypothetical
violent
question.
sexual abuse of a little girl, would you vote for him? Yes. A conceptually relevant hypothetical question that you seemingly don't want to answer because you know that your answer will make you look bad. So go ahead and answer the question,
I'm
buddy.
not saying that. We're trying to start with facts, right? So why are you giving me hypotheticals when we can just stick to facts?
So I just want to throw this out there. That's what you said last time when I referenced the fact that he was a rapist. So then I introduced a discussion on tax policy where you were absolutely blown out of the water, right? So all that I'm doing here is I'm asking you a conceptually relevant hypothetical here. I'm going to go ahead and have you answer this question. Why are you not answering? Why are you pivoting? Would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a little girl?
Liable for the sexual, and this is a hypothetical, correct?
Yeah. So if Trump was held liable for raping a little girl, would you still vote for him?
No.
No. Okay. So how come you'd vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping an adult woman but not a little girl? What's the relevant distinction?
Because women, for an adult women, because a lot of women do lie out there. And at the same time, being around certain people that do have money, women say things all the time, like a guy that has money is going to do this or do that to them. So I've been around situations of seeing women lie on men and say these type of things. And it actually never happened. And they just wanted to get the bag at the end of the day. So if you feel that that's what he did, it's just real funny how all of that came up after he started running, opposed to 2016. None of this was being talked about. So it's just real funny how all of these charges just came right when he decided to run. Why didn't it come up before?
Yeah. So
Oh, I
first
know
of
why.
all,
Because they're politically doing what they normally do to Donald Trump. They're
well,
politically
I have a question for you. Yeah, so
Go ahead,
this is a
boss.
political attack from the deep state because he was running for re-election in 2019. Well, one of the evidence that the prosecutor, the victim of rape, put forth was medical records from the 1990s. Sir, I have a question. Was Donald Trump running for any political office in the 1990s?
In 2000, he was running. He ran,
In,
but he
19,
didn't.
in 1996.
No.
No, so how could you say it's politically motivated when one of the pieces of evidence presented in the trial was from 1996 before he ran for any political office? And then also, I just want to clarify, so that you said the reason you'd vote for him if he was held liable for the rape of an adult but not a child was because children don't lie. So Katie Johnson, was she a liar?
Children don't lie. Your children don't lie. Do you have children?
That was essentially what your argument was. You said that
No,
you want to
that
vote for
wasn't
him
my
if he was held
argument.
liable for the
I
rape of a
didn't
little
say-
girl
no, I never
because
said that.
adult women are more likely to lie. Therefore, you're implying here that you believe the
said
little
that,
girl.
No, you asked me a direct question, which is I did answer that I wouldn't agree with it if it was a child that that happened to. No, that's what you asked me, and I said no, I wouldn't agree with that. But then you change it over to an adult, and I told you that I know the scenarios that women do compromise men in. So that's all I did.
So
I
answer
never
my question. You said it was politically motivated. So Donald Trump
I'm
wasn't
saying
running
the
for political office in
charges
19 one
were-
moment.
The charges are
you said Donald
politically
Trump
motivated
wasn't
from watching.
You
Go
said
ahead, my
Donald.
bad. Go ahead.
You said Donald Trump was not running for political office in 1996 when one of the pieces of the evidence for the idea that Donald Trump raped this woman was from 1996. So if it was politically motivated, how do you explain the medical records from the 90s?
Let me ask you this. So if it wasn't brought up from 1996 and now it's being brought up in 2024, 2023, now all of a sudden it's being brought up. Let me ask you this. Do people change?
Do people change? Yeah, I'd say that individuals have the capacity of changing. I do not think that individuals have the capacity growing past grape, though.
So if hey, I actually watch you. You're very smart, and I love it too. I'm a fan of you. Even though we both have different viewpoints, I'm actually a fan of you because I actually watch you. But anyways, no, if it was a child or whatnot, no, I would definitely not play games like that.
But they could change if it's an adult woman. So graping an adult woman isn't sufficiently bad to not vote
Yeah,
for a
but it's
candidate.
not grape. It was actually liable, which is I also understand that being a rich man, women actually run after men all damn day, being that they're rich. But are we supposed to automatically take her as face value and act like things in life don't happen like that?
Yeah, so 2 to 10% of women who accuse men of raping are are like false accusations, and then the rate gets even lower when we'd consider the fact that this successfully made it through 2 years of deliberation inside of a civil courtroom, right, and convinced the unanimous jury of 9 of their peers that yes, Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll, right? So it'd be incredibly atypical for it to be the case that this jury ruled incorrectly. So the question I'd ask you here is, well, what piece of evidence from the court case do you deny, given the fact that you'd hold to a very atypical view here? Name one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to that civil court in which you would deny.
Okay, I'll be lying to you and saying I could think of something or bring up something right now because I'm not around a computer. I'll be lying to you because I'm not going to do that. But I can say this: they did not allow him to submit certain evidence, like the dress, like certain things was not allowed in court. So I just was, if it was some completely a win for Eugene Carroll, why didn't he allow certain aspects of evidence to go in his favor that he could have shown?
Wait, the dress was E. Jean Carroll's dress.
Yeah, why didn't
tried
they
to submit to the court, which specifically speaking was denied because Donald Trump refused to provide his DNA to be analyzed against the DNA on the dress. So I just want this to be denoted. You just said that.
Wait, he denied it?
Yes.
Is what you're saying?
So while discovery period was open, while the judge and the jury were accepting new evidence to be submitted to the court case, Donald Trump denied to provide his own DNA. Now, you just said that if Donald Trump were to have submitted his DNA and he were an innocent man, that would have been something that was greatly in his favor, right? So if this would have been greatly in his favor, why did this innocent man not do it?
So you're saying that he didn't do it. So I'm not going to comment on that because I actually don't. I never heard that he did not want it submitted. As long as I've known in at least a million lives that I've been in, because I go in both lives, I've heard he wanted it to be submitted, and I'm going to look into that, and I'm going to come back to you if you're bullshitting me.
Well,
okay?
I know what you're talking about. So after discovery, after the discovery period was over, and after the judge had told both the defense and the prosecutors that they couldn't submit any new evidence to the proceedings of the court, then Donald Trump tried to turn around and submit his DNA, right? But it was only after, right, the point in which the judge had ruled a cutoff date for all new evidence to be submitted.
So it was a cutoff date, and then after he wanted to do it. So
yeah, that's like going to Chick-fil-A on a Sunday and being surprised that they're not serving you. Just like private businesses, courtrooms have rules and regulations that ought to be upheld. Remember, you're the party of not just law, but also order.
No, I understand that. No, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say that's exactly what happened. If it is, all I can take you as face value. Because one thing about me, I'm very fair in the way I look at things. But one thing I'm going to do is going to look it up because I like to, get information on that. But thank you for that. Definitely now I have something I could go research and look up if that's exactly how it happened. You know what I'm saying? But no, man, I have like I said, I have my own certain values that I have, or at least I see in a president. When I see things like her not taking interviews for 40 days, her doing one CNN interview, I feel things like that is a commitment to the American people to discuss what you actually want to do to move forward, especially that's her main campaign saying that she wants to move forward.
Kelsey,
so for me,
$5 do you think that the candidates have an obligation to debate one another?
No, they don't have an obligation.
Okay, so then why would she have an obligation to talk to the press in the first 40 days of her campaign when she's getting around every single day?
Gratitude, though. I think it's more of a gratitude towards the American people. For people, if I'm going to give you votes for where I want what I want, and you're running for the leader of the free world of America, I feel like out of courtesy, you should be able, if you're going to get my vote, to let everybody know what you are running for, what you're going to do with the country.
Yeah, so Kamala Harris has an obligation to talk to the press more than 2 times, but Donald Trump doesn't have an obligation to talk to Kamala Harris more than once?
Wait, hold on. More than
once. He said he wasn't going to do another debate with Kamala Harris. He said he wasn't going to do it.
He want to do another debate because that debate had a sorority sister that was with her. And yes, it is her sorority sister. And on top of that, it was a 3-on-1 big beatdown. Plus, they did not fact check her at one time.
No, they threw on one Kamala Harris. They threw on one Kamala Harris, not him. Because they gave Donald Trump 8 to 10 more minutes of speaking time than they gave Kamala Harris.
Yeah, because he
forced
himself to speak, though.
Right? They wouldn't let Kamala Harris speak up at the end of a prompt, the same way they let Donald Trump speak up at the end of the prompt.
So
I think that those moderators 3v1 Kamala Harris, and she still won.
So are you trying to say morality did not play effect and with 3-on-1 saying that it was a sorority sister? You're telling me that wasn't a compromised situation, being that one of the sorority sisters.
Okay, what was her name?
Oh damn, I don't remember this lady name. It's in my phone. I gotta get it. I could get it for you. I ain't tripping, but
And what school did she go to?
what school did Kamala Harris and her go to? Why does it matter? Why don't you just admit to something? Wait, hold up.
Wait, if you don't know
hold up. I forgot your name. Wait, hold on. Why don't you just admit that actually at least wasn't right? Like why try
Well,
to justify
if you don't
it?
know her name nor the school that she went to, how do you know
Give
that
me a
there's
second.
sorority
Okay, so if you
sisters?
give me a second, I could pull it up if you want me to, man. But I know you have to make your money and you're doing your thing. But I know because I already did some research. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I remember her name. I'll be lying to you. I don't want to lie to you. You know what I'm saying? But I can literally bring up videos and things that on the news talking about it that she was his runner.
Wait,
That's all I'm
do
doing.
you think that Kamala Harris was wearing an earpiece?
If I think so, no, I'm not gonna. I don't think so. That's true. I honestly don't think so. I think it's just something that just ended up happening that it looked the same. So I'm not gonna take that from her. But I do believe the way how you remember the what she gets penalized a lot about is the way she speaks and the way how she laughs and all that stuff. Okay, I don't care about that. But at the end of the day, it did seem oddly rehearsed. I even heard on the news, even on MSNBC, even MSBC, which is completely left leaning,
can I be honest
was
with
talking
you?
about that as well. But it's
can I
fine
be
if you
honest with you?
rehearse. Go ahead.
So I have like a handful of Trump supporters come up on my live every day and tell me that I'm reading from a script. And I take it as a compliment because I'm simply just that good. So the fact that you and other Republicans are sitting here saying that it sound rehearsed, right, is a massive compliment, and it shows how strong of a candidate Harris truly is. She absolutely blew Donald Trump out of the water. She outsmarted him. She outplayed him. She trapped him in and led him into raging on the debate screen in front of millions of people.
I
And she
agree.
did so damn good that it literally sound rehearsed, right? And that is the difference between Trump and Harris. Harris serves for the American people. Harris serves for the average American. Harris serves to protect and uphold our democracy. Meanwhile, Donald Trump serves to be a racist, misogynist, 34-count felon who tried to overthrow the election in 2020, tried to implement literal religious persecution in 2016.
She also said for
the rights apart of all 170 million American women and girls.
She can't represent something, especially when she does things that she's invited to go speak to the 13 soldiers and then she doesn't go do that. And yes, she was also invited to go speak to them. Well, if she's so American and she respects the military and all those things of that nature, why didn't she go talk to the 13 soldiers? You had to have the ex-president that also gets invited, that took that as a real thing, flew across the United States to make sure he gets there and speaks for the 13 soldiers that wasn't alive. Why didn't she just do that as well? She is for America. I'm not saying she is an American citizen. I'm not going to degrade her resume. I'm not going to do none of that like other people do. But I think that there's certain things as a representation of the United States.
Yeah, what you're referencing got fact-checked on X, by the way. So Twitter is like the most right-leaning like news publication on the internet today. And what you're referencing is a Fox News article that specifically said that this was an event at Arlington that she, as well as Biden, was invited to. So this was fact-checked on Twitter with a community note saying that no, that was false. It was not an event. It was just Trump and his team privately showing up with no prior schedule. You could even go on Arlington Cemetery's website, look at their calendar. Nothing was on that date. It was no public event. Not to mention that maybe she didn't go because she didn't want to break federal law by taking pictures for campaigning purposes on federal land.
If that's the fact, if that is such a fact, why would you have on CNN, which isn't right leaning, him interviewing a couple of one of the people that lost their family members in the Afghanistan thing, actually talking to her, and she's also saying it on camera that he was invited along with Kamala Harris and Biden. Biden was on the beach that time, but she wasn't doing anything. This is one of the soldiers' family members that went on CNN, had a whole conversation while the host was disregarding it the whole time, basically saying that he violated the grounds of Arlington, right? But she admitted on there when he asked her, saying that she and the other families invited all three of them. She said it. It's on camera. I mean, like it's this. Like I think that's another thing. See, I don't mind. I don't mind respecting Kamala Harris. What I have a problem with is when we don't hold the feet to the fire to both sides. When she doesn't do something, everybody literally gives her all hope, praise. It's okay that she doesn't do it, but we penalize Donald Trump on a damn day-to-day basis for 8 years for everything all the way back to the 80s.
No,
So
I'd
I
actually
don't
say it's
feel
the
that's
exact
right.
opposite. I'd actually say it's literally the exact opposite. You're over here grasping for straws, mad at Kamala Harris because she didn't violate and break federal law like Trump and his campaign did. But then you'll turn around and you'll tell me that when I say we shouldn't vote for Trump because he raped a woman, that I'm just being emotional. I think that you have an insanely hypocritical double standard here. And if you want to question why she didn't show up for, the family members of these service members that died in breaking federal law, well, the question I'd ask you, why didn't Donald Trump show up for liberalism? Why didn't Donald Trump show up for the peaceful transfer of power? Why didn't Donald Trump show up for every single American citizen that cast a vote in 2020 when he tried to silence their voice and silence their vote by rigging the outcome of the election with an attempted coup against our government to install himself for a second term in 2020? Like, how can you possibly justify your vote for this man knowing that he attempted to coup our civil and electoral processes by sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes from states that he lost to Congress, saying that he won to be counted as real by Mike Pence? How can you ever possibly justify that? If you're a family man and you stand for yourself, you stand for your family, and you stand for American citizens, then why don't you stand against the tyranny and the anti-democratic processes and attempted coup of Donald Trump?
Because okay, so there's things when you look at a candidate for both sides, you do drop some and you take some things and you lose and you don't take some things. When I watch certain things online on TV, when I watch some people that are long lasting Democrats like Tulsi Gabbard coming out and saying that because of what she said about her having a different opinion of Kamala Harris and then having certain people follow her and watch where she's going, her family and all that. That's not a good feeling to know that once you go against a regime, things like that could happen. When you hear people like RFK comes out and talk about this is not the same Democratic Party from years ago, that is a problem. When I see things like headlines being changed for her to be positive, or hearing things like ABC having 100% positive reviews for her, but 90% negative for Donald Trump, that don't seem pretty fair. That seems pretty biased on the count of her being this great savior of America, but this man is a piece of shit, which you obviously anointed to the whole time on this conversation.
Hey, buddy. So imagine you go to school and there's 2 people in your class. One of the people in their class is working on getting a law degree, working to serve the American public, working to be a prosecutor, works their way up from the ground up, growing up in a middle class homes growing up in a middle class home, becoming a prosecutor, becoming a DA, then an AG, then works their way to the VP of the United States of America. And then the other one is a racist, misogynist that sexualized little girls, raped a woman, boasted about walking into the changing rooms.
It's funny, you only bring up only the negative things about her.
One moment.
Okay.
On top of that, wanted to religiously persecute, launch the biggest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War. Of course, we're going to see more negative press about Donald Trump compared to Harris. That's not because the media necessarily has this insane bias, but it's because Donald Trump has just subsequently done more bad things. There's not one thing that you can name that Kamala Harris has done that's comparable to Donald Trump denying housing to black people in the 70s because of the color of their skin. You can't name one thing that's comparable to Donald Trump sexualizing a little girl or grabbing women by the P word without asking first, raping a woman, literally instituting religious persecution through a Muslim ban. There's nothing that you could name that Kamala Harris has done that is comparable to his attempted coup to steal the election from Biden. I can name so many things. I could probably name 10 to 20 things right now that Donald Trump has done, and there's not one thing you can name that Kamala Harris has done that is comparable to any single of these individual things. Of course, we're going to see more negative press about the Grinch, about the bad guy, about the villain, right? Claire, thank you for the champion. I appreciate you for the love. I think what you've taught me is that if I ever want to run for president, I just have to go out, do some of the most morally atrocious things in mankind, and when I'm held accountable for this by the media and by the criminal justice system, I just turn around and radicalize my voter base around the idea that this is the deep state attacking their savior,
Well, that's not what I taught you. And I mean, I hope I taught you something. One of the things I hope I taught you is you sitting here and you completely glorify everything about Kamala Harris is just not right. Sitting here and understanding that she has not justified any of the positions that she's done in 2019 or 2020, or even articulated herself to talk about how she's going to change from that candidate into now, which is actually why a lot of people are leaning from her. It's preposterous.
How about we meet in the middle of the aisle? The moment Donald Trump articulates his health care plan after talking about it for 9 years, she'll articulate why she's no longer against fracking. How about that?
Okay, hey man, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
Well,
man, you're good, man. You're good, man. Thanks very much, because I know you got a long line. I love you, man.
I appreciate you for coming up.
Thanks,
Take care.
man.
All right, y'all, we're going to go to move on to our next guest here for the 3.8 thousand people in the live. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen and share out this live with a couple of friends. Someone in the comment section just asked me if I haven't changed since Jubilee. I happen to be wearing the same shirt I am today that I did on Jubilee. I promise. I've showered and rinsed and washed the shirt repeatedly since then. It just is a little bit of a coincidence. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here, Confederate America. Sure. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, you're obviously a fetus. Before I kick you, I know that you're a minor. Dude, I need you to get out of the brainwashing that your parents has done for you. The Confederacy is a bad thing. It is not a good thing. And I really hope that you were able to break out of that brainwashing. Please, just find a way to break out of it.
I stand for this flag. I am the only one in my family that does.
That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. Okay, he's a little kid. We're gonna move on. I mean, I really hope that that's just like brainwashed from his parents. I really hope that that's just his parents brainwashing him, and he could break through it when he, becomes conscious. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're not here, guys. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. Too young to even know what it means. Yeah. Really, yeah, that guy was just a little kid. He's been led in the wrong direction. I really feel bad for him. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. What's up, Amanda Steeler? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why so?
I'm actually Irish. I'm actually not American.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're not voting for Trump.
Well,
I appreciate you for coming up in here. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. Everyone do be patient. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. We got our next guest, Sean Paul, loading up into the box right now. Someone in the chat said that I feel bad for someone having their own opinions. Yeah, like white supremacy. Okay. Yeah, I feel bad for someone holding their own opinion of white supremacy, man. Moving on to our next guest, we got Marky Mark loading into the live. Everyone just give us 1 minute here, guys. Everyone do be patient while our next guest is loading up. What's up? Are you voting for Trump, Marky Mark?
Absolutely not.
All right. Appreciate you for coming up. We're just looking to debate Trump supporters. Guys, spam MAGA, spam Trump in the chat. If you want to come up and debate, y'all, we're just looking for some people to come up here and have some good conversations. We got our next guest, Chase, loading in. Everyone just give us 1 minute, guys. Everyone do be patient here. What's up, Chase? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Chase, are you driving?
Yeah.
All right. I'm so sorry, man. That does violate TikTok TOS, but Chase, please feel free to re-request as soon as, you have boots on the ground there, as soon as you're done driving. We got our next guest, Nani, loading in, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute here. Hey, what's up? Hi, Nani. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, my God. No. I don't know who to vote.
Okay, please don't spam MAGA in the chat if you're not voting for Trump. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just do be patient, guys. Everyone do be patient. We get our next guest loading up in the box right now, y'all, so everyone do be patient while we get Charlie Star up in here. Everyone be patient. We got Connor Martin loading in too. Everyone just give it a minute. Y'all already know. Everyone just give it a minute. What's up, Connor and Charlie? Are y'all voting for Trump?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I am.
Okay, why so, Connor?
And the reason why I'm voting for him, there's many.
Is it possible that you can mute the TV or go into a different room that's a little bit more quiet?
So there's many reasons why I'm voting for him, but I'd say the major one right now is that he's not going to be taxing overtime pay.
Okay, right. So here's my question to you.
That alone would put $500 more in my pocket a week. You know what I mean?
Here's my question to you, Connor. So Donald Trump reproposed another 10 years of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that he's already implemented. 6 months ago, the Treasury estimated that that was going to cost $3.9 trillion. And then he added the no tax on tips. And then he added the no tax on Social Security. And then he added the no tax on overtime. This is going to cost trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. Connor, where is this money going to come from?
The tariffs on China.
So the tariffs on China have actually only generated about $70 billion in the last 4 years.
Well, that's the last 4 years. The new policy he's going to implement is going to, take care of that.
So if we were to place a flat 10% tariff on every single good coming into this country, that wouldn't sufficiently pay for itself over 10 years. How are tariffs on one country going to pay for probably $5 trillion?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
It's just simply not going to work. Like, you understand that we'd have to,
although,
we'd have to like tariff
that would
every
be
single
awesome.
import into our
you can't
country.
disagree with that, can you? I mean, it'd be
No,
nice not to have tax on overtime.
No, tariffs are really bad. They destroy the American
A guy
economy.
that worked overtime, that'd definitely be something that you'd be for. I would think.
Okay, Connor, you have a lot of background noise, man. If you need to take care of your kids, no worries, but it's just a little bit too loud.
All right, man. Well, thanks for having me.
No worries, Connor. I appreciate you for coming up. I would like to finish that thought out with someone else, but I just couldn't really focus because of all the background noise. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Chronic migraine before they start.
It's
King,
King
hello.
Demetrius. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh yeah, Trump 2024. We gonna put him back in office.
All right, man. Why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Donald Trump because Donald Trump freed thousands of federal prisoners when he signed the First Step Act into law. When Donald Trump signed the First Step Act into law, he freed thousands of federal prisoners. I was in a federal penitentiary where the Democrats locked me at. When they passed the 1994 crime bill and locked me and all of my black brothers, sisters, and children inside of a cell in 1994, I remember. So that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump kept his promise to America. That's
Okay.
why I'm voting for Trump 2024.
So I have a fun fact for you. The First Step Act was actually influenced at the end of Obama's administration, and it so
Influenced?
happened to
Did you
get
say
passed
influenced?
under Trump.
Did you say influenced? Who
was in-
signed it?
It was introduced into the House, right? And what was it? At like 2014, 2015.
And what did
then
Barack
it went through
Obama do
revisions
with it?
for about 2 to 3 years. And then it finally hit the desk on the Oval Office under Trump's term, and he signed it into law. But I just
Oh,
have a
so
question.
Barack Obama didn't sign it into law?
Because it didn't hit the Oval Office desk yet. Yeah.
Oh, so another excuse. So Barack Obama didn't do prison reform after 8 whole years of telling me that he would do it. When I was sitting in federal prison, right? Barack Obama kept going on and on and on.
Wait, are you a
about how
felon?
he did prison reform, and I can vote. Yeah, and I know my rights. I can vote. That's right. Yeah, I was in federal prison, and they kept going on and on and on and on about prison reform. There was too many black people in there, and they were in there for too long, and the disparity from this and the disparity of that. And when I was sitting in there, I said, man, Barack Obama, he's really going to do something. He's going to do something about it. Instead, you know what he did? He bought a prison. He bought the prison in Thompson. That's what he did. Thompson, Illinois. He bought the prison.
Candy, thank you for the whale diving. I appreciate you for the love.
5,000 people in it. Then he filled it with 5,000 people in it. Let's talk
Do you
about
mind if I ask you a question?
Barack Obama.
So Barack Obama is not running for president.
Oh, but
I would like
Kamala
to
is. But Kamala is. And you asked me why I'm voting for Donald Trump. I'm voting for Donald Trump because he did 7 things to make America better.
Okay, well, so far you've named one, and I still want to talk about that one. So once again, as I've already pointed out, right, the First Step Act was not influenced to get passed by Donald Trump, right? It was actually.
Influenced?
Do you mind if I finish talking here before you cut me off? It was actually influenced by Obama, and it was merely signed into law under Trump. But secondly, would you agree with me that socioeconomic issues cause higher rates of incarceration?
I do agree with that.
Okay. And I don't think that Trump did anything to solve particular socioeconomic issues. Can you name one bill that he passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich
I won't
people?
name a bill. I won't name a bill, but I'll name the opportunity zones that him and Tim Scott invested hundreds of millions of dollars into in poor income communities. In lower income communities, Donald Trump and Tim Scott created opportunity zones and poured millions of dollars into it. Donald Trump also gave $250 million to historical black colleges. He gave $250 million to to refund historical black colleges.
So first of all, I would love to know what policy Donald Trump influenced to get past the implemented opportunity zones. And then second of all, yeah, he gave $250 million. Obama gave $2 billion, and Harris and Biden gave $16 billion. He actually decreased funding to historically black universities.
Excuse me, hold on for a moment, right? You know, I actually came on your live, right? I came on your live because I didn't know who you were. I was actually looking for Harry, right? I was looking for Harry so I could go after Harry, right? But now that I'm on your live, let me say this to you, right? When you talk about what Donald Trump did, they painted this man as if he was a racist. But this man turned around. Hold up, please let me finish. This man turned around and gave $250 million a year permanently to historical black colleges. He could have easily said, I'm not signing it. He could have easily said, what do I gain from this? So far, give me one moment, I'm gonna let you respond. Hold up, one moment.
Okay.
So not only did he restore funding, because if you read the Associated Press, they tell you that he restored funding to historical black colleges, meaning they no longer had funding. How did that happen if Barack Obama gave them millions? But again,
no, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. So I just want to clarify here. So under Obama, yeah, no, he didn't. He decreased funding. So I'll explain this to you. So under Obama,
can you put my camera on? Can you put my camera on? I'm going to put it on my screen that he did restore funding.
Yeah. And then also, once you have your camera on, I'd also like you to look up how much funding Obama gave to HBCUs, because what happened is Obama sent $2 billion to historically black universities. Donald Trump sent $250 million per year.
Okay, hold on,
so we actually decreased funding to HBCUs.
Right,
so
did you see my screen, or is it not clear? Is my screen, is it clear or no?
I can't. You got to press save.
Oh, it's not clear on mine?
Yeah, I would love to be able to finish, man, when you could give me an opportunity.
All right, man. Hold on. How about this one? Is this one clear right here?
King, so you gotta accept the invite to turn on your camera, and then you have to click save at the bottom of the screen. There you go.
All right, did I do it right?
Yeah, I'll put you on the big screen.
Okay, so what I was, and again, you have to pardon me. I'm not really good on TikTok or nothing like that. I usually do my whole live.
So let's see what this says. It says Trump signs Bipartisan Criminal Justice Reform Act, First Step Act, and then also it says Trump signs bill restoring funding for black colleges. So what they mean by restoring there is we'll have bills for funding for HBCU expire. It's either every year, every 2 years, or every 4 years. Okay, right? And then the sitting president restores the funding to the HBCUs by signing
but did you know that Donald
funding.
Trump made it permanent? But Donald Trump made it permanent. So they don't have to come back every year to kiss the ring anymore. Donald Trump made the funding permanent.
Yeah. So can I actually? You're right about this point, but I don't think it's the good point that you're painting it to be. So Donald Trump decreased funding to historically black universities.
He decreased funding. He restored the funding. Are you kidding me?
I'm really trying to explain this point to you, man, and I wish that you'd listen.
Hold on. You have to instruct me. You have to instruct me correctly because I don't understand, right? Okay, you go ahead. You tell me how it really happened. Go ahead.
Yeah. So once again, when the AP article says that he restored funding to HBCUs, what they mean by that is he re-signed into law funding for HBCUs because it expired every 2 or 4 years. I forget which one it was. So when he restored funding, he cut it from what it was prior. Obama gave $2 billion. He gave $255 million a year. And then Biden and Harris stepped in, and then they increased the funding from $250 million per year to $16 billion, right? And I just want to point it out. I just want to put it out here. So you said that Trump made it permanent. Yeah,
Can you put me on the big screen 1 minute? Can you put me on the big screen 1 minute?
Bro, I wish. Why can't you listen to me, dude? Please.
I got the whole article, so that way the Associated Press can specifically. I got the whole article. I switched it out. Can you make me on the big screen real quick so people can see?
I'll make you on the big screen after you listen to me. So you said Donald Trump made his decreased $250 million to HBCUs permanent. Do you know how long that would take to generate the $16 billion that Biden and Harris have sent to HBCUs over the course of the last 4 years? It would take 56 fucking years. He decreased the funding, then made it permanent. So these HBCUs, if it wasn't for Biden and Harris, it would have taken 56 fucking years to get the same amount of funding that Biden and Harris have sent to them over the course of the last 4 years. I don't think that literally decreasing funding to HBCUs and then signing into law $1.6 trillion for its ultra wealthy rich white friends and the corporations is like the own you think it is. And if anything, it demonstrates Trump's lack of care, specifically for members of the African American community. And then we could reference that he denied housing to black people in the 1970s because of the color of their skin.
This for 1 moment. We can get to that too, but said you were
Yeah,
put it
fine.
on the big screen just so they could see, right? So look what it says. This is the Associated Press. President Trump on Thursday signed a bipartisan bill that will permanently provide more than $250 million a year to the nation's historically black colleges and universities, along with dozens of other institutions that serve large shares of minority students. In signing the bill, Trump said historically black schools have never had a better champion in the White House. When I took office, I promised to fight for HBCUs, and my administration continues to deliver. Trump said a few months ago funding for HBCUs was in jeopardy, but the White House and Congress came together and reached a historical agreement. Now, what this shows, right, not only is Donald Trump not a racist, right? Not only is he not a racist, he's not giving billions of dollars to these historical black colleges. He's giving them enough so that they can earn the rest. It's not Donald Trump and the government's job to take care of America's children, okay? Donald Trump kept his promise to America when he gave funding to historical black colleges and countless other minority students. These are just simply historical facts. These are facts. Kamala Harris has done absolutely nothing. You cannot attribute a single legislative accomplishment to Kamala Harris outside of Joe Biden. Outside of Joe Biden, I ask you, what has Kamala Harris done for black America as vice president for 4 years? What has she done for black America as vice president?
Great question. So I have two questions, or two statements, one statement and one question of yours to answer here. And since we are playing the green screen game, I'm going to go and play it too.
Let's go. I'm not upset about that. I didn't know it was a game. But
So here we go. Here's the Biden-Harris administration. They announced over $16 billion in support for historically black universities over the course of their 4 years. The reason why I don't think that Donald Trump decreasing funding to HBCUs to $250 million per year, then signing it into permanent law, is because it would take 56 years for that funding to count towards what Biden and Harris have delegated towards HBCUs in the last 4, okay? Right, so not only did he decrease funding to HBCUs, but then he signed it into permanent law insofar as it harming them over the long term as well after he leaves the White House.
Well, let me
Right,
ask
and
you
I
a
just want to
question.
point
Hold
out
on,
here.
one moment.
No, it is my turn to speak.
Go ahead. Okay. I just want to, go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
So I just want to clarify here. Do you understand what I'm saying when Donald Trump
I comprehend
decreases
very
funding to
clearly. I
HBCUs?
comprehend perfectly what you're saying.
Okay, so then how could you say that a rich white man decreasing funding to historically black universities and then signing into law $1.6 trillion in debt-related spending to cut taxes for the ultra-wealthy isn't racist? I want to point out here, this is the
I
same
said I
man.
understood. I didn't say I agreed with you. I said
This
I
is the same.
understood.
This is the same man that denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black in the 70s. This is the same man that said laziness is a trait of black with an S at the end, black people, and that he truly believes that. This is the same man that said he doesn't want black men counting his money. He wants the short men and yarmulkes to count his money. This is the same man that said Barack Obama was born in Africa because of the color of his skin. Therefore, he shouldn't be able to run for presidency. This is the same man that said Kamala Harris turned black. This man is a racist, and you can't deny that
Did he say that
fact.
Kamala Harris turned black?
Yeah.
Did he said that?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you something. Can you show me any kind of pictures of Kamala Harris at any kind of black, other than the historical black college that she went to, right? When has she ever claimed to be a black woman? When has Kamala Harris ever stated, I am a black woman?
Oh, so other than when she went to the historically black university and
Only
belonged to
black
the
women go to
historically black
historical black
sorority.
colleges? Only black women go to historical black colleges? Is that what you're saying? Indian women don't go there? Hindu
I
women
just-
don't go there?
Okay, so first of all, do you think that you have
go
to...
there?
So Kamala Harris, not only did she go to a historically black university, right, and belong to a historically black sorority, then I also just want to point it out here that, yeah, this is going to be disproportionately, right, dominated by African Americans, given the fact that they're historically black universities. And then I just want to clarify,
Oh, no,
are you
you
saying
saying
that,
that
I just want to clarify, can you please provide me one clip of Donald Trump claiming to be white? Because until you could show me a clip of him
White?
claiming to be white, I'm going to believe that he's orange.
No. See, again, that's almost a liberal mind trick you just ran there, right? Let's state facts. I simply asked you. You said that Donald Trump was wrong for pointing out that this has never been a black woman, okay? Well, here I am, a black man, okay? And I'm telling you that when she was in California prosecuting black men, black women, and
Oh, don't say the name of any drugs.
children, when she was in California locking them inside of cells, she did not do it as a black woman. She said she was an Indian American when she was doing that. When she was San Francisco district attorney locking black men inside of cells.
Christia, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying, thank you so much for the love, Christia. Let's get some W's in the chat for Christia. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. And Raymond with a $50 on Venmo as well. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Raymond. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Massive W's in the chat for Raymond for educating this person on why $16 billion is bigger than 250 million. And then also, the Christia, once again, thank you so much for the $25. So go ahead, man.
I'll let him, he has to do his shout outs. That's man, I do it on my show too. But that doesn't negate the fact that Kamala Harris has never represented herself as a black woman in America. It doesn't negate the fact that she's never lived the experience as a black woman in America. It doesn't negate the fact that she made a career incarcerating black men right here in California.
Okay, hey, I just want to, hey. Here's Kamala Harris from 2019.
Oh, 2019. Oh, okay, 2019. There we go.
Do you mind if you listen to this clip?
They're trying to do what has been happening over the last 2 years, which is powerful voices trying to sow hate and division among us. Mm-hmm. And so we need to recognize when we're being played. But I'm black. Yes. And I'm proud of being black. Absolutely. And I was born black, I will die black. And I'm proud of being black.
I just want to clarify. I'm gonna go ahead and have you to let me finish talking real quick, because I actually do want to drill on this point. I think the claim that you're making is outrageous. You're saying that she hasn't affirmed her blackness sufficient to
She's
be
never
a black
been a black woman. Never.
Okay. What does it mean to be black?
Okay, I'll tell you I'm glad you asked what it meant to be black. Okay? Because what it means to be black is to grow up in American ghettos. What it means to be black is to be born to a black mother who has a grandmother who was a slave on a plantation and was told that it was whites only. Her grandmother never went through whites only. Her grandmother never walked on a civil rights line because her grandmother is Hindu. She's Hindu from India. She grew up in Canada. Am I lying? Am I lying about her mother being from India? Am I lying about her growing up in Canada? To be a black woman is to raise a black man in America. She's never raised a black child in America. She's never had to worry about her child not coming home at night. She's never had to do any of these things as a black woman. She's never been stopped and frisked by the police in nobody's ghetto. This woman has lived a life of privilege. This woman, Kamala Harris, and she has never respected black men or black women. She created the truancy program that incarcerated American parents all over California. You can talk to Cherie Peoples, who was locked up and incarcerated pursuant to the truancy program that was created by Kamala. My Swans is in the building. My Swans is in the building. King Meech is back. You know, I go on anybody's show and roast them. Let's talk about it. Kamala Harris has a history as a prosecutor of incarcerating black men, women, and juvenile children all over California. These are facts. That's not even to point out this next fact that she was not elected by the people. The Democratic Party forced Kamala Harris on black America.
Adrian, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo saying, tell him I don't like my blackness being dismissed. And Ashlyn, I appreciate you for the boxing gloves as well. So first of all, I want to ask you a quick question. Do you know who Hamilton Brown is?
No, I don't. Tell him to me.
There's a very specific point that you made in there, right? You related one's blackness to having a grandmother or a great-grandmother exist as an enslaved person on a plantation, right? Being on a plantation. So Hamilton Brown is Kamala Harris's 3-time great-grandfather. And do you know who Hamilton Brown is?
I just told you. I didn't know who Hamilton Brown is. No.
Hamilton Brown.
I know who a Hindu mama is, though. I know she has a Hindu mama.
Is a rich Irish man who immigrated from Ireland to Jamaica during the peak of the transatlantic slave trade in about the year 1800 to open, build, and own a plantation. Now, I want to ask you a question.
Is that her grandfather?
How is it possible?
Is that her grandfather was a plantation owner?
I have a question. I have a question to you.
Did you say her grandfather was a plantation owner?
Her great grandfather. So I have a question for you.
Oh, so her great grandfather.
I have a question for you. Tell me how it is possible for a black woman existing in the world today to be ancestrally related to a white slave owner?
Bang, 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 that Trump gun. You said, how is it possible? You said, how is it
How
possible?
can a black woman existing in the world today be ancestrally related to a white slave owner?
Oh, easily. They probably raped the mother. They probably raped the mother. That happened during
So
slavery.
you are telling me that Kamala Harris is not black because she does not have a grandmother or a great-grandmother who existed on a slave plantation existing
right. She
as
does not
an
have
enslaved
the
person.
bloodline.
That is
The
absolutely
bloodline. This is
false.
the
She
bloodline.
has the
She doesn't
bloodline
have the
of being
bloodline of the
directly
slave.
related to a white plantation owner being
Yeah,
dismissed
I'm
and
not
raped
surprised.
and living through the bloodline of enslaved people inside of Jamaica. Now,
I'm not
how did black
surprised.
people get
Jamaica
to Jamaica?
still kneels to the
Black
ground.
people got to Jamaica the same way black people
My
got to
Trump
America,
supporters be in the
forcefully
building.
through the transatlantic slave trade. Now, please go ahead
you're
and tell
telling
me,
how I got
right?
here. Oh, you're educating me on how I got to America. The transatlantic. Well, thank you. Isn't that nice?
I have some lag here, ladies and gentlemen. I muted him like 45 seconds ago, but it's just now going off. Ashlyn, I appreciate you so much for the boxing gloves and for the blooming Lexi. I really appreciate you for the love. And I mean, there's a couple other things there that I wanted to touch on. Like, listen, I think that I don't want to push my boundaries as a white man speaking on race related issues, right? Because I think I need to realize my fucking place when it comes to that. And I'll be the first one to say that out loud. Lex, I appreciate you for the money gun. But one thing I know for damn sure that I could say is we absolutely cannot dismiss and diminish the systemic racism that exists and impacts black people every single day here at home in America. And for you to sit here and to do that for Kamala Harris, because she exists in a position of privilege and power today as the first black woman to serve as our country's vice president, is an atrocity.
Are you kidding me? You listen, that was a good sentence, man, but it really didn't go together. But what I'm saying about Kamala Harris is simply true. Okay, when you talk to people, let me say this to you, right? Are you familiar with that woman, Cori Bush, out of Missouri?
Jay, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo.
One thing I can
I
say
really
is-
appreciate you for the love. Thank you so
Cori
much, Jay.
Bush is actually a black woman. This woman has co-opted being black. She's co-opted being black to run for president. And now
Neha, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Saying, as an Indian and a Jamaican woman myself, I appreciate you, Dean. I want to get at least 1,000 W's in the chat for Neha. I really appreciate you for the love with the $100 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Neha right now. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the love. I'm going to be honest with you, King. I'm going to be honest with you, King. Kamala Harris is a
supporters.
Hey, King, do you mind if I talk real quick?
Hey.
Kamala Harris is a biracial black woman. Her mother is South Asian, being born in India, and her father is Afro-Jamaican, being born in Jamaica. And for you to deny a black woman's blackness is a moral atrocity. And the reason why this lie exists, right, in our country today, the reason why we see such a large proportion of Trump's voter base incessantly promoting and disseminating this lie is because this is just another way that the hand of the white man in America is attempting to degrade a black person on the basis of their blackness. And the angle today is by taking a black woman that is in one of the most powerful positions in the world, quite frankly, as the acting serving vice president of America, and for you to say that, no, this is not an accomplishment for the African American community. No, this is not a unprecedented moment in history, because this is no black woman. And that is the lie that you are telling. And this is the lie that has been conceived of in the brain of racist white men here at home in America. And I hate to see this lie perpetuated. I hate it so much.
Can I respond?
Because we cannot degrade Kamala Harris's blackness. And I want to recognize once again, I'm a fucking white dude. If I'm pushing my boundary insofar as what I can and can't talk about with these race-related issues, please inform me in the chat.
Can I respond to you, man? I like to respond to
Go
this.
for it.
I'd like you to be nice enough to allow me to respond to this, okay? The reason why, okay, I specifically speak about Kamala Harris not being a black woman is because once again, the liberals are attempting to use racism to divide America. They're trying to put a black face on a white mask. We know exactly who Kamala Harris is. She's the district attorney from San Francisco that made a career incarcerating black men.
You're a liar.
Over and over.
California, when she was serving as the DA of San Francisco, when she was serving as the DA for San Francisco, California did not report race or gender statistics specifically for those that were incarcerated. Now I want to tell you something, sir. I want to tell you. I am saying that Tulsi Gabbard is a liar. Absolutely. Now I want to tell you something, sir. You've already recognized the socioeconomic indiscrepancies that disproportionately harm the African American.
The socioeconomic what?
Socioeconomic discrepancies that disproportionately harm and negatively infect members of the African American community, as African Americans have a lack of generational wealth due to slavery and its aftermath. Okay? Right? And your response to recognizing these socioeconomic disparities that have disproportionately negatively harmed the African American community is to vote for the man that passed no damn legislation that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%, instead of voting for Harris, the woman that served on the administration that passed the PACT Act, that passed the CHIPS and Science Act, that passed the infrastructure bill, that increased funding to HBCUs to $16 billion in 4 years, where under Trump's permanent plan that would have taken 56 years, that passed the American Rescue Plan, that passed the Inflation Reduction Act, that passed 5 bills that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%. You want to vote for the man that wants to institute another 10 years of his tax cuts that disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy, the top 1% in the corporations on the back of the low and the middle class by instituting tariffs that regressively and disproportionately negatively affect the low and the middle class because they spend more of their income on the bare necessities to live, instead of voting for Harris, the woman that wants to institute tax cuts to relieve the burden of the low and the middle class through tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class by increasing taxes on the top 1% in corporations.
These
Tell me how you stand for these.
These are liberal
what's
lies.
the liberal lie? Name the lie.
These are liberal lies. I mean,
Name
let's
the
be
lie.
honest. I mean, at
Name
least
the
tell
lie.
the people the truth.
Name the lie, sir.
God's honest truth, man. Tell the
Name the
people
lie,
truth.
sir.
I'm gonna tell you the lie is
Crystal,
this.
thank you for the ball.
We're paying more for milk. We're paying more for eggs. There's more homeless people on the streets. I'm talking about the American people are suffering under Kamala Harris. The American people are suffering under Kamala. Hashtag Kamala. Everybody put it in the comments. Hashtag Kamala. The American people are suffering under inflation, and you're sitting there trying to put a smile on America's misery. You're trying to put a nice white smile on America's misery.
Hey, I have a question. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
How did they cause inflation? When she signed the infrastructure bill. That's how. When she signed that infrastructure bill and was the deciding vote in the United States Congress, she sank America.
So how did the infrastructure bill cause inflation?
And we need to sink her campaign. We need to sink her campaign.
Hey, King.
Fuck
King, how did the infrastructure bill cause inflation?
Oh, again, how did it? Because again, she flooded money into an economy. She flooded money into an economy that already had too much money. That's what inflation is. Inflation is when there's too much money in circulation. Okay, there's a surplus of money in circulation. Too much. You ever heard the statement? You know, you seem like you're pretty intelligent, right?
I hear you.
Must have got you in MSNBC in the college or something. So you ever heard the statement? Too much circulation makes the price go down.
Yeah.
You ever heard that?
I hear you. Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
First of all, Tom, I would like to thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tom. And Kai with a 25. One moment, just allow me to thank my donors. Kai, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying as a mixed person, I hate it when anyone disenfranchises my heritage. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Kai. I really appreciate you so much for that. W's for Kai in the chat. And Susan with the $10 on Venmo from a black woman paying respect. I appreciate you for the $10. And Jessica with the $5 as well. And Jay with the $2 on Venmo. And Adrian with $5 and Phil with the $5. Thank you guys so much. Anyways,
Trump energy?
I'm going to go and respond specifically to your claim now. So you're saying that the infrastructure bill is what caused inflation by adding like money in circulation to the economy.
Kamala, you see, 210 people said Kamala. Shout out to Kamala.
Thank you for the gym gun. Do you mind if I?
Kamala. Let's
Hey,
go.
sir, do you mind if I?
Kamala.
Okay, so I have a little bit of a feeling that you're more focused on the people watching this stream and reacting to you in the chat in comparison with actually having a dialogue with me. So I'm going to ask you to not interrupt me, and I'm going to ask you to listen to me. So specifically speaking, first of all, Trump was the one that promised the infrastructure bill and never got it done. Second of all, Biden and Harris were the people that actually got it done. And then third of all, your argument here is signing more money through debt-related spending into effect is what causes inflation. According to the Office for a Responsible Federal Budget, Trump signed $8.7 trillion into debt-related spending. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris administration only signed 4.6. So according to your own logic, Trump's admin caused twice as much of inflation as Biden and Harris's admin
Can I
did.
respond now? Can I respond now? This is my
Please.
response. Well, milk didn't cost $12 a gallon under Donald Trump. Eggs
CR,
didn't
thank you for the
cost
champion. I
$15
appreciate you for the
12
love.
eggs under
Ash,
Donald Trump.
thank you for the Galaxy
People
W's for
were
CR and
being
Ash in the
evicted
chat.
Under Donald Trump. Under Donald Trump's administration, we were able to afford our milk. We could afford our gas. We were able to afford our housing and places to live. Donald Trump put the American citizen first. Kamala Harris put the illegal immigrant first. Am I telling the truth? 100 roses for the truth. That Kamala
Okay,
Harris
so now are you wait 1 second. Are you actually grifting on my live right now?
Exactly. Hashtag Kamala.
Is he grifting on my? I think he's grifting on my live.
On your live, they say hashtag Kamala. Yeah, hashtag Kamala on your live. They're saying hashtag Kamala. I think you took a loss.
I'm gonna go ahead and respond right to
Yeah,
that
I
last
think you
claim
took a
as well.
loss. They're saying hashtag
I don't think so at all.
Kamala. They're saying hashtag Kamala right now. Are you seeing it? Are you able to see it? Look at that. Huh? You see them fists? We taking knockouts for the liberals. The liberals ain't got nothing on us. We're looking at
Desi, I
a record
appreciate
and
you for
she
the
ain't
marvelous.
done nothing. We're looking at her record.
I'm
and
just
she
waiting for
hasn't
my
done
response
nothing.
for my time
What
to be able to
has she
respond.
done for the American people?
Do I need to mute you, man?
I'm asking you, what has she done for the American people? Are you upset because I'm
So I
seeing
could-
the MSNBC live?
Thank you so much for the announce. So I could respond to you and I could tell you what she's done for the American people after I first respond to your claim that they caused inflation. Okay, so I just want to reference back. We were having a conversation about how the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation, and you told me that it was through reckless government spending. Right? And that's when I absolute fucking dunked on you by informing you that there was more reckless spending under Trump than there was under Biden and Harris. $8.6 trillion under Trump with $4.6 trillion under Biden and Harris. And then you just referenced it back to the fact, well, inflation only occurred under Biden and Harris and not under Trump. So what happened in that 2020, 2021 year time span that could have caused inflation? Was it the Olympics? No, it wasn't it wasn't the Olympics. What was it? What happened? Was there like a NATO summit? No, I think it was fucking COVID. So just to clarify, the same inflation that we saw here at home in America at the beginning of Biden and Harris's administration was global, and we saw it. And you're not even listening to me, man. Are you here for a conversation or are you here to
I haven't
grift?
said nothing. I ain't said nothing the whole time. When are you done?
So the same inflation that we saw here at home in America was something that we saw globally. We saw in every single country across the fucking US, okay? In every single country across the globe, not across the US. But specifically speaking, the US had the quickest response from the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of any country in the world. Any country in the G7. But if I want to sit here, be ignorant, and virtue signal to the ignorant masses such as you are right now, I could do that too. Because guess what happened at the end of Trump's term? The highest rate of unemployment that we have had in our country since the Great Depression. You know, COVID caused that too, just like the global inflation. User, I appreciate you for the money gun. But I could sit here just like you and say that Donald Trump destroyed the economy. Donald Trump ushered in the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%. And that's because he didn't care about the American people. And I could act like COVID didn't cause that the same way you're acting like COVID didn't cause the global inflation that we saw under Biden and Harris. But also, what I'd like to touch on here is you made a very specific claim. You said that Donald Trump fought for the American people. Okay, so let's go ahead and play a little fun game. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris signed a multiplicity of policies that benefited the average American more than the billionaires. I want you to name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the average American more so than the billionaires, and I will name 3 policies that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did.
Again, we're talking
Name
about
the policy, sir. I'm done with your virtue signaling. I'm done with your games. I'm done with your rhetorical spiel. Name the policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the average working class American more so than the
I
billionaires.
respond to your MSNBC talking point. I know you want to cut me off and talk to me like a liberal.
Spam name the policy in the chat.
Hashtag Kamaliar. Yeah, opportunity
Name the policy.
help everyday American citizens.
Name the policy. What is the name of the policy?
Help, I just told you.
What policy did he influence to get passed that included the opportunity zones?
The first PPP checks that came through had Donald Trump's name on them, okay?
What is the name of the policy?
If Donald Trump was the president of the United States, the policy was milk was under $3.
That's not a name of a policy. You're floundering. You're losing it. You're losing it. You're losing it. Name the policy. Look at that. He can't name the policy. Yo, King, name the policy, sir.
I just told you. I
No, you
just told
didn't.
you.
You said
Again.
opportunity zones. And what policy were opportunity
Donald
zones
Trump.
included in?
Hold on for a moment. I didn't interrupt you, but that's how liberals do. Again,
Yo, Alex, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for our favorite grifter. Kashan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And then Josephine, thank you for the $25 on Venmo as well. Let's get some W's for Alex, Kashan, and Josephine, and Connor with the $2. And Amila with the $25 on Venmo as well. W's for Amila, W's for Connor, Chelsea, Josephine, Kashan, and Alex. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for our donors. So, sir, name the policy, all right? Because you're saying opportunity zones and
I just
PPP
told
loans.
you opportunity zones.
What was the name of the policy that included
told you
opportunity
opportunity.
zones?
Can you not Google
That's not the name of a
opportunity
policy.
Huh? Did you not Google opportunity zones? Oh, you don't
I'm
like
asking
the
you to name the
because
policy.
it didn't go through Congress? Oh, it didn't go through your Democratic Congress, so that's why you don't like the opportunity zones? Huh? You're upset
Wait.
that milk didn't cost $7.
Whoa, I have a question. So you're saying that he implemented opportunity zones, but this wasn't congressional policy. Then how did he implement opportunity
you just
zones?
figured that out? Did you just now figure that out? I just said to you, you don't like the policy because it didn't go through your Democrat Congress. That's what I just said. Were you not paying attention? That's what I just said.
I have to meet you again. Right? So my question here is, if this is a policy that wasn't passed through policy, then how did he implement the opportunity zones? Was it through an executive order? If so, what's the name of the executive order?
Again, what has she done for the American people? Don't try to mic me just so you don't have to answer the question.
Okay.
What has Vice President Harris done, independent of Joe Biden? What has she done? Because I
With
can
all
tell
due
you
respect,
what
this
she's
is a
done.
massive pivot.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about what she has done as Vice President. She's done absolutely.
King, with all due respect, I could tell you what Kamala Harris has done, but this is a massive pivot. Right? Because I asked you to name one policy that Donald Trump implemented that benefited the average American more so than rich people. Because I can name so many of Biden and Harris's. I'll go ahead and start. Right? Like the PACT Act is a massive one that invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare
That
benefits.
was Joe Biden, sir. That was Joe Biden, sir.
Yeah, that was Biden and Harris. That specifically,
Joe Biden.
yeah, under the Biden and Harris administration, yeah. That specifically expanded VA healthcare benefits to over 1 million new veterans. That was a policy that they influenced to get passed that benefited the average American more so than billionaires. Same thing goes for the CHIPS and Science Act, investing billions of dollars into U.S.-owned chip producers insofar as the idea that the U.S. will be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030. That is a policy that benefited the average American more so than rich people. Okay, the infrastructure bill invested $1 trillion into local
Okay, I
communities
got a
across the
question.
U.S.
Can I ask you a question about that? I'm listening to what you're
Yeah,
saying.
but before you do, Asai, thank you for the $50 on
He's
PayPal.
saying, right.
Let's get some W's for ISAI in the chat right now. 1 second, buddy. Let's get 1 second, buddy. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for ISAI right now for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $50. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, man. Massive W's for ISAI. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. But go ahead, man. I'm still just waiting for you to name a policy. If you can't name one, just let me know.
I
and we
just
can
told
move
you
on.
the policy. You didn't like the policy, so you're trying to run like, you know, again,
No,
it's
with
a
all due
liberal
respect, you
mind
didn't name a
trick.
policy.
That's another one of those liberal mind tricks that you do. Oh, name the policy. I told you the policy. Again, you don't
you
like
didn't.
the policy.
You just
don't like the
didn't.
policy because the policy didn't go through the Congress. So you don't like
What
the
did it go
opportunity
through?
zones because the opportunities helped Black Americans. This is why
1
you don't
second.
like to talk about
1 second. I want you to answer this question. No, policy either goes through Congress, right? That's a bill, or you can have an executive order. So I just want to clarify, because this is a very important part of clarification that you're breezing over. How did Donald Trump implement these opportunity zones? Was it through the use of an executive order?
Why wouldn't it be? Of course it was.
Okay, what was the name of the executive order?
I don't know right now, but I'll look it up and get it together for you.
So your sources trust me, bro.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get my phone right now and do it for you right now. Opportunity zone. Let's go. Hold up. You ain't said nothing. But
Brian, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Brian. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. And Tessa with the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo as well. Massive W's for Brian and Tessa in the chat right now. Thank you so much for the $20 and the $20 and 24 cents on Venmo. Let's fucking go. Thank you guys so much
Here
for the
we go,
love.
right here. Here we go. Again, him and Tim Scott. Yeah, I wish I got to go back on my line.
Here's part 2 of my great
Oh,
interview.
I hear a background noise here.
No,
Thank you so much for the hand art.
This is I'm talking about the opportunity zones.
And the need for opportunity zones.
Huh? Opportunity zones.
I'm asking you for the name of the executive order.
Carson.
Ben Carson.
DC and President Trump. So we put
This is the name of the executive order is Ben Carson?
opportunity zones. You mentioned opportunity zones in your great speech 6 weeks ago. This is bringing money into the underserved areas.
It's bringing money into the urban areas. Yeah, your liberal buddies in Congress didn't want him to do it, but he did it anyway. Trump 2024.
Thank you so much for the champion, Lexi, baby. Okay.
And once again,
so I just want to let you know, like, I've been asking you this whole time for the name of the executive order that implemented these opportunity zones, and then you just played me a clip of talking about what opportunity zones do. You're a joke, dude. Even when we talk about like proposed policies,
you don't like the facts. You don't like the facts. You don't like the fact that I made the name what Donald Trump was able to do for the American people. You haven't told me a single thing that Kamala Harris has done for the American people without Joe Biden, because she's done nothing. She's been in office for 4 years and done nothing. You're trying to trick Black America. They got you on here trying to trick Black America into voting for Kamala Harris, knowing that she's done nothing for America. She's done nothing for Black America. Black America is being evicted all over this country. Illegal immigrants are sleeping in hotels, fancy hotels, all over New York City right now.
Lauren, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Lauren. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat for Lauren. Thank you so much. Let's get some massive W's down below for Lauren right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Matt with the $10 as well. Thank you, Matt and Lauren.
And where's that Trump energy?
Okay, awesome. So now I'm going to respond. I hope that you'll allow me my time to speak. So first of all, you told me that you're giving me the facts about the opportunity zones. I think everyone's laughing at you. I asked you to name the policy that implemented the opportunity zones like 20 times. You couldn't name it. And then you said that it wasn't passed through policy. So then it took me like, hey, King, are you listening to me?
Yeah, I hear you. Hashtag Kamala, Trump 2024. I'm listening to you.
Let's not talk over me. So then I asked you to name how this was implemented. And then you couldn't tell me, so then I offered you a lifeline by me asking you if it was through an executive order, and then you said, yeah, and then I asked you for the name of the executive order, and you couldn't. You still haven't. I'm going to go ahead and just let you think that you kind of owned, because that in of itself is a cell phone. It's embarrassing. Second of all, you said something else. You asked me what Kamala Harris has done outside of Joe Biden, and then you said that she hasn't done one thing outside of Joe Biden, and that means that therefore she hasn't done anything for the American people. So I just want to let you know that inside of your own logic, it's internally contradictory, because she can do things with Joe Biden for the American people, but she has also done things on her own outside of the executive branch of our government with Joe Biden.
Are you looking at it? Hashtag
So I would like to clarify without you interrupting me.
Can I respond?
No, I haven't even addressed your question yet. What do you have to respond to?
Hashtag Kamala. Go ahead.
Yeah, so she passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate, more so than any VP that we've had in American history, and she specifically passed the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which specifically was a multi-million-dollar investment into renewable energy resources, bigger than any investment into renewable energy resources that we've ever had. Right? Then alongside Joe Biden, she passed some of the most monumental and influential legislation in modern U.S. history, with the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, all bills that benefited the average American more so than the top 1%, when you couldn't name one bill that Donald Trump influenced to get passed.
Can you explain this to me? Can I respond now?
No, almost. Then additionally speaking here, I think it's quite frankly disgusting that you're going to sit here and tell me Donald Trump, the rapist, the felon, the fraudster, the womanizer, the guy that sexualized little girls and tried to institute literal religious persecution while he was president and to ban all new Muslim entries, right? The same guy that wants to implement a tax policy that's going to cost $4 to $5 trillion. And now you're interrupting me because you're scared of my cooking. He's literally interrupting me because he's scared of my cooking. He's interrupting me because he's terrified of my cooking. And now you want to turn around and vote for Trump, the man that has concepts of planning a plan to plan a plan for healthcare, that also has no fucking clue how he's going to pay for the $4 trillion associated with his tax cuts for the ultra wealthy in comparison to Harris, the woman that wants to implement a $2.4 trillion tax relief plan for the average American that she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it, sir. My Sooner, thank you so much for the champion. Honestly, that's a great question for you. If Trump is so damn good for the average American, then please tell me how the fuck he's going to pay for the $4 trillion associated with debt-related spending to pay for his tax cuts that will disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy. Where is that money going to come from, sir?
That's a great question. The same way the milk didn't cost $20, the same way the eggs didn't cost $10, the same.
Denise, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Kathy with a $20. Dory with a $10. Maureen with a $5. Thank you, Kathy, Denise, Maureen, Dory.
Look, every time I talk about Kamala, you get to yelling out about somebody sent you something. I'm starting to think you faking, man. I'm starting to think you faking, man. I'm starting to think you faking. Every time
Lexi, baby, thank you for the champion.
Every time I'm talking about Kamala, you get to talking about somebody did something, man. Man, hashtag Kamala. Where's my Trump supporters at, man? Where my Trump supporters at? Yeah, I came into a liberal. Okay, 7 blessings. You're doing your job. God is good.
Okay, debunked. Go ahead and tell me how he's going to pay for his tax policy. I'm still waiting.
Well, I just explained it to you, right? You didn't hear me? I just explained it to you. The same exact way he ensured that the American people were not paying an arm and a leg for their milk, for their eggs, for their chicken, and the same way he ensured that there weren't mass amounts of homeless people up and down the streets of New York City. There wasn't migrant crime all over America. There wasn't migrant.
Just putting on mute to get you back on track. You could talk. Where's the $4 trillion going to come from?
Again, you're lying to the American people saying it's going to cost $4 trillion. You're not an economist. Please don't lie to the American people. All right?
I know that's an estimate. Hey, sir, that's an estimate. That's an estimate coming from the Congressional Budget Office and the Treasury. I'm not an economist, but they are. You're very
Stop it, man. Kamala, hold on. Let me ask you one question, all right? This is how I'm going to end this. Let me ask you one question, okay?
Are you running away?
Is life better? Is life better? All my Trump supporters, is life better right now?
King, I'm not going to let you run. I want you to answer my question.
Why you want to mic me for? Why you want to mic me?
Because you're not answering my question.
It's 7,000 people. Let's ask them. Is life better?
Yeah, man. I'm going to go and clarify here real quick. So Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and middle class. It's estimated to cost $2.4 trillion. 1.3 trillion of that is going to come from a 7% increase in our corporate tax rate. The remainder of the $1.1 trillion is going to come from allowing Medicare a greater negotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies. That's going to save the government about $300 to $400 billion over the course of the next 10 years. So that will reduce the remainder down to about $700 to $800 billion. And that's going to come from introducing a 25% unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires, then an increase in the realized capital gains tax for the same people. That's going to generate $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, making our tax cuts for the middle class self-sufficient. Okay? All right. So that is what an answer sounds like insofar as how like the nominee is going to pay for their tax policy. Right. But when I asked you how Donald Trump is going to pay for his $4 trillion tax cuts for that disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy, you just kind of said the same way he kept the price of gas low. Like, I don't even know what that meant. I just want to know where this $4 trillion is going to come from, King.
I get responding to you. Every time I cook you, I asked one simple question. You've asked all.
You have not cooked me once.
You've asked all the questions. I asked one question. Is life better for the American people right now or when Donald Trump was in office? I'm willing to bet everybody in the black community. See, I know you're not in the struggle, but everybody in the struggle right now, life was better under Donald Trump. You're trying to.
So I'll respond to this pivot, but then I do want you to address my original question. So I'm fine with saying that the life of the average American was better in like 2018. Okay. But what I'm also going to say here is that wasn't caused by Trump. right, to be better.
wasn't
And it wasn't
caused
one
by-
moment, and it wasn't caused to be worse by Biden and Harris. Okay. The reason why life is going to be worse right now is because of like global inflation onset by the pandemic and economic disparities as well, right? If we want to measure the responsibility and the aptitude of our current administration, we should measure how well they were able to respond to the economic depressions onset by the pandemic, in which they did better out of any other country in the G7. Okay. Right. But I
It's
want you
saying
to
that
answer
you're
my
capping.
question about the
It's
tax
saying that you're
policy
capping.
that you've been
Hashtag
pivoting
Kamala
around.
liar.
How is he going to pay for the
Hashtag
$4 trillion
Kamala
associated with his tax cuts?
Hashtag Trump a liar.
You have no response. Could you just admit that you have no clue how this guy's going to pay for these tax cuts for the ultra wealthy?
Oh.
Why are you voting for a man that wants to benefit the billionaires with no fucking clue how he's going to pay for the $4 trillion in debt related spending
Talking about a
over
man
Harris,
that made it
who
to
wants
a
to benefit the
billionaire
life of
without
the
robbing
average American?
people. You're talking
He made
about a man that became a billionaire without robbing the American people. Kamala
Yeah, because he
Harris
robbed his
never
dead dad
worked
instead,
for
taking
5%.
$400 million.
He's never had a job. This woman has never had a job. She's always eating the American tax.
We can talk about whatever you want after you answer my question. How is he going to pay for the $4 trillion associated with debt-related spending for his tax cuts for another 10 years?
Planning on prosecuting Joe Biden and expropriating
so
our
much.
American tax dollars from Joe Biden.
Yo,
We're
let's
gonna
spam pivot in the
prosecute
chat.
Biden family. We're
Guys,
gonna
spam pivot in the
prosecute
chat.
Biden family and get the
Spam pivot in the
American
chat.
tax
Spam
dollars
pivot in the
back.
chat. Spam
Yeah,
pivot in the chat.
We're gonna prosecute the Biden family.
Everybody, baby bottles and laughing
That's right.
faces.
We're gonna-
Baby
we're
bottles
gonna
and laughing
prosecute
faces.
The Biden family, man. Hashtag Kamala. All my
Yo,
Trump
everyone,
supporters,
baby bottles and
hashtag
pivots and laughing
Kamala.
faces.
Yeah, we're gonna prosecute the Biden family and get out.
King, I don't know if you think that everyone else is just as dumb as you are. You are pivoting around my question, and it is abundantly clear, and I bet it's even starting to become clear, right, to the Trump supporters watching the live. Don't embarrass yourself in front of your friends, okay? Right? Answer my question. How is Trump going to pay for the $4 trillion in debt-related spending associated with another 10 years of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that is going to disproportionately benefit rich people? Right now, you're being very insufferable. And Raymond, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. And Stephanie with the subscription. Go ahead and answer the question, man. I really want an answer. Oh, Mr. Jones wants to be left up? Bet.
It figures you. Oh yeah, I don't talk to the devil. God bless the people of God. We rebuke the devil. We stand on the head of the devil. Trump 2024. We gonna put him back in office. Trump 2020, and I'm crushing you. 100,000 on one page and on the other. We're gonna win this election. I'm crushing you, destroying y'all.
Cynthia, thank you for the $15 on PayPal.
Yeah!
Thank you so much for the love so I can have a hearing aid
Trump
after King screams at me.
2024,
Thank you for the
all my
$15
Trump
W's for
supporters.
Cynthia.
All my Trump
Why don't you ever
supporters,
answer
we
questions,
stand on
friend?
the head of them.
Why don't you
we
ever answer
stand on the
questions?
lying liberal. They do the work
Why don't you
of
ever
the
answer
devil.
questions?
Kamala Harris does
You
the
know what's
work
weird?
of the devil. Joe X does the work of the devil.
So when Trump talks about opportunity zones, we've asked the IRS, right? We've asked the Treasury Department. We've asked several, people associated with the campaign if they could furnish like some evidence of these opportunity zones, and none of them exist. Hey, yo, he's afraid of me. I dragged him, and it's all over YouTube. Dragged him to the depths of hell. I knew he'd run as soon as I showed up, though. I knew he'd run.
Oh man, you would have been perfect to talk to him.
I watched him. I've been watching for like the last 20 minutes, but I mean, I assumed that he was going to run as soon as he saw me. I'm the devil now, I guess.
Well, thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that he ran away. I really wanted to see y'all have a conversation. I'm sorry that he ran, man.
Yeah, it's cool, man. It's all good. Maybe next
if
time.
he hops back in, if he hops back in here, feel free to re-request.
All right, bro.
All right, take care, Jones. Damn, dude. That sucks, dude. I was so ready. I was so excited to see a conversation between Jones and him. Can we just get some massive L's in the chat for that guy running? We're going to go to move on to our next guest at this point, by the way. But let's get some massive L's in the chat for that guy running from Jones. I was so excited and so ready to see Jones talk to him. Damn, I feel bad for Jones, too, because he was waiting here for a while. But yo, Phoenix, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Phoenix. Thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents. You're awesome. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's for Phoenix in the chat. We got our next guest loading in right now. Everyone do be patient. We got Lauren and Kevin loading in, y'all. Then also, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. What's going on? Kevin, are you voting for Trump?
No, but I'm hell no. But
I appreciate you for coming up, Kevin. However, I am unfortunately only looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump, y'all. Those are the rules. Also, here, spam MAGA in the chat specifically if you are voting for Trump. We are going to go and get more debates underway here. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. What's going on, man? Thank you for the hand arts. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah,
Karma, are you
Trump.
awesome? All right. So, Mehdi, why are you voting for Trump?
I don't want World War III.
Okay, so if Kamala Harris
That's
is
my
elected,
sole
World War
reason.
III is going to start. So I just want to clarify, if Donald Trump is elected, the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with its massive lasers. I'm voting for Harris because I don't want to be exploded by a laser.
Okay, if you're voting for Harris, are you going to go to the Russian front?
No, because I'm not going to be sent to the Russian front because we won't have Putin's puppet in office, aka Donald J. Trump, right? The guy that has leaked Kremlin documents suggesting that Putin thinks that he's easily to be manipulated. But I have a question. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for like rape?
I just think that stuff's a bunch of lies.
Okay, that's all a lie. Do you think his felony convictions are a lie too?
No, I'm seriously. You vote for Harris and you get drafted, you'll be gone.
Yeah, man. So that's what we call fear mongering. That's legitimate what we call a lie. The Republican platform doesn't stand behind any fact, logic, or reason. They literally just stand behind fear mongering. They have to convince old white men that if Harris is elected, World War III is going to start. It's embarrassing for them. But please answer my question. Do you accept or reject Donald Trump's 34 felonies?
I don't even care about it. He wants to end the war. That's why our inflation's high.
Oh, because of the war?
That's why our money's devalued. That's where all our money's going. It's going to the Ukraine, and we're fueling Europe with oil.
Okay, so yeah, we've actually not printed any new money to send to Ukraine. We've only sent about $107 billion, predominantly in weapons, right, as an appropriation from our DoD budget. And then second of all, if like spending and printing money causes inflation, would you say that Trump caused more inflation than Biden and Harris because he spent and printed more money?
No.
Okay, so then spending and printing money doesn't
We're
cause
at war.
inflation.
It's a wartime
So then our
economy.
support of the war in Ukraine didn't cause inflation.
We're in a wartime economy. That's why our inflation's so high. Got to end the
a
war.
wartime economy is literally what brought us out of the Great Depression. I just want to put that out there. I don't support the industrial military complex, but it definitely doesn't devastate economies. In fact, it promotes manufacturing. That's why like rich men take advantage of like the death and sufferings of others during wartime. But this definitely doesn't address my point here. You're saying that the war caused inflation by spending money. There was more money spent by Trump than Biden and Harris. About $8.6 trillion signed into debt-related spending by Trump. Meanwhile, only 4.6 signed into debt-related spending.
We didn't have
by
any of
Biden
this
and Harris.
problem till the war started. Inflation's high over the world. It makes the markets unstable.
Yeah, COVID caused the inflation. Oh, look at his bio. I am a 50-year-old male business owner. I love young, chubby, beautiful women. What do you mean by young there? Maddie, what do you mean by young there? What is young? And you left. Yo, bro. Dude. Okay, the fact that he left there makes me think the fucking worse. I swear. Well. What do you know? Another old white man voting for Trump that's most likely a P3DO. I swear to God, every single time, like clockwork. Fucking hell. Dude, holy shit.
You like to suck Harry Sisson's cock, you fucking pussy.
Okay. Hey, I have a question real quick.
Sucking Harry Sisson bottom boy bitch.
Hey, I like facts, not emotion. So get out of your emotions.
You're a gay
and
ass
let's talk about the
faggot paid
facts.
puppet, Harry bottom Sisson and faggot.
Okay, and of course he slurs. I apologize for his use of slurs to their chat. I should have seen it coming. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the box. Douglas, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Douglas. Let's get some W's in the chat for Douglas for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that so much. Massive W's for Douglas down below while we get our next guest up in the box. Rosalind with the $20 on Venmo and Phoenix with the $20 and the 24 cents as well. Let's get at least 200 W's for Rosalind, 200 W's for Phoenix, and 200 W's for Doug. Thank you guys so much. What's up, Ultra Rare? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala. I just want to say that guy, the 50-year-old.
Awesome. I do appreciate you for coming up. Once again, just looking to debate Trump supporters. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Spam MAGA down below if you want to come up as well. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. Everyone do be patient. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump, Ken?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So the question that I'd ask you here is, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is very sexist.
Okay, how would he be sexist? Can you explain that?
Yeah, of course. So he violently sexually abused or raped a woman in 1996. He sexualized a 10-year-old girl, saying that he'd date her in 1992. On the Access Hollywood tapes, he boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent, saying that when he saw a pretty woman, he had to kiss them. He couldn't hold back. Right? It's also the case that on Sirius XM, he boasted to Howard Stern about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owned the place to inspect them. He's shown an absolute lack of care for the thoughts, wants, needs, feelings, and opinions of women historically in the past. So why would we expect him to care moving forward?
I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know what resources you come from, because a lot of resources nowadays are very biased. But I would just like to clarify, he has served a term. So what has he done in the term that has been terrible for women? That has been terrible for anyone? Like, it's just...
Great question.
For instance, they've both been in prison.
He put justices on the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has led to all 170 million American women and girls losing their federal protections for access to abortion. Since Roe v. Wade has been overturned, 65,000 women who got pregnant as a result of rape have been denied abortions because of his bans.
Well, abortion is kind of iffy on me. When it comes to abortion, I am on both.
Do you think that 65,000 victims of rape being denied abortion isn't kind of...
That's why I said abortion for me is iffy, because I think if it's hard to explain. I think you should be able to have an abortion, but at the same time, you can't just open your legs and say, well, I got pregnant, let me just get an abortion. Like, I feel like you should have rules. Like, for instance, prove that you can't financially support this baby. Prove that you can't do this. Prove that you've been raped. Like, you have to prove it. You can't just cry wolf and say, well, I just open my legs every single time. Now I have to keep getting an abortion every single time. So I'm iffy about it. I'm kind of 50-50 on both sides of it. That's why I don't really talk about abortion. But also, I would just like to clarify, Trump has put in a bill to where whenever you have an abortion, it goes to the states, because he knows that abortion is the number one, I would say, problem that everyone has in America, that everyone debates about, that everyone talks about. So he's like, instead of me telling you what you can do, because I'm a man, I'm not going to tell you what to do, I'm going to let the state decide. So
you're going to let the other white men in Washington
No, he
DC
said
decide.
State, meaning the states, 50 states. You go to your state legislator and you vote whether you want abortion or not.
Okay, yeah,
You
so we're
can't
going to
be
go to
mad
respond
that
to
your
that real
state
quick.
voted to have an abortion.
Before I do, Delightfully, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Delightfully. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. And Cynthia, thank you for the $15 as well. Let's get some W's for Delightfully and Cynthia in that chat right now. Thank you all so much. So I just want to clarify, you support it being rescinded back to the state so we put more power in the hands of the people to vote on their legislation?
That's the point, is the people
I want to ask you a
deciding.
conceptual question.
Yes,
I want to
that's
ask you a
the point.
conceptual question.
Yes,
So
that's the
would
point.
you support it being rescinded from the state level to, like, I don't know, the county level, so we put even more individualistic power in the hands of the constituents of each county?
Yeah, of course. That's why I always say abortion is, you can have either or, 50-50. That's why I say you can't say, oh, you can't have abortion. I think you can have abortion. You just need to have laws and regulations on
Please
it.
just allow me to cook. Please just allow me to cook.
Go ahead
So you're
and
saying
try.
it should be brought from the federal level to the state level to put more power in the hands of the people.
That's
and
what he
then
did.
hypothetically, you'd support bringing it from the state level to the county level to put even more power in the hands of the people. Well, what if we brought it from the county level to the city level to put even more power in the hands of the people? Then we brought it from the city level to the household level to put even more power in the hands of the people. And then we took it from the household level into the hands of each individual American woman and girl. If we have federal protections for every single American woman and girl's individualistic right to choose, we put the most power in the hands of the people. If you are about the power in the hands of the people, you would support federal codification of protections for all 170 million American women and girls. Now, something else I wanted to say, you said that you think that we should have rules and regulation about abortion. You said that, if she doesn't have financial issues, an abortion's murder. If she does, it's a form of healthcare. There's no difference in the body and the life of a fetus conceived of a family with or without financial issues. There's only a difference in the state of mind of the mother. So you are not pro-life because you care about the unborn, or you'd be pro-life in both scenarios. You are pro-life because you care about controlling women who hold different values than you do in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex. That's why I am pro-choice, because I genuinely care about life. I don't want to force unwanted kids in unready households. I don't want to shift the family dynamic from financially well-off adults that consent to having children that desire to have a family to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls and be mothers and fathers because a white man in Washington, D.C. told the woman that she can't access health care.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that's why I never, when it comes to abortion, that's why I'm 50-50 with both sides, because either way, I don't know how to explain. I've had my own personal experiences. I've had people in my family who's had abortions for personal reasons, financial reasons, rape reasons. I've had that. But at the same time, you can't go out and say, let me just get this abortion. And half the time, like I said, healthcare is not available. So who's paying for it? It's the people that don't support it that's paying for it. So that's why a lot of people are pissed off about it, because they're paying for something they don't support. That's why I say whenever it comes to abortions, they need to go in with a needle and thread, and they need to go rule by rule on what you can and can't do, because it's not fair that these kids can go out and just open their legs and say, let me just get an abortion. But at the same time, it's not right to be raped. It's not right to just be forced to have a child when you can't afford it. Because when you're forced to have a child without financial help or mental help, then what happens to that child? Foster care.
Chris, thank you for the $5.
Foster care, orphanage, whatever it may be. That's why I'm saying when it comes to abortion, I'm not going to say Trump or Kamala. I'm 50-50. I think there needs to be things going on both sides to where they can come together as one. Yeah.
So I just want to clarify here that no, predominantly for access to abortion, right, it's going to be funded either through private means or through the use of organizations or charities that will raise money to pay for women's abortions. But the issue of how we're going to pay for an abortion is completely separate and completely different from should we have access to abortion. And I want that to be recognized and understood. If the issue was that other people didn't want to pay for it, well, then maybe you should advocate for legislation to ban public paying for it through government forms of healthcare, right? Not banning all access. Okay, that's a completely different issue. Now, what I want to say to you here is that you're essentially saying, well, right, these women are being so reckless, they're going out and, in your own words, quote unquote, spreading their legs, getting pregnant, and because they engage in this reckless activity, they shouldn't have access to healthcare and they should be obligated to be an incubator for 9 months against their will. Here's my issue for that. I think that we can make an ideological... I think that we can make an ideological separation between someone engaging in reckless, unsafe sex and having access to healthcare to soothe and to act as a saving grace from keeping an unwanted kid out of an unready household.
Yeah,
I don't think
I understand that, but you
allow me to finish.
Okay, I'll let you finish.
I don't think that the majority of women who are getting abortions are doing so because it's so reckless and unsafe. 54% of women who get abortions are doing so because of the failure of contraceptives. But what I'd also say here is I don't give a fuck if you're a 55-year-old married woman on birth control and a husband using a condom and you got pregnant. You should have the same access to healthcare as an 18-year-old girl going out partying every single weekend, sleeping with hundreds of dudes. I don't give a fuck. And you want to know why I don't give a fuck? Because we could address issues not through stigmatization or banning healthcare, but through education. Implementing higher levels of sex ed in school to teach people on what sex is and how to engage in it safely, through public access and free access to contraceptives and birth control, which, by the way, Republicans have fought against all three of those things. But at the end of the day, even if you think it's wrong to engage in sex without the intention to reproduce, well, shit. I think it's wrong to smoke cigarettes, but if someone does smoke cigarettes and gets lung cancer, I'm not going to deny them health care. So you could say it's wrong to engage in sex without an intention to reproduce, but if someone does engage in sex without that intention, you shouldn't turn around and deny them health care. You should just educate them and influence them through non-stigmatization and educational means to not engage in the unsafe sex in the first place. The same way we educate people on not to smoke through the use of education in schools, ads on TVs, etc., not to smoke in the first place, but if they do, we're not going to deny them health care.
Okay, can I ask you this, though?
Yeah.
So why did they tell you not to smoke? Because of what? Because you can get cancer, because of the health.
Yeah, but if someone does smoke, knowing that it can cause them cancer, they're still allowed to go to the hospital and get cancer treatment.
Okay, but let me talk. I'll let you talk. Please let me speak. Why do
Go
they
for it.
tell people not to get pregnant? Because it's hard to raise a baby financially, mentally, emotionally. It's very hard. It's not easy. It really isn't. Whether you have a family background, whether you have a village standing behind you 10 toes or not, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. That's why they're telling people you should not be rewarded for bad behavior. If you're going to get pregnant, if you're going to go out and open your legs and know that you
No,
have
how about you tell the
just
men to
listen,
stop being
just
sluts
listen,
and
you
sleeping
know-
with
Yeah,
women
don't
unless they
sleep
have
with
an
people
intention to
because you
reproduce?
know what's going to happen. What's going to happen is you have the
How about you tell the
chance-
men? How about you tell the men that? How about we start stigmatizing the men? I'm so
No,
sick and
no,
tired
it's not
of hearing this
stigmatizing
misogynistic rhetoric telling women to stop "quote unquote"
I let
opening
you
their
speak, and
legs.
then when I
Let's
speak,
go
it's
ahead and
awful.
address the men. Let's go ahead and talk about how slutty some of these men are out here with a body count of 2 higher on average in comparison to their
They're not the ones that are carrying babies, though. They're not the ones that are forced. Because sadly, as sad as this may be, the men are always the men get to decide whether or not to be in that child's life, and that's sad. You know, the mother always has to be there, and 9 times out of 10, it's the mother. So
Cammy, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. W's for Cammy in the chat. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you, Cammy.
Issue is you open your legs and you know you have a chance of getting pregnant. So it's just like if you go out and you try to rob a bank, you know there's a chance of you getting caught and there's a chance of you going to jail. So you getting pregnant isn't a surprise to you, is it? So why is it okay for you to say, oh, well, I got pregnant, let me just get rid of it? That's your consequence. You need to grow up and you
Okay.
need to live with what happened to you. You did
Okay.
that. Now, rape should not be involved because I don't
Okay.
believe in rape. I don't believe in that at all.
I'm asking you to please say grape instead of the RAP.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Great. That's not okay at all. I don't mess with that. You know, that's why I say abortion is weird for me. But
Okay.
once again, you cannot condone bad behavior. You cannot
Hey,
say
Ken.
it's okay, but it's not. It's not okay to open your legs because you're producing a child. I mean, back in the day, America.
Bro,
was
stop
mostly-
fucking yapping.
No, back in the day, America was mostly Christianity, and Christianity values were what's inside of you is what's inside. That's your baby. So now that we don't care anymore, it's all of a sudden an issue when more than half of the people in America are Christians. Christian
Hey,
values.
hey, Ken. If I spread my lips like you're accusing women of spreading their legs, and I huff and puff on a cigarette, knowing that it could give me lung cancer, should I be able to go to the hospital and get chemotherapy to terminate the life of that lung cancer?
Chemotherapy
Or
has
should I
nothing
deal
to
with
do with the baby. If
consequences
someone
like
tells
you're
me that
telling
I'm
the
gonna
women to?
die, if someone tells me that I'm pregnant and there's a risk of me dying, then yes, that's why I'm saying abortion is very iffy for me because there is certain things that I'm like, yeah, if I'm gonna die, that's not okay because I
You're
can
not
produce more
answering my
babies.
question.
That's
You
fine.
are actually.
So I don't even
not
know what you're
answering-
even trying to say. My point is, if
Ken,
you're gonna open
hey,
your
Ken,
legs,
I'm going to mute your mic if
Okay.
you don't answer my question.
Okay, I'll answer. What's your question?
If I spread my lips and I huff and puff on a cigarette all night long, knowing it runs me the risk of giving me non-lethal lung cancer that will severely detriment the quality of my life for at least the next 9 months, should I be able to go to the hospital and get chemotherapy to terminate that life of that lung cancer? Or should I have to deal with the damn consequences of my actions because I chose to spread my lips?
That has nothing to do with the child. That's what I'm saying. Christianity
Gotcha.
values are different when it comes to a child. When it comes to
Ken?
something that's being reproduced in a
Would you like
woman's
me to show you
body,
the conceptual
it is very
analogy?
valuable of life, and that's why they say abortion is not allowed until after this amount of days, because that's when it becomes an actual child. That's when it has a beating heart. That's when it becomes God's child, and God has now touched that baby.
talking
And that
about
is why a lot of the people don't like
Wait,
abortion.
God touches
because
babies?
A lot, 90% of Americans are Christians, once again. So, of course, they're not going to think that that's okay. They don't. A lot of people that say that they don't support abortions aren't saying that they support abortions
Ken, I
when
don't
it
wanna have to
becomes
mute
to
you.
that. They're saying that they don't support abortions when you just go out and spread your legs. Now, when it comes to rape and when it comes to risk of
Dude,
death,
Ken, I literally
it's a
told you
different
not to say
story.
that word. Ken, you are acting like an RNC robot. I've told you not to say RAPE and instead say grape multiple
Okay, well, I
times now.
apologize for keep saying that. And I'll stop. But
Yeah,
you can go ahead and try to just say something. Like, I just feel like I keep going in circles.
Because you keep on repeating the same thing and ignoring my arguments. So
Your argument was, should I deny health care? And I said that has nothing to do with anything that has involved a baby. Whenever you have cancer and it becomes a medical emergency and you could die, yes, you deserve medical health care. But when it becomes, oh, I just don't want it because I don't want to live with the consequences
Hey, can you
of
shut the
dealing with
fuck
a
up?
baby, then that's a problem. And you're just mad because I'm right. Right or wrong?
I'm getting upset because you're not letting me speak, not because you're wrong.
Letting you speak, you have literally interrupted every time I have tried to say anything. I have let you speak every time I have not talked. I've been very respectful.
I don't think you have.
I
speak
really
now?
think I have. I have not spoken anytime you talked. You have interrupted me every single time.
Yeah. Hey, first of all, Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. That's so incredibly kind of you, Kathy. Holy shit. Thank you, Kathy. I want to see at least 500 W's for Kathy in the chat. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. So, yeah. So first of all, I did respond to your position. You said that women should be obligated to deal with the consequences of engaging in sex, knowing that it would lead to the risk of pregnancy. Right. And I don't think just because women engage in sex knowing that it runs the risk of a pregnancy, that obligates them to dealing with the consequences. I'll give you a very intuitive analogy with this. If a smoker knows the risks of smoking to do with cancer, that doesn't obligate them to sustain the cancer. If a driver knows the risks with driving, that doesn't obligate them to deal with the risks of getting into a car accident. And I mean, we could do this time and time again. It doesn't really matter. But the main point stands. And then my second point would be is that we could advocate against people engaging in sex unsafely without protection, without banning abortion, right? Promoting contraceptives, promoting sex ed is not antithetical to a worldview that allows women to get abortions. And then third of all, right, you specifically said that the reason you value the life of the unborn is because of your religion. Ken, here's my position on that. Look,
no, it's not my religion. Sorry. I had to say it. No, it's not my religion. I'm saying most of America is Christian, so I go off of what most of Americans are. Not myself. I'm not Christian.
Okay, so 250 years ago, when most of America thought that it was okay for white people to own black people's property, would you go off that too?
No.
Okay, so obviously the crowd consensus doesn't dictate what's morally
Once again, race has nothing to do with abortion.
What was it? Wait, what did I just relate there? What was my relation?
I don't even know, because you're over here talking about something that had totally nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Okay, well, Ken, so the issue here is that you lack a certain ability to abstractly think. I could explain the relation to you. So the relation there was, you told me, well, majority of Americans think that this is the case, therefore you will also think that it's the case. But just because majority of people find something to be true doesn't mean that it's true. For instance, majority of people in Germany in the 1930s and 40s thought that it was okay to unalive Jewish people. Majority of white people in our own country 200 years ago thought that it was okay to enslave black people. Majority of people, regardless of their society 500 years ago, thought that it was okay for like 50-year-old men to marry 6-year-old girls. And majority of all humans that have existed throughout like human time have specifically found the earth to be flat. So crowd consensus doesn't necessarily align with the truth.
Okay.
All right, so that would debunk your claim of being pro-life for the reason that most people are pro-life?
No.
Could you explain to me how that doesn't debunk your point?
Okay, just repeat that one more time, because I have a hard time just even understanding what point you're trying to make.
Yeah, the point
like your
is
point, like what is your point? Your point is saying because we thought slavery was okay back then that it's abortions. That doesn't even make any sense. We grew up and we went through a lot of things in life. And it's
Heidi, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Heidi. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal, Heidi. Massive W's in the chat for Heidi. Okay, my point is, just because majority of people find something to be true doesn't mean that it's true. So when you say that you are pro-life because majority of people think that the life of a fetus is valuable, doesn't mean that the life of a fetus is valuable.
I just told, it has nothing to do with truth. It has nothing to do with truth. It's called common sense. Whenever it's called, actions have consequences. When you go rob a bank, if you do something wrong, actions have consequences. Just like back, you don't even make sense. Actions have consequences. You can't just go out and say, well, I'm gonna go out, have fun, and possibly get pregnant tonight, but who cares?
Jocelyn, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Jocelyn. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much.
You know how many people I have met that have had abortions that instantly regretted it?
Okay, yeah, getting an abortion has a lower regret rate than any elective medical procedure.
No, it does not.
Okay, well, that's just
where are
like
your facts coming from? Because a lot of mental health issues come from abortion.
The American, the American Medical Association has specifically indicated that regret rates are much lower for abortion in comparison to other elective medical procedures. It's also the case just because a procedure would carry some regret rate, that therefore it's wrong. I don't think that's good logic. For instance, there's also a lot of mothers that regret giving birth. Does that mean that giving birth is wrong?
What are you talking about? Wait, say it one more time.
You didn't, dude. You didn't see the
I'm
conceptual
honestly reading
analogy
these
there?
comments because people are just going off, but I didn't even hear what you said.
Okay. A lot of women regret giving birth. Does that mean that we should make it illegal to give birth?
No.
Okay.
Because it's what happens to your body. It's a
So a lot of
natural
women-
occurrence within your body.
A lot
Natural.
of women.
What happens naturally when semen goes into, a woman's body part? What happens?
Wait. We shouldn't ban things that are natural.
No.
Okay.
Everything-
So
no.
the definition of natural is what occurs in nature. Grape occurs in nature. Does that mean that we shouldn't make it illegal to grape people?
How many abortions are in? Before I say that word, how many abortions are being done by the cause of that?
What?
How many abortions are being done by the cause of grape?
Oh, great. I don't know that. Like it's like 1 or 2%.
Very
of all
minimal, and I'm not saying that grape is right or wrong, but it's very minimal. Statistic wise, it's very minimal compared
I
to
don't
the other
understand what that
reason why
means, though.
people get abortions, and that is why that is what Trump goes off of. He goes off of statistics, most likely. What is most of Americans doing? What does most Americans want? What is most? It's statistics, not what does 5% of America want.
Okay. So if Trump
If you want
wanted
a
to-
voice and you want
Hey,
to make a difference
so
about it,
I
then
have
you
a
go out and
question.
say something. But other than
if
that,
Trump-
it's not going to happen.
If Trump wanted to enslave 5% of the American population to better off the 95, would you support Trump still?
No, because it has nothing to do with what I just said.
Yeah, you just said that it's okay for Trump to ban 65,000 women that got pregnant as a result of grape, the medical health care they need, because, well,
That's
apparently
literally,
it
you're
benefits
trying
the
to, okay, so now you're trying to put words in my mouth. Once again, grape is not okay. That's why I say when it comes to an abortion, I think there needs to be regulations put in place. I think whenever someone wants to go up to Planned Parenthood and sign a paper to go, kill their child or whatever, how they're feeling about it, there needs to be some backgrounds involved. Just like whenever you go get a job, there's a background check to make sure you're a good person.
I
You
don't
can't
think that
say,
there should
oh,
be background
you should have
checks.
financial
I'm so sorry.
stability.
Do
You
we
should have
do we
mental
background check
stability.
people when they go to the ER? Crazy.
ER has nothing to
insane.
do with.
Oh
You're
yeah,
not making
healthcare.
sense. I don't go to
Healthcare has
Planned
nothing.
Parenthood because I'm
Healthcare has
dying.
nothing to do with.
I
Healthcare
don't
has
go to
nothing to
Planned
do with
Parenthood
healthcare.
because I'm dying. I go to Planned Parenthood
Healthcare.
because I'm sad about
Yeah,
my life
hey, Ken,
and I
Ken,
don't want
one
what's
second.
inside me.
Ken, one second. Healthcare has nothing to do with healthcare. That was like the smartest thing that anyone's ever said in my life.
Healthcare means if
I
you
actually-
are sick
hey,
and you aren't feeling good and
God, I'm finally gonna meet you. Oh, that felt so good. Oh, that felt so good to finally do it. Oh, that felt so good to finally mute her. Jesus Christ, I've been waiting so long to do that. That felt so good. Oh my God. Let's go. Okay, all right. MAGA meltdown for sure. I just want to ask you a question, Ken. Go ahead and unmute that mic if you can figure out how. There we go. I have a question. In what part of a woman's body does conception occur?
huh?
What part of a woman's body does conception occur?
What part of a woman's body?
Uh
Why does that matter?
huh. Because you want
We're
to talk
not
about.
proving any point. This is my whole.
Okay.
let me
Oh
just-
no.
talking because I can
No,
never talk.
No. What part of a woman's body does conception occur?
Why does that matter?
Do you not know?
Why does it matter?
Ken,
No,
if
I
you don't
do.
answer my question,
That don't matter. Why does that matter?
I will
Because
tell
that's
you
not
why it
the
matters.
point. You haven't listened to my
Hey,
point this whole
Hey,
entire time.
no, Ken, you're on.
circles about
No,
how
no,
I
no,
can't,
no,
like,
no,
it's
no,
not
no,
even
no,
make
no, 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 Ken, you're on my live. I will remove you if you don't honestly answer my question. If you don't know what part of a woman's body conception occurs, just tell me.
I don't need to know, and I don't want to know.
Okay. And what part of a woman's body does a fetus develop?
It does not matter. Do you not understand my ruling?
Oh, you're done.
You don't
Oh,
understand
you are
my
so
ruling?
done.
You
You
don't
are
get my
so
ruling at all, do you?
fucking done. You are so done. How long is the typical pregnancy?
It's fucking 42 weeks. Why does it matter?
Oh, Ken. So conception occurs in the fallopian tubes. A pregnancy occurs in the neonatal development.
Why does that matter?
So it's 40 weeks, but 42 is not too far off. Alyssa, thank you for the $13 on PayPal, saying Texans for Harris. W's for Alyssa in the chat. Jesse with the $3.
I choose not to know about anything that goes on because I know that if a dick goes in, I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't even say that word. I should know that if a penis goes inside me, that I have a possibility of getting pregnant. And there's a possibility that there could be numerous of things that goes on and you could die from pregnancy. It's very common. That is why they have epidural. That is why they have medications now, because pregnancy is very, very painful. And if you do a natural birth, thank to you, because it's very hard and you could die from it. That's why I'm saying I don't even know why we're arguing about abortion, because when it comes to me and voting for Trump, I'm voting for Trump on his other policies, not about abortion. So I don't even know why we're talking about abortion.
I'm so down to talk about the other reasons why you're voting for Trump. I don't think that you're going to make it very far in this abortion conversation. I'm going to give my last thoughts on it, though. So personally, all right, thinking that you have the vindicated right to tell all 170 million American women and girls what they can and can't do with their bodies, meanwhile you don't even know that a fetus develops in a uterus, is insane to me. Then second of all, the logic that people are obligated to deal with the consequences of their actions given the foreknowledge of the potentiality of the consequences is insane to me. I know every time I hop in my car, there's a potentiality of me getting fucking T-boned. That doesn't obligate me to pay for their health care. That doesn't.
Yeah, but it's just like, okay, what about people who are, I don't even know if I can say this word.
No, don't interrupt me.
So someone self-harm, should I just say, go ahead and do it because you want to do it to your own body? No, you give them the mental health they need and you help them out. That's why I say when it comes to an abortion, instead of telling the woman, okay, get rid of it.
Wait. So denying women access to abortion is helping them out?
Help her out, because if you're not helping, then you're just making the problem worse.
Hey, Ken. The whole point of allowing women to access abortion is helping them out, motherfucker. Be so fucking for real.
No, that's not helping them out.
You think that the termination of a pregnancy with 2 pills on week 10 isn't helping a woman out, when this specifically negates the consequences of 9 months of the pain, trauma, and suffering associated with pregnancy, and then the pain, suffering, and trauma associated with childbirth, and then the parental obligation that will be onset for the next 18 years, and the financial obligation that could be onset for life? Oh my god, crazy! But
yeah,
what are the other reasons? What are the other reasons you
decide to go and have sex? You have the chance of getting pregnant.
But you
cannot be mad and say, "Let me just get rid of it."
You've incessantly contradicted yourself. You told me if a smoker knows the potentiality of getting lung cancer from smoking,
if they're dying, yes, they should get medical help. If they're dying,
okay, I have a question.
If they're fine and they're normal, no.
Ken. What if that lung cancer has the same potentiality to kill them as the average pregnancy? Should they be able to still seek medical treatment then?
That doesn't even make sense, because that doesn't even have to do with science. Bring some science into it, and then I can argue. But that
is absolutely science. Answer my question. If someone is smoking a cigarette knowing that it runs the risk of giving them lung cancer, and this lung cancer has the same potentiality of ending their life as a pregnancy has a potentiality of ending a woman's, should they be able to seek medical treatment, Ken?
It ends their life. You know how it would end their life, and how would they know it would end their life is when they got cancer. That's when they would know. And guess what? There's treatment for cancer.
I'm going to go ahead and ask my question once again. If you don't,
you can't just walk in a hospital and be like, "Hey, I smoked a pack of cigarettes. I think I'm probably going to die. Help me out."
Ken, I'm gonna ask you my question one last time. Is that fair?
Fair for what? Yeah, that's fair. It is fair. That's what I'm saying. When it involves death,
Tony,
and someone's going to die, then yes.
I'm sorry, not Tony. Right. Tony, thank you for the $2 on Venmo.
When it involves death, yes.
Okay.
Because I don't think any woman should die. I don't think that at all. I don't think anybody should die. That's why I say when it comes to abortion, I'm iffy about it, because I don't think you should just completely ban it.
Hey, Ken, I'm asking you a question, and I want you to answer my question. I'm going to ask you my question one last time, and I want you to listen closely. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
If a cigarette smoker smokes a cigarette knowing that it runs the risk of giving them lung cancer, and they do get lung cancer, and this specific type of lung cancer is just as likely to kill them as a pregnancy would be to kill a woman, should the smoker be able to seek medical treatment to terminate the life of that lung cancer?
Yep.
Or should they be forced to deal with the consequences of their actions?
Yep, because they're going to die.
Okay, well then can I say that all women should be able to seek medical treatment to terminate?
No, because not everyone's going to die because you're pregnant. Not everyone's
Reasons-
gonna has the chance of death whenever they're pregnant. Just like
Kim.
not everyone has the chance of cancer
Kim,
whenever you smoke cigarettes.
With all due respect, quit talking. It was implied in the hypothetical that the cancer and the pregnancy have the same risk of death.
I answered this question like 500 times. I just said
No, the reason I'm saying that you're not answering this
they should have
question-
medical health. What other way do you want me to answer?
The reason you didn't answer my question here is because you said in the one scenario of the cigarette smoker, they should be able to get treatment because of the risk of the cancer killing them, but you wouldn't say the same thing for a woman that's pregnant. But the
I just
implication
did. I
is-
said if in a pregnancy, if they tell you you have a risk of dying if you carry this baby, yes, I do believe that. That's why I say when it comes to an abortion, I am not on either side. I am about 50-50.
Chat, should we just
Because
drop
I
them?
don't think you should just say, well, you should just have to have
Pregnancy-
this baby and you can
Okay.
die. I don't believe in that.
There is always an associated risk of death with pregnancy, and we're implying
Always.
that the cancer. So all victims, all pregnant women should be able to.
Yes, and that's why doctors monitor you. That's why you go to doctor's appointments. That's why you go to ultrasounds.
Dude, that one hurt my brain. I talked to her for a little bit too long, huh, chat? Hey, Cecilia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for dealing with the ignorant so patiently. That one was rough. Bethany, thank you for the $5. Jesse with the $3 and Tony with the $2. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah,
How old are you?
that doesn't matter.
Are you above the age of 18?
I am.
Okay, so I thought that you were like a young boy. I understand
No.
that you're not. So,
No, but-
okay, why are you voting for Trump?
It doesn't matter. You got me so upset right now because somebody with lung cancer is way different than a woman that is pregnant.
Okay, listen, I'm here to debate people about why they're voting for Trump. If you don't tell me why you're voting
I'm
for
voting
Trump,
for
then you're not
Trump
here to-
because he's the only person that can save this world from people like you.
Okay. I actually, what do you mean by that? So, like, what policy is he intending to implement if he's elected to save the world from people like me?
It's not about policies. What policy does Camel Toe have?
Okay. First of her name is Kamala Harris, and the fact that you're saying
Sounds
that
like
as a woman
Camel
is
Toe.
disgusting.
Camel Toe.
And
No,
then- oh,
no,
yeah,
you're
so we
disgusting. You're disgusting. You
so
are
one second-
disgusting.
1 second, ma'am. So you specifically asked me about her about her policy. So
Yeah.
she intends to implement economic policy. She wants to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and
She's a
middle class.
liar. She's been proven to be a liar. Everything that comes out of that woman's mouth is a lie.
Okay, so Donald Trump has lied more than Kamala Harris. In fact, he told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told.
Well, tell me
which is
this:
denial of the outcome of the 2020
during the debate, how come everybody was fact checking everything Donald Trump said, but not one person fact checked anything Camel Toe said, and everything
Okay,
that she
stop
said?
calling Kamala Harris camel toe, or I'm
Why?
gonna
That's her
remove
name.
your grimy ass from my life.
Little boy, you have so much to learn.
Okay, I think that you have a lot to learn. I understand that you're older than me. You're probably 50 or 60, but you've turned 50 or 60. You've turned 50 or 60 times, right?
Yeah,
you
well,
may have
you're
more
like
life experience than me, but
12,
you haven't done
so-
as much with it. Okay, so I'm 12. So I'm gonna go. We're gonna go ahead and play a game. Since you're saying that I'm 12, let's see if you could outsmart a 12-year-old. Name one policy
Oh
that
my
Donald
God.
Trump passed while he was president that benefited the average American more so than it benefited rich people.
I don't. It doesn't have anything to do with policies. You're so hung up on policies.
Okay, what should we be hung up on if not policy?
Who's going to help this country?
Okay, I mean, how does a president help our country, ma'am? Through what? Through policy. Come on.
It doesn't matter.
Brenda, thank you for the $15 for being 12 years old. Thank you for the love, Brenda. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brenda. Thank you so much for the $15. And they ran away. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Brenda. Thank you so much for the $15. You are super duper awesome. And Bridget, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for schooling these MAGA supporters. Thank you for the love, Bridget. Let's get some W's in the chat for Bridget. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. W's for Bridget down below. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. Everyone do be patient. Running faster than Usain Bolt. So real. I'm actually really sad that she left. I really wanted to talk to her. We got our next guest loading in right now. Spam MAGA in that chat. And then once again, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms and they go straight to me. Phenomenal. We got our next guest loading in right now. We got Poke Plumber loading in. Spam MAGA in the chat if you want me to invite you up. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the corgi. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, why is that?
Well, I guess because I live in the South.
Okay, so your geographical location doesn't like force you to vote for a particular candidate.
No.
So
I mean,
why does the fact that you live in the
go ahead.
South give you a reason to vote for Trump?
I guess because my morals are different than people that live in the North and everything else. I mean, I'm not saying that Democrats are wrong.
What morals do you hold to that gives you reason to vote for Trump over Harris? And also, Julia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying hashtag not all women. Thank you so much for the love, Julia. Massive W's for Julia in the chat. So what morals do you hold to that give you reason to vote for Trump over Harris?
Well, I mean, he's straight up. He's real. You know, I've lived a long life. And
are you driving?
Donald Trump, me?
Are you
No.
driving? Okay. So you're saying that he's straight up and real.
Still.
Hey, let's be honest, man. Do you think that women can't lead?
Women, I'm not saying women can't lead at all. Women are very good at leadership. That's why there's women in sports.
Do you think that men are better
They're
at leading
leaders
than
in
women?
sports. No, because I'm not sexist. I'm not saying that a man can be better than a woman at leading, but in this particular
Okay,
case,
are you
is better fit.
racist then?
No, that has nothing to do with racism.
I mean, you just said that
There's
your
no
morals
color
from
in
living
the
in the
fact.
South. You said that your morals from living in the South give you reason to vote for the rich white man over the black woman. I'm just confused on like what morals would exist in you to give you reason to vote for the rapist, womanizer, child sexualizer, 34 count felon, fraudster, election denier, religious persecutor over Kamala Harris. And you've yet to tell me. You said he keeps it real. No, he lied over 30,000 times during his presidency, more so than any president we've ever had. And he's told the biggest lie out of any sitting president ever with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. Donald Trump isn't real. He's a liar. Donald Trump isn't real. He only wants to benefit himself. Donald Trump isn't real. He doesn't care about you. And he's willing to contort and manipulate any scenario if it makes him better off, even if it makes others worse off. Thank you.
Hey, fair enough. And
Michelle,
I'm
thank you
not
for the
gonna
trash
argue-
bed. Thank you for the love.
I'm not going to argue with anything like that because pretty much anybody that's in office is going to lie. It's period. It's straight facts. It
then
don't
why are
matter
you
if
voting
it's
for Trump?
Republican because I can see the truth of my paycheck that I get from 4 years ago was a fucking good paycheck. Sorry for my language.
So like they've increased your taxes?
Hell yeah! Ever since Democrats got in there, dude, I've got screwed.
We're
They
still
screwed the
under
middle
Trump's
class.
tax code.
Well,
Trump screwed the middle class. We're still under Trump's tax code.
well, I don't believe it because then why do we have a change?
Because some parts of his tax code have sunsetted due to regulations of his tax code. It sunsets in 2025. Yo, thank you so much for the champion. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for the donor in the chat. Thank you so much for the champion. We're under Trump's tax plan until 2025, big guy. He left. Phenomenal. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here. Everyone be patient while we get our next guest, King Cole, up in the box, y'all. Everyone do be patient. Not believing in facts is crazy. I know, the Republican agenda. Hey, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump? King Cole, hello? All right, King Cole isn't here. Spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Everyone do be patient while we get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. Everyone do be patient. Do give us 1 minute here, y'all. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. We are adding and inviting them up right now, ladies and gentlemen. All right, everyone. What's up, Michael? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala. I'm sorry, I had requested a few minutes ago.
No worries. What's up, Lily? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20. I'm
20. Are
voting
you
for
voting?
Trump. Yep.
Okay.
I just wanted to say.
So why are you voting for Trump?
I just think he'll better off our economy. But before you ask,
Name one policy that he passed during his first term that you liked.
see, I'm not.
Fake Trump supporter, not actually a Trump supporter. I could sense the troll. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, I could sense the troll. I've been doing this for so long. I can sense the troll. Hi, Jay. Are you voting for Trump? Jay's not here. What's up, Dawson? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. So why are you voting for Trump?
Pretty much just because the people around me like, it's more of a hostile kind of hate from the Democratic Party around me, and less hostile to me from the Republican.
Yeah, when did the Democrat platform accuse Haitians of eating
Is there a
cats?
Democrat platform?
When did the Democrat platform...
Is there a Democrat platform?
Yeah, you're looking at it. Okay. When did the Democrat
You calling
platform...
a woman a platform?
It's her.
You're
platform,
calling a
sir.
woman a platform.
I'm calling the woman the leader of her platform.
What is the platform?
The platform is Kamala Harris's campaign, currently for the White House. What? I'm so confused on what you're asking.
The name of the platform.
It's like the Democrat platform, and the current Democrat platform is Harrison Waltz.
Okay.
What the fuck? Okay, I think Dawson's running away. Okay, he's running away. Yeah, drop him. He's leaving. Damn, dude, that's how it works. Yeah, maybe you meant like an app. Yo, Leah, I appreciate you so much for the $5 on Venmo. W's for Leah in the chat for the $5. I really appreciate you for that love. We're gonna go and get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. Do spam in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Let me know right now. Spam MAGA down below. Everyone, do give us a minute. We got our next guest loading in right now. What's up, Charles? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Charles left. Moving on to our next guest. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, why so? Why the hell did you ever do such a thing?
The economy was better when Trump was in office compared to the Kamala and Biden administration.
Yeah, but Trump didn't make it better. He just kind of rode on Obama's coattails, and Biden and Harris didn't make it worse. COVID happened. If you could demonstrate to me how Trump made it better, how Biden and Harris made it worse, I'd give you a little bit more credence to your position.
The Paycheck Protection Program.
What? That's not a real thing. The Paycheck Protection Program is not a real thing. You just said 3 random words and you strung them together. I've been doing these debates. Okay, I'm pretty sure he's running away. Okay, he's back.
Fact check it. That's all you got to do.
What's that?
Fact check it. It's a loan that gave small businesses and employees paychecks and rent, all that, whatever they needed.
Oh, PPP loans?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So what policy did Trump influence get passed that offered PPP loans?
What is the Kamala and Biden, what would they do under a COVID pandemic?
Motherfucker. I'm not doing the pivots today. Have a good one, man. What the fuck? I'm not doing that. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I refuse. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why?
I feel as if Trump has helped America much more than Biden. And I noticed earlier you said that Trump is only trying to protect the rich. Even though he lifted nearly 7 million people off of food stamps.
How did he lift 7 million people off of food stamps? By just taking away their food stamps.
No.
Yes. Yes. He changed the income eligibility for federal food stamps programs and literally lifted them off the food stamps by kicking them off.
Okay.
I know, it looks pretty on the screen. Donald J. Trump, the Lord, the Savior, the Chosen One, lifted so many people off of food stamps.
Okay.
By kicking them off.
I am voting for Trump for his policies and because I am a Republican.
Okay, yeah, sure. So, what of Trump's policies do you like?
Lower taxes.
Okay.
Conservationism. I don't know how to say that.
Conservationism, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. We can talk about lower
capitalism, free trade, deregulations of corporations, and restrictions on labor unions. I also want to run a business, and being a Republican, we are getting money.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Would you support spending $1.6 trillion on like healthcare for all homeless people?
No.
But you told me you like Trump's tax plan, and that spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. So you're willing to help the billionaires, but you're not willing to help those living below the poverty line.
I think that I'm not saying all homeless people are in that situation because of the way they have chosen to live their life, but there is a grand amount of people that are homeless because of the way they live and the way they spend their money.
And there's a grand amount of ultra wealthy million and billionaires that are only in that position because they've exploited the labor of American citizens.
Okay, and there are also a grand amount of billionaires that give money to the homeless, give money to charity. It's not.
Listen, the point I was just asking is, like, you told me that you like Trump's tax cuts. When that spent $1.6 trillion, right, on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy with no clue how to pay for it. And I just think it's funny, right, because obviously you didn't know that, but like not wanting to like spend or invest $1.6 trillion into benefiting those who are worst off, but then turning around and saying that you're okay with spending and investing $1.6 trillion to make life easy on the people in like the top 1% so they could buy an extra yacht is just a little bit crazy in my mind. But yeah, so on Trump's tax code, 83% of those tax cuts went to the top 1%. It cost $1.9 trillion and it only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.04%. That's about $10 billion per year. I think that Kamala Harris's proposed tax policy is much better than Trump's. It's estimated to cost $2.4 trillion, and they're tax cuts that go directly into the pockets of the low and the middle class, 100 million American workers. And she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. It will be self-sustainable and not cost a dime to the deficit over 10 years. Trump's tax policy disproportionately benefits the ultra wealthy. It's estimated to cost another $4 trillion for another 10 years, and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. It's just going to increase the deficit. Why would you disagree with me here?
I am not going to disagree with you. I just tried to make a point.
Okay. Do you mind if I make one last point here?
Yeah, go right on ahead.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violently raping a woman?
Well, that was Trump.
So would you answer my question, please?
No.
Great, you're not voting for
I
Trump.
would
Thanks
do
for
a
coming up, Sam.
background check on Kamala as well. It was
Background check on Kamala, not Kamala. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. Spam in the chat if you want to come up and debate. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they're in the bio. Support on Venmo and PayPal is what allows me to continue to run these debates every single day and not have to focus on getting another job to help sustain my bills. I really appreciate everyone who's been showing support today. It means the world to me. Let's get at least 5 minutes of W's in the chat for everyone that has supported so far this stream. I love and appreciate each and every single one of you. What's up, Human? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am indeed.
Okay. Why so?
I believe that his tax cuts are actually good, and that I just don't believe Kamala after she lied 32 times during the debate.
Okay. So she didn't tell 32 lies. I know what you're referencing because I'm chronically online too. That's going to be an article by Hannity with Fox News, right?
No, that was me doing my own personal count.
Okay, go ahead and name all 32 lies she told during the debate.
All right, I wrote a few of them down right here. The top ones right here. His unemployment rate was much lower than 14.8% at the end of his term. The tax cuts, well...
April of 2020, at the end of Trump's term, we had a 14.8% rate of unemployment. Your first point's been debunked. You could reference the labor statistics.
Actually, October was the end right there. That marked the end of his decrease, which was at 6.4%.
So when we say at the end of his term, we could be referencing April of 2020 as well. You're just placing some arbitrary limiter saying that the end of his term must imply that it was in the last month of his presidency, right? But you don't know the message that is being communicated. At the end of his term could simply mean the last year or the last 6 months. And in April of 2020, he had an unemployment rate of 14.8%. So no, that isn't a lie that Kamala Harris told during the debate. That is just you misinterpreting what she said and placing an arbitrary standard, therefore implying that it was a lie.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How long do what presidents do last for after they get out of office?
That's once again an arbitrary question. I mean, you could implement policy that will literally last forever. You could amend the Constitution. You could implement tax policy that will expire in 5 years. It depends on what the type of policy is. But before we pivot off the whole lie point, you're saying that you can't trust a politician if they lie. Name a bigger lie that Kamala Harris has told than Donald Trump when he denied the outcome of the 2020 election.
He denied it fair and square. Everyone has a right to their own beliefs. It's not that he denied it saying it never happened. He denied it saying your facts are wrong.
I appreciate you for the boxing gloves. Okay, well, so if Donald Trump denying the outcome of the 2020 election until this very day, even though 63 courts have proved him wrong, 63 handpicked courts by Trump, by the way, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed. Well, I mean, why can't Kamala Harris's claim about the high rate of unemployment just be an alternative fact? So if Donald Trump can just deny the outcomes of the safest recorded election in history and just engage into pure and blatant conspiracy, and that's not a lie, how could you possibly accuse Kamala Harris of lying about a damn thing?
Because she did. She actively lied, especially when she started talking.
No, those are just her alternative facts. It's not a lie. It's an alternative fact, just like Trump's alternative facts.
Okay. Well, when talking about alternative facts, if you get so specific that you're saying every military person in an active combat zone doesn't exist, that's just a blatant lie, because there's videos of people in active combat zones. Like, who the hell are we in? Like,
where are they deployed?
There's some in Syria, some in Afghan still, and then we got to talk about the people who are still being shot and murdered on the borders that are military.
The proxy war with Russia and Syria was ended. We pulled out of Afghanistan. We have no active military boots on the grounds fighting a war for America. Okay, we always have active duty service military members deployed all around the world. Okay, we have embassies, we have bases in like NATO countries. It's a fact that happens, right? But we have no active military boots on the ground fighting in wars. But once again, Trump told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his presidency, with the biggest lie ever told by a sitting U.S. president, with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election that's been incessantly fact-checked and debunked. That is literally delusion, right? He also said that he got in a helicopter crash with Willie Brown. No, he didn't. He also said that he didn't rape E. Jean Carroll. No, he didn't. He said that Biden was using and controlling the DOJ to unfairly persecute him for his 34 felonies. No, he didn't. He consistently lies and lies and lies. In fact, we even have an advisor of Trump's admin the first 4 years he served, saying that Trump doesn't know the difference between something that is true and something that is false. He just speaks his mind, saying whatever he wants to say, and if it happens to align with reality, well, it does. And if it doesn't, then he just ignores it. Like, he doesn't really care. Yeah, we've never had a bigger liar than Donald J. Trump. That is a fact, point blank, period.
Okay. Do you have the results for the 63 different court cases that you're talking about? Because they never actually went through.
Yep. Well, they did. They got thrown out because of no evidence. So Donald Trump handpicked 63 courts, and then every single one of those 63 courts told him that he didn't have sufficient evidence for his claims and that they were not going to waste their time, money, duty, and service, and threw him out. That's what happens when you bring false claims to a courtroom.
Well, what happens is you actually get in trouble with the law. It's something that happens. It's called false.
Oh, kind of like Donald Trump has had 3 indictments against him for attempting to rig the outcome of the 2020 election by sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes from states that he lost into Congress to be counted as real. How do you feel about Trump trying to install himself for a second presidential term with his attempted coup in 2020?
I'm going to be completely honest. I did not know that fact that you just told me. So before I call it a fact, I would like to look into that a little bit more. But I will accept your opinion here and do some more research on that. Go over it one more time so I can write it down.
Yeah, just look up Trump's fake electorate plot. Trump's admitted to it. He's argued to the Supreme Court, and he's argued in the January 6 indictments that, yeah, he did send the fake slates of electorates. Yeah, he did try to overthrow the results of the election, but he should be immune from criminal proceedings, as it should be considered an official act of his presidency. It's not an opinion, it's a fact, and that's awesome. One last question I have for you here. You said that you liked his tax policy. Another 10 years of the TCJA is estimated to cost about $4 trillion. Where in the hell is that money going to come from?
I am not in office. I have no idea the resources that he has or the resources that he's to have in this presidency. But in the last tax cuts, people with an AGI of 15 to 50K had an average of 16 to 26% tax cuts, while the 1 million over people had less than 6%. The reason the numbers are so no, it's true. It's actual data that you can look up.
Just like you can reference the fact that 83% of the tax cuts in the bill went to the top 1%, people making over $400,000 per year. And on average, the bill resulted in the average American getting about $300 back with their tax return. Meanwhile, the average 1% are getting about $60,000 back. The average 1% has a tax burden of about 45%. They pay about 45% of like the government revenue as a whole. But yeah, the reason I say that I don't like his tax cuts is because they disproportionately benefit the top 1%. They cost a lot of money and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. Meanwhile, Harris's tax cuts are built for the average working class American. She knows exactly how much they're going to cost and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it.
Okay, talking about tax cuts, I have a question, genuine. Say 100 people make $100 each and their tax cut is 10%. Say one person that makes $1 billion gets a tax cut of 5%. Who's still paying more and who's still walking away with more money?
Bro, what? Why? Okay. Dude, either tell me how Donald Trump intends to pay for another 10 years of his TCJA or I'm just going to move on.
Okay, he intends to pay for it by using what we have here on land, which is an abundance of sources, by the way. And he's intending to use those to cut down on heavy equipment, which is what's costing this country. And when I say heavy equipment, I'm not just talking about physical things. I'm talking about the physical drain on the economy through the use of, well, labor. And then you go through it, and when he cuts down the cost of this, which would, let's say
cuts costs. No, he said that he was going to get rid of our debt and decrease the deficit in 2015. He increased it by $8.6 trillion, twice as much than what the Biden and Harris administration did. And then you're also going to say that he wants to take advantage of the natural resources here at home in America. Biden and Harris did more drilling here at home in America than Trump did.
Yeah, because everything went to shit and they needed to.
But Trump is going to take even more advantage of it?
Absolutely. He's like, his thing is that the first day he's in, he's going to be a dictator, and after that, he's done. When he says
he's going to pay for $4 trillion over 10 years by drilling for more oil in America, when oil drilling in America only produces about $50 billion in government revenue per year.
And we have a lot more than that. His thing is drilling.
They'd have to increase drilling. They'd have to increase drilling tenfold.
Yes, and it's something that's possible with all the land we have.
It is not possible. No, unless you're okay with them literally drilling in your backyard, that is not going to happen.
That's not how drilling works.
Give me one source that would indicate that it is possible for us to increase our drilling by 10 to 20 times in the next 10 years.
In the next 10 years, I have no idea. Plus, it doesn't matter. After 4 years, everything he does is going to be undone again.
Okay, so he's not going to pay for his tax cuts, so he has no clue how he's going to pay for the $4 trillion in debt-related spending. Perfect. Moving on from that point, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
That case is surprising timing, not going to lie. But also...
Oh, so you're blaming the victim. We've got a real stand-up guy. Yeah, you're white and women are scared to come out about rape.
Okay. Victims can lie about anything at any time, and they can also be paid for it. I'm not saying that they were. I'm not saying that they weren't. I'm saying that...
No, you literally fucking are. You literally are. Dude, like imagine your daughter came up to you. Wait, one second. I need to ask you a question before I say this. Do you know one piece of evidence that the victim used to prove to the jury that Donald Trump raped her, and do you know her name?
I'm not aware of her name, and I believe the piece of clothing was a dress with a DNA sample of him on it.
Wrong. The dress was never submitted as evidence to the court because Trump failed to provide his DNA. So you don't know her name and you don't know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court, yet you know that she was paid off for a liar. Imagine if your daughter came up to you tomorrow and said that a boy in her class had raped her and tried to provide you evidence. You didn't hear her out, you didn't look at her evidence, and then you turned around and said that she was a liar.
I would absolutely look at her evidence, but that's on a scale that I can perceive and that I can
So then why
see.
didn't you look at E. Jean Carroll's before you came to the conclusion that she was paid off? Is that because you want to continue to contort reality to live under the MAGA virus to cast your vote for Trump in November and not feel like a piece of shit for doing so?
What I said was, I'm not sure if she did, and I'm not sure if she didn't. You can go back if you want to. I said that.
If Trump was held liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
No, that's a It's pedophilia.
Oh, so it's okay when it's an adult woman, but it's not okay when it's a little girl. Why?
What? You're saying if he was.
Yeah, so you said that you'd still vote for him if he was held liable for the grape of an adult, but not if he was held liable for the grape of a little girl. So you're saying that raping an adult isn't sufficiently bad to not be voted for?
Of course, it's morally bad, obviously, and it was something.
But it's not bad enough?
What's bad about it is obvious, and as a culture, we don't accept it, and I believe that it was wrong, yes. And I'm not sure if he did it, I'm not sure if he didn't.
Well, I'm asking you what the relevant distinction here is, because you said you would vote for him if he was held liable for raping an adult woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if he was held liable for raping a little girl. What is the relevant distinction between being held liable for one thing in comparison to the other, insofar as you voting for him in one scenario, but not the other?
Well, the scenario here is I'm not sure if he did grape this person, and if he did, then obviously I would have to know 100%.
Well, I'd like to let you know that, specifically speaking, you are not questioning the evidentiary standard when you say that you'd vote for him, even though he was held liable for raping an adult woman, because you didn't question the evidentiary standard when you said you wouldn't vote for him if he was held liable for raping a little girl, okay? If it was about the evidentiary standard that the court used to conclude that Trump was guilty, you'd question that in both scenarios. But you didn't question it about the little girl. What that tells me is that you don't really care or question the evidentiary standard, but you more so question the severity of the action in of itself.
If I could know if he did it 100%, I would obviously not vote for him, but I also wouldn't.
But you wouldn't vote for him if he was held liable for raping a little girl, even though that was proved to the same percentage chance that it was that he raped E. Jean Carroll. And thank you for the champion. I really appreciate you for the love. W's in the chat. Thank you for the champion.
I'm saying the exact same thing about both cases. I wouldn't do it if I knew 100% that he did it.
Okay, so if you hold the exact same standard in both scenarios, then you would vote for him if he was held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
I just said that I wouldn't vote for him if I knew 100% that he
Would
did
you vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl?
No, I just said that 3 times.
Okay, so then you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping an adult woman?
If I knew 100%, no.
Okay, but now you're implying that, so why do you need to know 100% about the adult woman but not about the little girl?
What? Obviously, I need to know 100% for both.
Okay, so you're only willing to not vote for them if you know 100%. So even criminal courts don't prove to a standard of 100%. They prove to a standard of beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that is below 100%. So if Donald Trump was convicted today in a criminal court for raping a little girl, for literal child rape, you'd still vote for him because you don't know for 100%?
I would need the physical case in my hand, and I would have to be on that.
No. If Trump was criminally convicted today of child rape, would you still vote for him in November? Because you don't know it for 100%.
First of all, I wouldn't be able to because he'd be in jail.
Dude, we're making the implication that he was convicted. He's not in jail yet. Sentencing doesn't occur until after he's elected. Would you still vote for him?
Well, no. He's going to be a president that goes to jail. Why would I do that?
He could pardon himself. He's not going to go to jail. And I like how your issue there is that he's going to go to jail and not that he raped a little girl. You sick fuck.
What?
You heard me right. I spoke loud and clear.
You were so sick in the head.
I'm sick. You just told me the reason you want to vote for him in that scenario is because he was going to go to jail, not because he was a child rapist.
Well, obviously, if he's going to jail, I would know that he is. That it goes hand in hand. What are you talking about?
No, actually, you want it because criminal courts, the courts that send people to jail, don't prove to a standard of 100% certainty.
So you're saying that me and the need to have actual physical evidence in my hand that's undeniable.
I'm going to go ahead and clarify once again. No court proves to 100%. Criminal courts prove beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Okay, but I can still see all the evidence from the court, and I can be like, is this legit? I can see that.
So you don't uphold a standard of 100%. So what standard of evidence do you hold? Because I would say the evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the civil court case to prove that Donald Trump had raped her, proved that Donald Trump was a rapist beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. The same standard of evidence that they uphold in criminal courts. And if you disagree with me here, please name the reasonable doubt to the evidence that she provided.
I'll tell you what. We can come back to this point next time when I have more knowledge about this.
Oh, so
And
you
I
actually
will-
don't know any piece of evidence that she submitted
I
to the
promise
court,
you right
and you're
now
just
that I
willfully
will-
ignorant of the fact that you're going to continue to vote for Donald Trump without looking into the findings of the court case whatsoever, further disincentivizing men from raping women by uplifting and upholstering a rapist into the most powerful position known to mankind, negating the social consequences for their poor action, which only further incentivizes men to commit harm against women. And you're also further incentivizing victims of rape, the women that do get raped, into not speaking out about it, because this one woman that has spoken out about it and proved it in court is now being denied and blamed by millions of men around the country. See what I mean? So when you are willfully ignorant within this respect, you continue to advocate for Trump to be our next president. You continue to come up on lives of people like mine, people like Parker's, people like Harry's, and you say that, yeah, this is your guy, you're going to vote for him, while being willfully ignorant to the fact that he's a rapist and not even really wanting to do any more explanatory research into it. It serves as a social detriment.
What I am saying is I am not going to be willfully ignorant. I will come back to another live of yours and join again after looking into this, but I want to get to these other major points.
Okay, so then will you just say here that you are not voting for Donald J. Trump until you look into the civil court case that held him liable for rape?
I will not vote for anyone if I do not look into this case. I can promise you that.
Great. Thank you for letting me know. Well, he's not voting for Trump. We're going to move on to our next guest. I appreciate you for that, Mustache Lewis. We're going to move on to our next guest. Awesome. Everyone just give us 1 minute here. What's going on? Lizzie, are you voting for Trump?
Hey, yes, I am.
Oh, geez, Lizzie, why so?
Let me tell you why before you start going off, right? I loved how you loved to manipulate his mind. That was great, first of all.
No wonder you're
That was
voting for Trump
great.
if you love manipulation.
That was great because I can tell you are a master manipulator, and I
No
give
wonder you
credit
loved
for
it.
that.
No wonder you loved it. You think I'm a master manipulator. You're telling me that you loved it. Makes sense why
And
you're voting
if
for
you're
Trump.
saying that means you're saying you're like Trump.
No, I'm not.
Because
I'm not
people,
manipulating.
no,
I
wait,
showed him the truth.
wait.
God,
You just-
God, yeah, facts and logic. So manipulative, folks.
Yes.
Spare me.
Yes. No, listen, I'm a woman, right? So I'm not going to allow you to talk to me like you talk to him. I would like for you to talk to me like you would talk to your mother. Now, please ask me a question.
Why are you voting for Trump?
Oh, well, let me tell you. First of all,
Actually, first I want to ask you a quick question.
Yes.
Would you want me to talk to you the way Trump talks to women?
it depends on what the case is, and I'll tell you why. Let me speak up for myself, okay? I am saying one of the things about me is I don't vote for someone because of this, and what people have told me and what people have said. And, you can totally trash Trump all you want, and this is your channel and you're allowed to, right? My mom and dad, my dad was a diehard Democrat. I voted Democrat my entire life, and I'm 55 years old. Okay, I have voted Democrat my entire life.
What a shame.
Now-
What a shame you switched it up now.
No, I
hey, real
switched
quick,
up when Trump became president the first time. But
Douglas, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, for the support and for the love.
But I wanna
Thank you
tell
so much,
you-
Douglas, for the $15. W's for Douglas in the chat. Thank
I
you so much
have
for the
been
$15.
great. Okay, I have been great.
So then why
My
would you vote for
childhood
Douglas?
was
As a victim-
horrible.
As a victim yourself, which I'm so sorry
Yes.
to hear, by the way, as a victim
Now, let me-
yourself, why would you want to vote for it?
I'm getting ready to tell you that he was not found guilty or liable for the grape. It was the defamation.
It was both. So he was held liable for sexual abuse. Forced to pay
No,
out $4
he
million.
was not.
You could read
You
the
showed
jury
that
verdict
to
form.
me. You showed that to me.
If I show you the jury verdict form, where it shows that he was held liable for sexual abuse specifically, would you concede?
I would have to I'll give you my email and you send it to me.
I think that we could try to figure it out on live right now today. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen while I specifically get this document pulled up. And then, yeah, everyone just kind of give me a minute here, y'all. Everyone do just kind of give me a minute here.
Hey, I am calm. I don't know who's saying I'm not calm. I'm calm. I'm just a
all right.
woman that's passionate.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just crop down the jury verdict form, as well as I'm going to give you a source to find it on your own. And the reason I'm cropping it down is because it contains language that I think may get me bananas.
Does this come from the court?
Yes, this is going to be coming directly from the court document in of itself. In fact, I'll just show the whole thing. Why not? I'll risk it. All right, we're going to go and just capture that. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute if you want to support me. My Venmo, as well as my PayPal.
I'm not drunk. I love people.
Okay, here we go. All right, just give me like literally 10 seconds. Sweet, I'm back and we got it from the laptop. Here you go. All right, so here's the jury verdict form. Here is the E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump, the plaintiff and the defendant in the verdict form from the jury. Number 2, did Donald Trump sexually abuse E. Jean Carroll? The anonymous jury selected yes. There you go. Okay, gags, quiet, silence.
Oh no, I see what you see, but that's not what I saw in the court papers. So,
ma'am, that was the court document. You could you can find it yourself. Just go online, look up, read the full jury verdict form from the E. Jean Carroll defamation trial. And this is under Politico, right? So they held him liable for $4 million specifically for the sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll, and then $83 million for defamation. Thank you so much for the champion. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Massive W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the champion.
I do appreciate you being, I'm not nuts. Anyway, I do appreciate you being nice, at least, not trying to manipulate me in any way. Because it's not working, you know.
Trump's manipulated you enough.
But I don't think so, because when I voted Democrat, and I voted Democrat up until Trump. And like I said, I'm 55 years old. And I would like to talk about another policy. And if you're only talking about the grape, okay.
Yeah, we can talk about another policy. That's fine. I'm here to talk about everything, right? And especially other policy, because I understand that, unfortunately, Trump supporters are still going to vote for Trump, even though he's literally a rapist.
No, I'm going to look more into it. I will look more into it, because what I found is not what you showed me.
Well, I showed you the jury verdict form.
You showed me that, but that's not what I had found before, sir.
Okay, I'm just confused. Like, I literally gave you the only evidence you need to believe that he was held liable for sexual abuse. I gave you the only piece of evidence you need. What do you mean by doing for the research? I did the research for you, literally.
Okay.
Lindsay, thank you for the $25. The $20 on Venmo for MAGA hating. I really appreciate you for the love, Lindsay. Let's get at least 200 W's in the chat for Lindsay. Thank you for the $20. Massive W's in the chat for Lindsay. Thank you for the $20. Like Lizzie, for instance, what's going to be more credible than the jury verdict form, specifically from United States District Court, Southern District of New York? Like, with the jury verdict form from the court case? Like, what's going to be more credible than that? And Lauren, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you.
I'm giving you a whole lot of stuff because they think I'm crazy. So everyone's giving you a whole lot of stuff because I'm crazy. You should thank me for that, sir.
No. I mean, people definitely there is like an increase in the amount of donations that I get when people are crazy, but I don't think that you necessarily met that quota quite yet. Shops, I appreciate you for the $1. I'm not gonna
I appreciate you saying that. I mean, because I don't think I'm crazy.
I'm not gonna thank you for perpetuating grape culture. I'm not gonna thank you for.
Oh, I'm not saying that at all, because I live the life. I know what it's like to wake up every day having nightmares. Come on, don't play with me. It's not gonna work.
God, dude, is a victim, knowing what that is like, knowing what those experiences do to you, knowing how harmful that is. It just doesn't make sense to me how you could turn.
It is, as a child, yes, it's horrible.
William, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for dealing with the crazies. I really appreciate you for the love, William. Thank you so much.
See, I told you. I told you you're getting a lot.
Yo, Natasha, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for telling the truth and stating facts to these MAGA crazies. Natasha, thank you so much for the $25.
Yes,
Let's get some W's in the chat right now for Natasha. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Massive W's in the chat for Natasha right now. But anyway, so what are your other reasons why you're voting for Trump? We could go over a handful of things here. But thank you you so much,
Okay,
Natasha.
I want to talk about, first of all, they say that the economy is better. Well, let me tell you, okay, I'm disabled because I have lupus. I'm very sick. Okay. I could show you proof if you would like, because a lot of people are going to be like, she's lying. Okay. But I'm very sick. My organs are shutting down slowly. Okay.
My mother's on disability because of lupus as well.
It's a horrible disease. It really is.
With it. It is.
Now, my question is, I am so much more worse off than I was with Trump in office. Now, can you explain to me why?
Yeah, because of COVID. COVID caused global inflation that also impacted the U.S.
Why is there so much inflation, though? Why?
Because of COVID. So essentially, in a nutshell, what happens when we have something
COVID's been gone for a long time.
And so has the rate of inflation. We're currently at 2.5%, which is lower than the rate of inflation pre-pandemic Trump era economy. But of course, we still have the increase in the price of goods over the course of the last 4 years. But if I could explain this to you in a nutshell, so a health pandemic, a health crisis like COVID will decrease consumer spending and decrease consumer confidence. It will also put people out of jobs, leaving people with less money in their bank accounts. And those pressures can cause a recession. Okay, Miss, I really appreciate you for the anarts. In fact, we were really close to a recession. We were one fiscal quarter short. Okay, right? So what our government did, as well as the governments of other countries in the world, is they step in and they stimulate the economy with trillions and trillions of dollars for the pure purpose of putting money in more people's hands. So they'll.
It didn't come in my hands.
Right. But now, in a nutshell, that government spending and that consumer spending causes inflation. Okay. So basically, the way that we negated a recession was by causing inflation. And this happened in every single country around the world. It's a bipartisan effort. It's the best thing that you could do. And we should evaluate Biden and Harris's response to that inflation, response to the economic tragedies onset by that stimulus because of the health pandemic. And they responded very well. We had a better response out of any other leadership in the entirety of the G7.
Okay. All right. Another question I have. I'm glad that you explained that to me. It makes no sense, but okay. Because from what I've read, the spending is going to other places. It has nothing to do with COVID, right? The spending our money is going to other places, and that is not helping Americans. We're Americans here.
Yeah, let's talk about that. We can have a really good conversation.
Us sick Americans need help more than another country. And I'm not a victim here. I'm not trying to say, hey, everyone help me. Hey, this, right? I'm not trying to say that. What I'm trying to say is we have homeless veterans. We have sick people like me that barely make it. Barely.
Yeah,
right?
This all gives you so much really good fucking reason to vote for Harris. But before I tell you that, Renee, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. You're being so gentle with her. She doesn't deserve it. I appreciate you for the $20, Renee. W's for Renee in the chat. Autumn, thank you so much for the $10 saying schooling the MAGA morons every day. I appreciate you for the $10, Autumn. Melissa with the $5 and Autumn with the $5 again. W's for Melissa, Autumn, and Renee. I appreciate y'all so much. Anyways, yeah. So let's go ahead and talk about helping those that are worst off. So about the veterans, Donald Trump did nothing for the veterans. Biden and Harris invested nearly $1 billion into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits, right? About those living on Social Security, thank the ACA, thank Obamacare.
Have you voted yet?
Oh, motherfucker, we're not going to do that conversation. I've been so gentle with you. Now you're going to say...
No, I just wanted to ask. That was just a question.
No,
I'm not trying to be rude.
I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogie. I was a teenager, like. But
no, I'm not trying. I was not trying to be rude.
No, I was a teenager 3 weeks ago. Ooh.
I asked if you voted. That's all I said.
No, I have not voted.
Okay. I was just wondering. It was no gotcha moment.
All right, we're just going to move on to the next guest. I tried. Let's go and get our next guest clone up in the box, y'all. Guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. What's going on, clone? Are you voting for Trump? Clone is not here, so we're going to move on to our next guest for the 6.7 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Everyone just give us a minute. Everyone be patient. Spam Aga in the chat if you want to come up, y'all. So someone in the chat said that she was voting against her best interests. Yeah, so real. So real. Everyone just give us a minute. Someone's in the chat said that got me in my feelings. No, it was just annoying because I was trying to explain to her like why Kamala Harris is better for her. Then she's like, oh, you're a baby. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Why so?
Well, actually, first of all, I'm a legal immigrant. I came to America in 2007. I live in California. California is full of illegal immigrants. However, I'm a legal immigrant, and I'm an immigrant to this country. But if we had 20 million illegal immigrants in America during a Biden administration, so what do you think? We're going to have 40, 60 million illegal immigrants? California
Hey, I have an idea. How about you vote for the candidate who wants to implement effective border policy to decrease the amount of undocumented migration through illegal ports of entry into our country by investing more money into courts along the border to expedite the asylum seeking process and place more money in the hands of border control to better track drugs and guns coming across our southern border, instead of voting for the candidate who shot down a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, so the crisis would continue, so he could continue to demonize everybody that is coming across our southern border, leading to rampant levels of xenophobia and racism against individuals from Latin American descent, even turning around in line saying that Haitians were eating dogs, leading to widespread harm, prejudice, hate, and bigotry against Haitian individuals. Donald Trump is not good for undocumented migrants and legal migrants, because guess what? He has used rhetoric and portrayed ideologies that everyone who comes across our southern border is either a Venezuelan gang member or MS-13 pedophile, okay? Right? And that promotes these harmful, bigoted social ideologies that would probably even impact you, sir. Right? And that's why we need to put someone in office that's actually going to do a damn thing about a damn thing, going to fix the border crisis, going to make our ports of entry safer, quicker, and faster.
But they had
instead of the person who just wants to
make that happen,
capitalize
right?
on people's bigotry and hatred.
But they had 3.5 years to do that, right? The borders are open. If you go to San Diego, it's just completely open. Anyone can come and go. Easy.
Okay, well, if you think the borders are open today, do you think that the borders were open at the end of Trump's term because we have the same amount of daily crossings we had now as we had then?
At least he's trying to control the borders and close the borders.
No, Donald Trump wants open borders. He shut down bipartisan border legislation in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, so the crisis would continue. Donald Trump wants open borders because he could capitalize off of them.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, you're heading out. All right, well, I appreciate you for coming up, man. We're going to move on to our next guest here. We got Hayden Clark loading into the live, y'all. If you're voting for Trump, let me know in the comment section. Also, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes, y'all. What's up, Hayden? Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, I'm actually not.
All right, appreciate you for coming up. I also think that you may be a fetus. We're going to get our next guest up in here right now. Everyone, do just give us a minute. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump, David?
Yes. Or I'm not actually 21, or I live in Sweden, but I want to ask you if it...
I appreciate you for coming up, man, but we are just looking for people who are specifically voting for Trump. Everyone do be patient. Everyone do give us a minute. We got our next guest loading up right now. Make sure if you are in the queue that you are specifically voting for Donald J. Trump. That is a fact. That is true. That is yeah. What is up, Rodeo? Are you voting for Trump? Rodeo? Hi. Okay, Rodeo's not here. Someone in the chat says, what's my Venmo? My Venmo is in my bio. What's going on, The Psychic? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why so? Why the hell are you voting for the racist, misogynist, rapist, fraudster?
Well, I kind of, in politics, I'm 59, and in politics, that occurs on both sides of that aisle.
No, it doesn't. Name one Democrat that's been held civilly liable for raping a woman.
Clinton.
Clinton was not held civilly liable for raping a woman.
Oh, he's been in more than enough trouble with Zelensky.
Okay, sorry, man. You had some crazy background noise there. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone give us a minute here. We got Connor loading up in the box. We got user. We're just going to start accepting people, bro. All these conversations have kind of been lame. I want a good conversation here. What's up, Connor? Are you voting for Trump?
I am. This is going to be my first election.
Okay, what about your user?
Hello.
Hey, Miss Anna, are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, we could just do a 1v2. You know, honestly, fuck it. Why don't we just do a 1v3? You know,
Okay.
fuck it. Why don't we just do a 1v4? You know, fuck it. Why don't we just do a 1v5?
All right.
You know, fuck it. Why don't we just do a 1v6? What's up, P? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, what's up, Ab? Are you voting for Trump? AB? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have 1 second to
I'm
answer.
voting for Trump.
Okay, what's up, Sam? Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're gonna go to get our last guest up here. We want a full panel. We want a full panel. We want a full
Can I
panel,
ask
ladies
you a
and gentlemen. 1 second. Relly, are you voting for Trump?
I'm on the fence.
You're on the fence?
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck it. Hang out with us. You know, give me your reasons why you're voting for Trump. We got 7 people up here. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and start this off strong. So what this is, this is one liberal against 6 Trump supporters. So here's what we're gonna do. I want y'all to give me one damn reason why Trump is a better candidate than Harris.
Peace through strength.
Peace through strength. Peace, overthrowing the government, attempted coup to try to steal the election for Biden. That was peace. Or are you talking about the peace when he tried to ban all new Muslims from entering into the country? Are you talking about the peace when he said that migrants are poisoning the blood of our country? Or what about the peace when he said laziness is a quality of black people?
What about just the economy itself?
Coke D.
When was the last time that you purchased? When was the last time that you bought groceries?
Oh, the last time I bought groceries was
Yeah,
yesterday.
when was the last time you paid rent?
Barbara, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal for speaking the truth. I really appreciate you for the love, Barbara.
tell me,
Let's
do
get
you
some
live
W's
with
in the
your
chat for
mom and
Barbara.
dad?
Thank you so much for the love.
Do you live
My
with your
favorite.
mom and
Because you
dad?
like black people.
I sure do not. Wait.
Oh,
I
you
sure
don't?
live. Wait, no, I don't live with my
you
mom
do
and my
not.
dad. Oh no, I said that I don't live with my mom and my dad.
Okay, so when
Yo,
was the last
chill,
time-
Miss Ann.
So how old were you?
Yo,
4
chill,
years
Miss
ago?
Ann. Yo, chill, Miss Ann.
You don't
Chill,
like
Miss.
me?
Chill, Miss Ann.
You don't
No. Okay, so for what just happened, one second.
Okay.
Ab just asked me if I lived with my parents, and then while I was answering, Miss Ann hopped in and asked me if I liked black people. Okay, no, I was answering AB's
That's
question.
coming out of context.
And in fact, if you do some shit like that again, Miss Ann, you're gone. But Susan, I really appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo saying keep it up. I really appreciate you for the love, Susan. Let's get at least 250 W's in the chat for Susan. Thank you so much. They're trying to set me up. Thank you so much for the $25, Susan. Anyways, Ab, you said that you wanted to talk about the economy? Sure, let's talk about the economy.
Yeah, listen, I don't care for what Trump did, what he is, or what he's accused of, or whatever. Okay, both sides have issues. What
but Trump has more issues than the
what
other
I
side.
care about when they're in the office, what I care about is what the economy and what my life is like. And I'm so sick of these politicians like Kamala, who has proved absolutely nothing. She's in the office right now. She hasn't done anything. She keeps telling you she's going to do something when she becomes president. She's in the office right now. It's not any different than Clinton are debating with Trump, telling Trump, oh yeah, if I was in the office, I would do this. Listen, these people are senators or they run into Congress. They can change a policy if they'd like to. They can propose a bill and they don't.
Okay.
They don't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go and just destroy you for a couple seconds here.
It's just a fucking game. It's just a game.
I'm going to destroy you for a couple seconds here. So she's actually more effective as a VP than Trump was as president. So she passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate as our acting VP than any VP that we've ever had in history, and she worked alongside Biden to pass some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. Let's talk about the PACT Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, or the American Rescue Plan. Why don't you go to name me one bill that Trump influenced?
I don't need to name all these bills because the economy reflects it. I don't need to sit here and memorize every single possible bill. You can sit here and memorize every single possible bill, but like it's blatantly right in front of my eyes. The economy is better under Trump. He even had COVID during his era, and we still didn't feel all of that stuff during his era. Okay,
so I'm going to let you know that you're already giving me a logical fallacy. Just because something happens in the country doesn't mean it was influenced to happen by the president. But I'm just going to go ahead and accept that is the case because I can make Trump look like an abysmally bad president. Under his term, we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%. Using your logic, did Trump cause that?
Because of COVID, everybody lost jobs during COVID.
So now you appeal to external variables to explain how things can happen in our country without being directly influenced by the president.
What about the false unemployment jobs? What about the false the job market right now? Those numbers are
you're
skewed.
talking about the revision by the Bureau of Labor Statistics? Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and fill you in on something. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they do jobs report every 1, 2, or 4 years. And what they do is they collect preliminary data that they know isn't the most accurate. And as they learn more and build their report more in total, they will revise the preliminary data that they already got to have a full, total, and complete report. This happens every single job report. Under Trump's term, a job report was revised, losing 500,000 jobs. So this is typical, this is normal, this is natural, this is expected. This is how the process works. Got it. But I think it's funny that you said that Harris didn't do anything while she was serving as Biden's VP. I was able to name 5 bills she influenced to get passed with Biden. You couldn't name one that Trump influenced to get passed that you liked.
If Trump
hasn't done
paid me
anything.
to go on TikTok, if Trump paid me to go on TikTok, I'll memorize the bills as well. Just
Wait,
like
so do you
Harry
think that
was
Biden's
found,
paying me?
Just like Harry was found that he's being paid by the DNC. Okay, you're a paid actor as well. Let's be honest.
Mind if I ask you a question?
Let's be honest here.
Do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
If Harry's paid, why wouldn't you be paid?
Okay, 1 second, AB. Could you answer my question? Do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
What are you talking about? I mean, you believe in things without evidence either.
I actually don't.
I've sat here and I've listened to you talk about the border bill that contained money to go to Ukraine and try to argue about it. I've literally sat here, watched you talk about how this bill was vetoed. You see how you manipulate it? You say, oh, it was vetoed because that's why Trump didn't want it, but he vetoed it because it was sending money to Ukraine.
What happened on April 24th, 2024, AB? Do you know?
Do I what?
Do you know what happened on April 24th, 2024?
Do you know what happened in 1991, March of 27th?
I'm going to go ahead and tell you what happened on April 24th. So what happened on April 24th is that Lankford's border bill, without the border provisions and just the funding up for Ukraine, passed and signed into law. So what they did after Trump called the Republicans is they specifically revised out the border provisions and only kept the additional funding for Ukraine. That's public law number 118-50. Look it up on congress.gov.
Yeah, you can't convince me that the economy, everything has 4 times the price of everything.
So now we're going to pivot back to inflation. How did Biden and Harris cause inflation? Wait, no. I wanted to touch on something else. Give me evidence that I'm paid by the DNC.
You're way too young. You're way too young. You don't even have a family.
We'll talk about that in a second. Give me evidence that I'm paid by the DNC.
You probably live alone. You don't have a family. You pay rent, basic rent, and you make money off TikTok. You haven't even... And I'm not. That's not an insult. That's not an insult.
Everett, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo straight from the DNC and George Soros. Thank you so much for the love, Everett. Let's get some massive W's in the comment section for Everett right now with the $25 on Venmo straight from the DNC. Was that the DNC paying me right there? Was it there? No one with the $5 on Venmo from the DNC. Thank you so much for the love, Noah.
Chat. I mean, these people can say whatever they want. I mean,
W's for Noah.
Trump's gonna end up winning anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Give me the evidence that I'm paid by the DNC, and please don't run away. I actually want to ask you why. Like, why do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
There's evidence of Harry being paid.
There's not evidence of Harry being paid.
Yes, there is. There's 100% evidence of Harry being paid. 100%. The problem is that majority of your chat here doesn't use X, so they get their sources from biased news, right? Because X is not filtered. The source code is open.
Gabriella, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents from the DNC paying me for swatting the flies. Shut up, AB. Gabriella, thank you for the shut up.
Yeah.
Gabriella, thank you for the shut up. Thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Gabriella.
That's why
and Lindsay,
Biden
thank you for the $5 on
censor.
Venmo for your mother.
You
Should
don't
be
have
proud
to
of you.
pay for
I am.
Twitter, people.
Thank you for the love. Shut up. Thank you for the love, Lindsay, with the $5 and Gabriella with the $20 and the 24 cents straight from the DNC, and Taylor with the $30 on Venmo from the DNC. Massive W's in the chat from Taylor with the $30 from the TNC. Let's get at least 300 W's for Taylor down below, and Stanford with the $5 on Venmo from Taylor Swift. Wait, maybe the other Taylor was Taylor Swift. We got Taylor Swift sending $30 and $5. Thank you so much for the love.
You're
like popping off
anything.
right now.
I mean, the people in here are obviously going to be pro
Can I get a turn?
Democrat, but yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, my question was, What is it that you feel like Kamala is going to do for people, all people of color?
Great question. Bethany, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo saying, shut up. This is the DNC. I appreciate you for the $5 from the DNC, Bethany. Great question. Well, first, let's talk about what Biden and Harris did. So Biden and Harris got rid of Donald Trump's $250 million per year to the historically black universities and replaced it with $16 billion over the course of 4 years. Sam, thank you for the $10 on Venmo from the DNC. W's for Sam in the chat. So not only did they exponentially increase funding to HBCUs, but if Harris is elected, she intends to cut taxes for the low and the middle class to make their lives better. The African-American community as a whole, people of color, are directly impacted by socioeconomic issues that are tangent from slavery and its aftermath, leading to a lower socioeconomic standard on average compared to the average white American. Right? So we need to address those socioeconomic indiscrepancies by uplifting the low and the middle class, which is what Kamala Harris wants to do, not something that Trump wants to do.
So what about him saving our black jobs and Mexican jobs?
I mean, so first of all, what is a black job?
You tell me.
What is a black job, Miss Ann?
You tell me.
I have no fucking clue. I don't know what he meant by that.
Oh,
I didn't know when he said that, oh, black jobs. I didn't know what Trump meant when he said, oh, black people are lazy. I don't know what Trump meant when he said that he doesn't want black men counting his money. He wants short men in yarmulkes. What did Trump mean when he denied housing to black people in the 70s, specifically because they're black? Or what did Trump mean when he said that Barack Obama was born in Africa because of the color of his skin, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president? I think that Trump is vehemently racist. I don't think that Trump cares about black people. And I think that Trump is prejudiced towards black people. And I think that Trump has an incredibly racist past and with ill will treatment towards black individuals, and he has done absolutely nothing to uplift their voices. And the African American community as a whole will be disproportionately impacted by Trump's regressive tax policy, placing a burden on the low and the middle class with use of tariffs, which are inflationary. So I think that definitely the African American community as a whole would be better off under a Harris presidency compared to a Trump presidency. And Nathaniel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Jason with the $5 as well from the DNC. Thank you, Nathaniel and Jason. That was mean.
Megan. I'm joking, y'all, to be honest. I'm trolling. I'm voting for Kamala.
Hey, good for you. You're the only one left, Connor. The other 5 ran. So now why are you voting for Trump?
Honestly, I don't know much about, I don't follow politics closely, but I do know when Trump was president, my mom wasn't working 2 jobs.
Dean.
And then
you got wrecked by Charlie, bro.
About a year into Kamala, she had to work 2 jobs. It's a lot tighter.
Yo, Connor, hold up, Connor. Let the king talk. Listen, Dean, you got wrecked by Charlie so bad. I couldn't believe.
What was my argument to Charlie?
I couldn't believe you got wrecked, bro. Even Parker got wrecked, and all the other ones got wrecked. It was
yeah. So I understand that you think I got wrecked. My question to you is, what was my argument to Charlie that got wrecked?
Bro, you got completely wrecked. You're trying to make some points. You couldn't, bro.
So what point did I try to make that failed? Because
I know Parker talked a lot. She talked a lot. He interrupted all the time. I'm just saying that you guys, when you interrupt someone, it doesn't mean you're winning. Don't interrupt. Let them talk.
I just wanted to clarify.
That African American guy, he owned you today.
Hey, I just want to clarify. You said that I got wrecked by Charlie Kirk.
You also got wrecked by that African American today.
So I hear you. So without being an RNC droid and repeating that I got wrecked by Charlie again, I want you to.
No, not only Charlie. You got wrecked by the African American too.
One moment. I want you to listen to the words coming out of my mouth. I want you to interpret them, and I want you to understand them, and I want you to respond to them. Okay? Is that fair?
Why do you hate America so much?
Okay, so that's not fair. So why won't you listen to me?
Because you're hating America.
Okay.
Does RFK deserve Secret Services? Yes or no?
RFK dropped out of the race. So I'm going to go to repeat.
Yeah, but he still deserves it. He's a Kennedy, but they took it away from him.
So I just want to clarify. You said I got wrecked by Charlie Kirk. What?
Yeah, and you don't forget the African American. I forgot his name. Drisius or something. He wrecked you too.
The guy that ran. Okay, we'll talk about the guy that ran.
He didn't run. He didn't run. He wrecked you.
Obama, I'm going to go ahead and give you one last chance.
So you're talking about black Americans and he didn't.
I'm going to go ahead and give you one last chance to answer this question. What point did I make that Charlie Kirk wrecked me on? I could not be better faith. I literally could not be better faith. I am asking such a direct, clear, and concise question. If you don't answer my question,
So you didn't wreck Charlie? Is that what you're saying?
If he doesn't answer my question on what point I made that Charlie wrecked me on, I want all 6.6 thousand people to laugh at him. Be prepared to get laughed at when you pivot around this question, because I know you will. Or go ahead and pivot. Go ahead and run away from my question, little bro.
So are you So I will, but are you claiming you wrecked Charlie?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. What point did you wreck Charlie on?
Yeah, on my IOD point. On his worldview.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
So what was my IOD point? That's a question I've been asking you.
No, you didn't. Because you didn't. I listened to it. I can't literally sit here and say everything you said.
So Obama, currently my chat's laughing at you because you won't answer my question.
No, your chat is really wrecked, cooked in the head.
If you want the chat to stop laughing at you, tell me the point that I made to Charlie that he cooked me on. And don't just say your IUD point.
Because you didn't cook him. You said you cooked him on the IV point. You didn't.
Okay, so you actually just contradicted yourself and like
no.
So what was my IUD point? What was the argument there?
You don't know your own point, bro?
No, I do. Of course I know my own point. I made the
So
point.
what is it? Go ahead and tell the chat.
No, I want you to tell the chat.
You tell better. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I want you to put words in my mouth. Repeat my argument.
You want me to put words in your mouth?
Yeah, so what was my argument?
Okay, Dean, he says he hates America. He speaks for black Americans, but he mutes and literally kicks black Americans off the app. Like, are you kidding me?
So that was my argument
Dresius
to
guy
Charlie?
is black African American. He speaks for black people. You don't.
So that
you
was
were
my
using
argument to
your
Charlie.
white privilege.
1 second,
and
Obama.
you
So that
muted
was
him.
So that
Are
was
you
my
gonna
argument to
apologize for
Charlie?
using your white privilege?
Yo, Jennifer, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo for schooling MAGA. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer.
not schooling
Let's get some
anybody,
W's
buddy.
in the chat for Jennifer with the $30. $30 says I am their little bro. Thank you,
Bro,
Jennifer,
you'd
for the
never
$30.
debate Kirk in 1v1. You'd never do it. You'd
Yeah,
never do it. You didn't debate him on the other points. You didn't debate him on the other points. Parker did.
Didn't I literally debate him on a 1v1?
No, you debated on him 1 point only. There was other points too. You didn't debate him on them.
Yeah, the irony is that I did. And the
didn't.
irony also is that the producer only let me go up once.
Why did the producer let you go once and when Parker went like 5 times?
Yeah, you'll figure out in the next 2 weeks. I can't tell you though.
That makes no sense, bro. So
I mean,
you actually had a 1v1 with him?
Okay? So you told me that he wrecked me in the 1v1.
No,
Now you don't
is
even
there a
know if we had
1v1 that you
1v1.
made that's not published yet?
Wow. So when I was talking to Charlie on the episode that you watched, that was a 1v1.
Yeah, but you're saying you'd find out. How would I find out?
Oh, like
Why you weren't let more than once?
Yeah, like I can't tell you like why I was only let once, but you'll find out soon.
Why?
I just told you I can't tell you.
Did you sign something?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. So how would I find out if you signed something?
Okay. I mean, you could just. I told you that you'd figure out in about 2 weeks. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Dude, that guy's like an RNC bot. I love it when I have the RNC bots up, because they're so funny. Hi, Sean Paul. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, man. You're obviously driving. I do appreciate you for coming up, though. Patsy, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. Let's go. Thank you for the love, Patsy. We're going to get our next guest, Blake, up in the box, y'all. Everyone make sure that we're double tapping. And once again, if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, or my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Hey, what's up, Blake? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. So why are you voting for Trump?
So I really don't know the policies. I'll be upfront and honest with you on that. But I also don't know any of Kamala's policies as well.
Would you ever vote for someone that was held civilly liable for raping a woman?
So no, I would not. And that's coming from a gentleman who has a lifestyle surrounded by women.
What is that supposed to mean?
I have children, wife.
Okay.
All my coworkers are pretty much women.
Okay. I just wanted to ask. Okay, wanted to clarify there. Okay, awesome. So yeah, so Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for raping a woman. So does this mean that you won't be voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for the Republican Party. Like the same thing with you voting for the Democratic Party, regardless if you were Biden before he dropped out and now you are Kamala, correct?
So if
you're
Harris was
voting
running
for the party, correct?
No, I was not voting for the party. I was voting for what's better for our country.
So you were riding Biden's dick before he decided to drop out. Now you're riding Kamala's.
Oh, so I think it's funny that you want to reference Democrats as riding dick when it is the case that you Trump supporters will literally contort reality and ignore truth to support Donald J. Trump.
How am I ignoring truth? Don't put me in the same category.
Yeah. Do you think that Trump won 2020?
Do I think he won? I voted for him. That's all I know.
No, but did he? Who won the outcome of the 2020 election?
The outcome was Biden.
Okay, so did Biden win or was it rigged?
Sir, I'm not in those.
Was the outcome of the 2020 election rigged, sir?
What did I say? I said Biden won, didn't I? Don't
Okay,
try
so
to
Biden
put
won,
words
so
in
the
my
outcome of the
mouth,
election wasn't. Oh, okay, so why do you want to vote for Donald Trump knowing that he's been denying the outcome of the 2020 election incessantly for the last 4 years, convincing tens of millions of American citizens that no, Biden stole the outcome of the election from him, severely undermining our civil electoral systems by decreasing public trust in them?
I'm sorry, you spoke way too fast for me right there. I have a household full of little kids. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Gorgie. So why do you want to vote for Trump knowing that he's been undermining the American democracy by convincing tens of millions of American citizens that he rightfully won 2020 and that Biden stole it from him, decreasing public trust in our civil and electoral processes?
So I'm voting for the Republican Party, which is Donald Trump, yes, because of how my life was from 2016 to 2020. Okay.
Yeah. So how did Trump cause your life to be better, or how did Biden and Harris cause it to be worse?
So for me, I had more money in the bank account. I was able to purchase not one but two houses. I was able to do what? I'm sorry.
My question was, how did Trump cause you to be better, or how did Biden cause you to be worse?
Under his establishment, the economy was better. I did not have to worry about living paycheck to paycheck. My wife didn't have to have a job. Now she has a job. I have a job to afford the day-to-day living expenses that we have to right now within these past 4 years.
Okay, so I just want to clarify your logic here is, if the economy is better, the president caused it, and if the economy is worse, the president caused it. That's your logic, right?
Yeah, that's my logic.
Okay. So when the economy got drastically, so when the economy got,
it's been a logic since I've been voting.
So the economy got so when the economy got drastically worse in April of 2020, with the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression,
I thought we weren't gonna blame COVID for that. I thought we weren't gonna talk about COVID and everything for that.
Oh, so now you want to introduce external variables to explain how things.
No. I'm saying I thought we weren't going to do that. I thought we weren't going to do that.
My question to you would be, if COVID can cause unemployment, why can't COVID cause inflation?
I never said COVID. You said COVID.
What caused the 14.8% high rate of unemployment in April of 2020? Because in accordance with your logic, seemingly because it happened under Trump's presidency, Trump caused it.
No, I never once mentioned COVID. You're the one who mentioned COVID back in April of 2020, correct?
So I just want to clarify.
We weren't going to do that, correct?
So what we do want to do is we want to explore your logic and we want to find its implications. So correct me if I'm wrong here. You were just telling me that because the economy was better under Trump, Trump caused it to be better, and because the economy was worse under Biden, Biden caused it to be worse. I even further clarified with you, and essentially your logic would say anything that happens in the country is to blame on the president. So in accordance with your own logic here, because the highest rate of unemployment happened in the country while Trump was president, Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment that happened in the country since the Great Depression. What's the issue?
But didn't Trump also give out money for those who were affected by COVID? That part I'm asking the question on because I really don't know that answer.
I just want to clarify, did Trump cause or did Trump not cause the 14.8% rate of unemployment in April of 2020? I want a direct answer here. If you cannot give me a direct answer, I'm going to go ahead and move on.
Honestly, no. I don't believe that he himself did it. I believe that it was the CDC who advised him to do it.
Right. So what we'd say here is that COVID caused that near 15% rate of unemployment that we saw in April of 2020, just like COVID caused the inflation that we've seen under Biden and Harris's administration. Biden and Harris have not caused the economy to be worse. That is a lie that shows how you are politically ignorant.
No. So let me ask you this question, and I'm enjoying this conversation, by the way. With the war going on in Ukraine and Russia, with all the money that we are sending over to Ukraine to help assist, does that devalue the dollar because we're just printing money and giving it to
Actually, no. Actually, no, that doesn't devalue the dollar for the reason that we're not printing new money to send to Ukraine. It's reappropriations of already accounted for DoD funds. But if your argument here is spending money equals inflation, Trump's admin spent twice as much money as Biden and Harris's admin, meaning Trump caused twice as much inflation as Biden and Harris.
Okay, where's your facts on that?
That's going to be coming from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. $8.6 trillion were spent under Trump's administration, with $4.8 trillion being non-COVID related. $4.6 trillion were spent under Biden's admin, with $2.2 trillion being non-COVID related.
Okay. Now, wouldn't you think that that money would be beneficial if it stayed in country?
No, I think that the $107 billion that we've delegated for Ukraine was a great thing. Puts America first. It's just us honoring the Budapest Memorandum. But if you're going to say that the best way to spend money is on the average American, name one policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the average American more so than rich people.
My guy, like I said, I don't know the policies that Biden has gotten up.
He passed none, but Biden and Harris passed 5. Biden and Harris passed more effective policy that costs less, that benefited the average working class American. Trump didn't, and this is an ongoing trend. Donald Trump wants to spend $4 trillion in his next current term for another 10 years of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that disproportionately benefits rich people. Meanwhile, Harris wants to spend $2.4 trillion on tax cuts for the average working class American, 100 million of them. And specifically speaking, she knows exactly how she's going to pay for them. It's not going to increase the deficit a dime over the course of 10 years, but Donald Trump has no clue how he's going to pay for his.
Okay. What are some of Kamala's policies?
Thank you for the trash panda. Thank you so much for the love.
Because during the debate, I didn't hear one policy that she had. So, do you know any policies?
So you did hear policies that she had during the debate. You could go on and you could read the whole transcript, right, of the debate with Trump and Harris on ABC's website. You could Control F and just look up child tax credit. She talks about her economic policy. Trump didn't talk about his. He said he had concepts of a plan for healthcare. And then specifically speaking, her child tax, she wants to increase the child tax credit to $6,000 for newborns, $3,600 from anyone from the age of 1 to 5, $3,000 from anyone from the age of 5 to 17. She wants to introduce a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy for newly developed properties. She wants to introduce a $50,000 subsidy for first-time business owners. She also wants to expand the ACA to limit the price that any private citizen could pay for a pharmaceutical to about $2,000 per year. She also wants to reduce the amount of ability that corporations have to buy single-family homes. She wants to further expand the ACA. She wants to codify federal protections for a woman's right to choose. There's a lot of things that we could go over here.
Gotcha. All right. Well, sure. On a side note, I do appreciate what you're doing for the country. Educating young kids. Regardless if you're getting paid for yourself or anything else, I do believe it is a good thing. Okay.
Do you think I'm getting paid?
It doesn't matter. You're getting paid through TikTok because of all the donations you're getting from everybody. I don't care, but people are sending you money. That's fine. That's great. It's your job. Lizzie, the lady that you were talking to, you were very respectful for. I do appreciate that. But yeah, I just wish this country would act right and act more better. When it comes to elections, with people not hating each other. And
I appreciate you for coming up, Blake.
So, yep, I'm going to let you go. Enjoy the rest of your day, and God bless America.
Yeah. You as well, man. Have a good one. We're going to move on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump here today, y'all. Y'all, for the 6.2 thousand people in here, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen. Why mention payment? I don't know. It just sounds a little jealous, if you ask me. I think he's jealous. What's going on? The Ratchet Report. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Quite the fucking name you have there, bud.
No worries, bro.
So why are you voting for the rapist, wannabe dictator on day one, felon, fraudster?
Primarily for the fact that he's the only one actually eligible to be running for president. Kamala Harris is not a natural-born citizen and shouldn't be eligible. She might have been born in this country, but that is not the definition of natural-born citizen. Hold on. The definition of natural-born citizen is that one of your parents has to have been born in this country. Neither one of hers were. She is not actually legally eligible to run. So that's why I'm voting for Trump.
Wait. So are you saying that second-generation immigrants are not natural-born U.S. citizens?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Look the definition up, bro.
Okay, so you think that if Kamala Harris wasn't eligible to run for president, then why has she been our VP for 4 years?
She wasn't running for president. The Constitution
but you have to be a natural.
Lays it out very specifically. In order to be a president, you have to be 35 years of age. You have to have been living in this country for the past 14 years, and you have to have been a natural-born citizen.
Wait, you also have to be a natural-born U.S. citizen to be the VP or to be a senator. Okay, right? Ted Cruz.
No, that's not how it's laid out.
It is.
Bro. You're misinformed.
Wait.
I looked it up. I didn't come on here ignorant. I came on here to make a point. Go ahead, Google it. Check it out.
Okay.
Type it up.
Yep. Okay. So the consensus of the 21st century constitutional legal scholars, together with relevant case law, is that natural-born citizens include, subject to exceptions, those born in the U.S.
So that's somebody's interpretation of the Constitution.
That's the Supreme
right?
Court's interpretation of the Constitution.
But you argue that the Supreme Court is biased and unbased all the time. So why are you going to take their word for it this time?
I'd argue that the Supreme Court sets the rule of the interpretation of the U.S. Constitution. That's like why we had like federal protections for a woman's access to abortion in all 50 states for 53 years. It's because the Supreme Court argued that that was protected under the 14th Amendment with right to privacy. So the Supreme Court is the final judgment insofar as what the Constitution says and how it should be interpreted. And the Supreme Court has ruled that a natural-born U.S. citizen would include those born inside of the United States of America.
Yeah, I'm sticking to my point, bro.
I'll
do some further research. I'll come back.
Wait, honey, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Holy shit, let's get at least 500 W's for honey in the chat with a $50. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, honey. Massive W's in the chat. You know, honestly, man, I just think that you're a fucking racist. That's what I think of you. I think that you are a racist. You are a racist old white man. You exist in a generation that disproportionately cannot change, cannot societally progress. And you look at this black woman who has two parents, one born in Jamaica, one born in South Asia, that immigrated to the U.S. and had her in the state of California, making her a natural-born U.S. citizen, and you're telling us all that you're going to vote for the rapist, the womanizer, the racist, the sexist, the fraudster, the felon, the election denier, the religious persecutor over her, because you deny that she was a natural U.S.-born citizen, even though the Supreme Court disagrees with you, Cornell Law disagrees with you, Harvard Law disagrees with you, everyone disagrees with you.
Well, congratulations on your little rant. It shows your youth. It shows your ignorance. It shows your inability to have an educated conversation. When you come out and attack me, you don't know me. I didn't come out and attack you. You asked me.
Patty with the $25 on Venmo. Keep up the great work educating. Thank you for the love. Massive W's for Patty in the chat. Thank you so much for the $25. I was thinking
you
of
don't want
Dono,
to listen
sir.
to reason.
Patty, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you.
Keep over talking me. Keep
Oh,
over
wait,
talking me.
I was thanking Patty
You
for
have
the
no
$25.
You have no respect, young man.
What is the issue with me thanking a donor?
You asked me if I was voting for Trump. I told you yes. You asked me why. I told you why. You can't accept that as a reason, so you're going to go off on your little tirade. You're going to do name calling. You're going to talk.
Gia, thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents on PayPal, saying he probably thinks people from Puerto Rico and Guam aren't U.S. citizens. So real. Gia, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents. Massive W's for JIA in the chat. Thank you for the $20 and the 24 cents. And Renee, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, you're ignorant. Like you literally, you contest the Supreme Court.
You're so young. You have no life experience.
How old are you?
I'm 63 years old, brother.
You've turned 163 times. You reject the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution. Name one more reliable and legally recognized source for interpretation of the Constitution rather than the Supreme Court.
I'm not going to entertain your idiocy.
That's not idiocy. That's just how our
Yes, it
government
is.
works.
You're
Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's in the chat for Lindsay. Thank you for the $5. Mic drop. Boom.
I got one more question for you.
Don't.
One more question for you. What button do I push to get the fuck out of here?
Don't worry. I'll kick your ass out for you. Sayonara, sucker. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everyone give us a minute. Let's go get Harvey Timothy up in the live. Everyone just give us 1 minute here, y'all. What's going on, Harvey? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why the hell would you ever do such a thing?
He saved my life.
Trump saved your life?
Yes. I got out of the military. I was had PTSD, was trying to get help for a couple years under Obama. Couldn't get the help. He set up the executive order for the hotline, the call the White House. Within hours, he was able to get the assistance They were able to provide the assistance and get help. I actually tried it 2 months ago because I was having more problems with the VA. And it's been 2 months now and haven't gotten the help.
Yeah. So I would like to clarify here, man. So the VA, the VA line.
Over 250,000 veterans were helped within the first year under that program.
So that was passed under Obama. But if we want to talk about helping veterans, sir, so under Biden and Harris, they influenced the Honor Our PAC Act to get passed, and that invested $800 million into expanding the VA, right? And it offers new services now to 1 million veterans that were not serviced prior, right? Because of limitations and restrictions on service. But Biden and Harris expanded those services to over 1 million new veterans.
I know you can read the policies, you can see the policies, but if your boot's on the ground and affected by it, then you'll understand it.
I definitely don't understand.
I know that every time I go into the VA, I'm asked first, are you suicidal or homicidal? If you call the VA, any VA's number now, they'll ask that question right away. And as a veteran, you immediately want to hang up because they're not there to help you. As when I called the White House number that they gave when Trump set up, immediately got the help.
Yeah,
they didn't ask if I was suicidal or homicidal or anything.
I'd like to clarify here, man.
No.
So the Honor of the PACT Act, that wasn't just words on paper. That was a real bill that helped over 1 million veterans. And once again, about the hotline, that was set up under Obama. But I want to ask you a really important question here. Probably the most important question. What did you fight for?
What do you mean?
Did you fight to protect and preserve the American democracy and the civil rights
Yes, and I still would do
offered
it.
to us by our Constitution?
Yes, and I still will.
In 2020, Trump aimed to undermine our democracy. He tried to rig the outcome of the election, and he attempted to install himself for a second term. You have fought for our country. I want you to consider my words, and I want you to research them. I want you to research Trump's fake
The thing
electoral
is
plot.
I never voted until the last time, and I voted for Biden. Okay.
I want you to research.
And the reason
Trump
why I
fakes
voted for Biden because I've never voted in my life, and I served 21 years.
I want you
and
to
I
research
voted for
Trump's fake
Biden, and I
electoral
can
plot.
tell you. What'd you say?
I want you to research Trump's fake electorate plot. I want you to research how he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes to Congress to be counted as real, to undermine the voice and the vote of every American citizen that voted in 2020. I want you to research how how he called for the termination of the Constitution to evaluate the outcomes of the election. I want you to research how right now he's campaigning on putting people in jail for burning the American flag. Now, as a vet, I bet you don't like when people burn the American flag, but you should be able to recognize and respect how that's protected.
Well,
under our
I
First Amendment
also
right to
don't
freedom of
like.
expression.
You know what they do, I fought for that. So if they want to burn a flag, let them burn a flag. I fought for their right to do that. Okay?
Yes,
so,
you did. And Trump wants to put people in jail for a year for burning the flag.
I fought for the right to raise a Palestinian flag when they don't know the truth. I was just at, what was it, in North Carolina, went up to the state park, and there was huge Palestinian flag flying. Yes, it irked me a little bit because it's America. But I fought for their right to raise that flag on American soil and wave it as high as they want to wave it.
I don't know.
But have they ever been to Palestine? Probably not.
I disagree, like, with what you're saying, of course. Like, but like, this isn't the worst take from like an older white guy voting for Trump. I'm gonna be honest.
You say
of course, I
older.
disagree with you. Of course, I disagree with you right there. But the fact that you recognize the sanctity in protesting and advocating for what you believe in on its own is a step in the direction that millions of American citizens won't take. Okay, all right. So I just would say that. I still disagree with you though.
Okay.
Right, but how do you feel about the fact that Trump wants to put people in jail, right, for burning the American flag? Trump wants to infringe upon people's First Amendment right to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and he wants to put them in jail. Okay, Trump stands against the Constitution. Trump stands against the American democracy. Trump is no man that any patriot nor vet would be fighting for.
Well, the only time you should burn a flag is when it's touched the ground.
Okay. All right. Well, do you have anything else you want to go over, man?
Well, there's one last topic. So we're still on the veteran side a little bit here. Do you feel that people that do not work, that are on disability or whatever for any reason at all, I'm not going to hinder or say anything bad about their disability, should get better care than the veterans? I mean, the Medicaid is out of control. I mean, we're enabling instead of giving the ability.
Bro, maybe we should, instead of like restricting the care to individuals on Social Security, maybe instead of restricting the care to people on Social Security, we should just make the care for veterans better. How about that, right? We get, like, two things could be true at once. And that's what Biden did. He invested $800 million in making the healthcare better, something Trump never did. If you wanted
But
to make healthcare for vets better, you'd vote for Biden.
Not experiencing it.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
You
It
are
really
saying
doesn't.
what their policies and orders are, but you're not experiencing it.
That doesn't change the
And
impact
maybe
of
in
that.
time you will see, and you can go to an appointment with me if you'd like.
Okay.
You're not experiencing it. You're just reading what is on paper.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Harvey. We're going to move on to our next guest. Thanks for your time, Harvey. I appreciate it. All right. Hillary, I saw you in the guest request. You should get back in the guest request so we could talk more. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Everyone just give us a minute for the 6.1 thousand people in here. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Deborah, I did invite you up. I'd love for you to come up. All right. We're going to get our next guest up in here right now. Everyone, just give us a minute. Be patient. What's up, Steve? Are you voting for Trump? Steve, hi. You're in the live. Hello.
What was that?
Are you voting
Yo,
for Trump? Steve? Trent, hi. Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Trent's not here. Moving on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. Hillary, I would love for you to hop back in the guest request. I'm really mad that you left. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, chat. Everyone, just give us 1 minute here, y'all. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal, they are both in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the box right now. Everyone, just do be patient. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala. I don't know.
Hell yeah, base. W's for the guests. That's awesome. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they automatically left. This is so annoying. Everyone be patient. Just give us 1 minute. We are going to go to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, chat. Everyone just do be patient. The last couple of guests have been a little bit odd, which I do apologize for. So everyone just be patient. We got Herb loading up in. Everyone just give us 1 minute. In the meantime, double tap on the phone screen. Hey, Herb, are you voting for Trump?
Right now, I don't really know.
Okay. I appreciate you for coming up. Hopefully I can make up your mind. Hopefully I can sway your vote to Kamala Harris. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We're here to debate people that are voting for Trump. We're waiting for our next guest, so everyone just be patient here. Spam MAGA in the chat. Honestly, spam me in the chat if you're already in the queue and you want to come up, because this is really damn annoying. People will hop in the guest request for literally like no reason whatsoever, then just sit there and piss me off. That's what I have to say. Spam me in the chat if you're already in the queue and you want to come up and debate. Spam me in the chat if you're already in the queue and you want to come up and debate, y'all. We may even hit a little bit of a restart, guys. Who knows? All right. Everyone just give us a minute. All right. Here we go. Hey, you said in the chat that you're voting for Trump.
Hi there. Yes.
Hi. Are you? Okay. Your bio says peace, love, support, good vibes, unity, positive blessings. That doesn't really align with Donald Trump, but why are you voting for Trump?
I think for me, it's, I'm listed as an independent, and I just want to say I don't label myself a Republican, and I don't label myself as a Democrat. I actually voted for Kennedy. Well, Kennedy was a Democrat. So, I mean, I don't know. I just want to say, like, he's the better of the choice. I know you hear this all night.
I'm asking you why, though. Why?
The better of the choice for me is the borders. I feel for me, for this country, okay, abortion and all. I'm not going to hop too much on all that. That's
The
not
borders. So Trump is pro open borders. He shot down bipartisan legislation in the House and the Senate 2 years ago that would have solved the crisis, but he wanted the crisis to continue to occur so he can campaign on it today. So why are you voting for the candidate that's pro-open borders?
It didn't seem like that when he was president, though. It didn't seem like the people that are coming into the borders like Haiti and eating animals, that didn't happen when he was president.
Give me absolutely any evidence that undocumented migrants are eating animals.
Well, I could give you a video of somebody that was filming with cops in the yard that said, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" And she was.
How do you know that? How do you know that the person in that video is an undocumented migrant? Are you stereotyping them on the basis of how they look? Do you think that we live in a white country, therefore anyone that isn't white isn't supposed to be here because they're an undocumented migrant?
No, absolutely not.
So then what reason do we have to believe that that is an undocumented migrant?
It was an immigrant because the cop and the neighbor said it was a Haitian person.
No, absolutely false. Nowhere in the video do they reference them as an undocumented migrant. In fact, I know who you're referencing. She wasn't arrested in Springfield. She was arrested in a neighboring town, and she was not an undocumented migrant. She was a citizen, and her name was Alexis.
Now, if this is the same video, because there's quite a few. This was a cat. She had fur on her mouth.
And We're referencing the same video.
Okay. And it was a
Sarah,
woman.
thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Saying I watched that vid months ago. Thank you for the $5. What evidence do we have that they're an undocumented migrant?
Well, that's what they're saying, I guess.
That's what the media is saying. That's what Trump's saying, because he likes to demonize, right, people of color, right, to justify the white supremacist votes for himself. He likes to demonize people of color to get the vote of all prejudiced white folks, of all racist white folks, of all xenophobic white folks. He surrounds himself on this campaign of hate and bigotry to further uplift his own voice, because hate and bigotry is popular with old white people. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you.
Well,
he wants you to be scared. He wants you to be real scared.
Well, I have quite a few years on you, and it is a scary country. From how I grew up to what's going on now, it's night and day.
It's night and day. It's so scary now that gay people could get married. It's so scary now that women can vote. It's so scary.
God, no.
It's so fucking terrifying that we finally live in a day and age where progress is on the horizon. You know what's actually terrifying is that progress being held back by the regressive campaign and platform of the right.
I mean, I have family members that I have to spell it G-A-Y, or I'm not going there at all. That's not the scary part. It's the technology, actually. It's more the technology and what the people are doing with it that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, anything else you want to go over?
Yeah, I did. I watch you and Parker all the time. I actually like you guys. There's no hate here. I wanted to ask you on the border thing, and there was something else I wanted. Oh, the sex trafficking. Do you, with your facts?
Ooh, on that.
Baby, let's go. Do you want to say that? I mean, anything that you have on that with how they just bring him in and.
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you so much for the love. Hi, Beast. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why so?
Well, there's many reasons. One of the biggest one is the First Step Act. Repealing
the First Step Act that was influenced under Obama's admin and signed into law by Trump. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Vicky, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
I remember who helped write the 84 crime bill.
Who helped write the 84 crime bill? Biden. Good thing he's not running, right?
Good thing he ain't running, because, I mean, you see.
So why are you voting for, okay, so the crime bill, right, was racist, okay? So if you care about racism, how come you're voting for the racists over the non-racists? Donald Trump denied housing opportunities to black people in the 70s. He said because Barack Obama is black, he obviously wasn't born in the U.S., meaning that he shouldn't be able to run for president. He said that all black people are lazy. He said that he doesn't like black men counting his money. He'd prefer the quote-unquote short men with the yarmulkes. Why are you voting for the racists over the non-racists if you care about racism?
Oh, okay. So before Trump came out as running as a Republican president candidate, everybody never called him a racist before that. But as soon as he put the R behind his name, all of a sudden he became the Grand Wizard of the Klan. So explain to me how putting an R behind your name makes you the Grand Wizard of the Klan. When before that, he had helped black folks. Was hanging around rappers. I mean, secondly, Mike Tyson came out and said, anybody wants to come and say to my face that Trump's a racist, feel free to come say it to me.
Okay, so yeah, this is really helpful. Now, y'all could correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. You know, I'm just a white guy, so tell me if I'm saying anything incorrectly here. But what I'm pretty sure happens is some members of the African American community will speak against their own interests and say things that are false, and then they will become and they will then be tokenized by other white racist people to justify their own racism. So what you're saying now is that because this one black man has said that Donald Trump isn't racist, you can now appeal to this one black man to say that Donald Trump isn't racist. Now the question that I have to you, one fucking moment, let me finish, let me cook. In 1920, when women were fighting for the right to vote, there was a minority of women that fought against women having the right to vote. In fact, they said that it wasn't misogyny. That's just how it should be. So because some women thought that that wasn't misogynistic legislation, did that mean that that wasn't misogynistic legislation to not allow women to have the right to vote?
Okay. So you're saying you're bringing 1920 into present day, right?
It's a conceptual analogy. Just because some woman thought that legislating and preventing women from having the right to vote didn't mean that that wasn't misogynistic legislation. Just like some black men such as Mike Tyson saying that Donald Trump isn't a racist doesn't mean that Donald Trump's not a racist. Donald Trump's a racist because he denied opportunity to black people because of the color of their skin. Donald Trump is a racist because he said all black people are lazy. Donald Trump is a racist because he said Kamala Harris, quote unquote, turned black. Donald Trump is a racist because he said because Barack Obama is black, that must mean that he's not born in America, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president. And then when presented with Obama's birth certificate, he still denied it. Donald Trump is a racist because he had tried to implement a Muslim ban saying that all Muslims shouldn't be able to enter into our country. I could roll you the tape if you'd like.
Now you want to bring up the Muslims, okay, and then you want to say he's a child pedophile. Are you willing to step to a Muslim and tell them their prophet is a child pedophile?
Thank you so much, Ria, for the confetti. So I don't understand what this has to do with the Muslim ban. Listen,
You brought up 1920. Okay, so if we're going to use analogy, and you sit here and say Trump is a child pedophile.
I said P3. When have I said that? When have I said that? When in my last sentence, when in our conversation have I said that Trump is a child P3DO? Also, you were denying that Donald Trump is a racist, and now you're talking about how Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old and engaged in intercourse with her when she was 9. I disagree with that understanding of Islam. I do think that it's harmful. I agree, but I don't think that we could use that interpretation of Islam to justify banning all Muslims from entering into the country. For instance, I disagree with Christianity and some interpretations of the Bible as well. Such as when Christians say that slavery is okay because Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 say so, or when God, quote unquote, commanded genocide in 1 Samuel 15:3. That doesn't justify banning all new Christians from entering into the country. So why would we say that because Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old that justifies all new Muslims from entering into the country? Thank you for the gift. I appreciate you for the love.
So, but no, you sit there and in your previous conversations said, how could you vote for a rapist, a ass abuser, a child pedo, a PE or PE, P3, whatever?
Yeah, he's sexualized little kids, yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, are you willing to make the same comments to a Muslim was my stance?
Oh, well, I mean, just like if you want an answer to your question in a vacuum, the answer is yeah. Like if they hold the interpretation that, Aisha was 6, of course. Also, Trump, your daddy, I want you to wait your fucking turn, then I'm going to cook you next. But what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about here?
Okay, so as a black man, you're going to literally try to explain to me that I'm a token black man?
Because I was referencing Mike Tyson.
No. You said certain black folks get into the tokenism. So are you trying to explain that black folks can't have independent thought?
Amber, I appreciate you for the rock star. Here's what I'll say. Who you are, regardless of what your race is, if you think that denying opportunity to black people because they're black isn't racism, you are wrong.
Okay, so...
That's not independent thought, that's delusion.
So do you think Biden is a racist?
Yeah, I think that Biden's done plenty of racist things in his past. I think the difference between him and Trump is that he's taken accountability, apologized, and become a better person. Trump has never taken accountability or apologized for a thing in his damn life. But second of all, Biden is not running. Kamala Harris has done. Name one thing that Kamala Harris has done that is racist.
Who?
Name one thing that Kamala Harris, right, the person that's actually running for president, What is one thing she's done that's racist? I'm voting for the non-racist over the racist in November. How come you're voting for the racist over the non-racist?
He's not racist.
Okay, you literally
Okay, Trump, your daddy, I'm going to get around to you. I saw your comments in the comment section. Okay, just answer this. Is denying opportunity to someone because of the color of their skin racist?
You've not been denied the
Yes. Do I think he's done inappropriate
Okay.
things? Yes.
So denying opportunity to someone because the color of their skin is racist. So when Donald Trump denied housing opportunity to black people because they're black, and Trump said that Obama should be denied the opportunity to run for president because he's black, therefore not born in the U.S., are those two examples of Trump being racist? Yes or no?
Yeah, I did. Look, his actions and his demeanor. Yes. Has he done some inappropriate things? Yes.
Okay, so those are two racist things. Follow-up question. Can you give me one instance of Trump taking accountability or apologizing for these two racist things?
When did Biden take accountability?
You're pivoting back to Biden. I've already
I'm
explained to
pivoting
you
back to
specifically why Biden is still yet a better candidate than Trump. However, Biden is not in the race. You miss Big Daddy Joe Biden so much. Kamala Harris is in the race.
not black,
Do
but
not
it's
pivot to
Biden.
Joe Biden. I'm asking you a question. Give me one fucking time Trump has apologized for a damn thing in his life.
But I suggest you change that tone.
Fuck. What are you going to do about it?
Okay, so here.
These white fucks are, right?
Now, your attitude and your demeanor and the way you're talking to me, that's kind of a form of racism.
Okay, so I'm racist, but Donald Trump isn't. That's your position?
Well, his comment, yeah.
I'm racist, but Donald Trump, the person that said all black people are lazy, is
Aren't you the one that
That's
says
really your position?
Aren't you the one that used to say you dog walk people?
Like dog walking people in debates? Duh.
Yeah, didn't you tell a black man you dog walked his black butt?
No.
Yes, I literally heard you. I sat there and heard you.
You
That was-
motherfucker, you did too.
All right, so
No, you're not referencing me.
yeah, oh, it was either you, Harry Session, one of you that hang out with Harry, one of you little blonde guys said out, "Oh, I just dog walked that black guy." Okay.
I have definitely never said
I understand.
that.
Understand
Never said
something
that.
when you're telling a black man that you dog walked him were also terms used during slavery when they used to make blacks walk around like dogs because they felt dogs were better than black folks. So when you refer to dog walking a black man, get your shit straight.
Yeah, I've just simply never said that. You're not referencing me. However, if you could find who said that, that'd be nice because if they're one of my friends, I'd love to drop them as a friend, quite frankly. You understand that I get like thousands of viewers. Like if I said that I dog walked that guy's black ass, like that would I would probably lose my platform. Okay? Right? But I still think it's funny how you are actively pivoting away from the fact that you are saying that Donald Trump isn't racist, even though Donald Trump said that all black people are lazy, denied housing opportunities to people because they're black in the 70s. Central
did he
Park
also
5,
help them
saying that
folks
Kamala Harris has said
with housing?
no, he actually decreased funding to historically black universities during his presidential term and passed no policy that helped the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%, furthering the income inequities that disproportionately serve as a detriment to African Americans.
Oh, okay. So you're saying Harris's tax?
Sam, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's in the chat
So
for Sam.
did
Thank you so much for the love.
Did you read the Tax Foundation's comparison of Trump's plan versus Harris?
Oh, it's Harris's is astronomically better. She knows who she wants to cut taxes for. 100 million American
for the
workers.
first couple of years, and after the first couple of years,
He doesn't know.
the tax rate goes up on the middle.
Oh, wait, 1 second. Yo, Trump, unmute your mic.
She doesn't know.
Oh, she doesn't know where the tax policy is? I have a question for you.
$25,000 for new homeowners. Guess whose money that's going to come from, Dean?
Well, I know exactly where it's going to come from.
It's going to come from mine.
What's your
It's
net
going
worth?
to come from my paycheck.
What's your net worth?
My net worth. Why do I have to tell you my net worth?
Is it over $100 million?
Yes.
Okay, so you're lying?
Don't call me a liar, bro. You're the one who got butt fucked by Charlie Kirk on live YouTube, bro. How's that feel? Without any lube, too.
Okay, I have a question.
What?
What was my argument against Charlie Kirk?
It was for abortion, because you like murder like that.
I know, but what was my argument?
I don't know.
So if you don't know my argument, how do you know that I got destroyed by Charlie Kirk?
Because he's smart and you're not.
Okay, so what was his counter argument against me?
I don't know.
How many continents are there?
7.
Michelle, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michelle. Thank you so much for the $30 because I'm smarter than both of the guys. Thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Calm down, dude. Calm down. And why does your hair not part in the middle? Like, what even is that?
Buddy, I could pull your mother. I would stop talking.
I promise you cannot pull my mother. Maybe when she was 12, because you're a pedophile like that.
Why do you think I'm a pedophile?
Because you got that look, man.
What do you mean that look?
You just look like a pedophile. You look like a guy I'd see on Dateline.
So what does a pedophile look like?
You.
Tanya, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Educated America. Wait, what do you say that Trump looks like a pedophile?
He's not a pedophile.
Okay, so Trump said that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, so he sexualized little girls.
Yeah, and also Kamala Harris locks people up for no reason because she wants cheap labor.
Okay, so we could talk about Kamala Harris second. I want to talk about Trump first. So
Okay.
would you agree that sexualizing little girls is pedophilic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm a P3DO because you accused me of looking like one.
Yes.
By the way, I could pull your mother.
I promise
And then
you
second
couldn't.
of all, you're saying that Donald Trump is not a P3DO even though he sexualized little girls. So if someone walked up to your daughter, your 10-year-old daughter, and said that he'd be dating her in 10 years, you'd be okay with that?
Yeah, if I saw him do it, yeah.
Oh, so I look like the P3DO, yet you'd be okay with a 50-year-old man fantasizing, sexualizing your fifth grade daughter?
Gotcha. If I saw him do it, I would not be a fan of it. No.
Oh, but yet I look like the P3DO.
Yeah, I'm making a special exception for you because you're a dumbass.
Oh, you're just a pissed off Republican.
I am not pissed.
Hey,
I'm not
hey,
pissed.
buddy, I'm gonna go and
very
clarify.
calm.
I'm gonna go and
calm right
clarify.
now.
I don't want your emotions. Facts over feelings. When will the Republicans get it?
I am
swear to
not emotional.
Republicans are so lost in their emotions, they don't
I'm
even
not
know how to
emotional.
control it.
I
And of
am
course,
not
it's a
emotional.
man too. How about you control
Oh, so
your
now you're a
masculine
sexist. I get
emotions?
it. You're sexist. I get it.
How about wait? Oh, so you're saying that I could be a sexist towards men? I'm a man.
Yeah. 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 You're
Okay,
saying,
let's-
of course it's a man. Like, what the heck?
Oh, so you're in your fifis because I'm saying, of course, it's a man.
Yeah. Just
So how
because
do you
I
feel?
said.
How do you feel about Trump saying that he never want a female president?
I mean, a female president just wouldn't work.
Oh, so I'm a sexist for telling you that you're
How is
deep
that
in your
sexist?
masculine fifis, but it's not sexist to say that women can't lead.
How is it? I'm not saying they can't. lead,
Oliver,
I'm saying
thank you
they can't
so
be
much.
president.
Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Oliver. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Oliver. I really appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform, on those platforms.
I didn't say
So,
they
yeah.
couldn't lead. I said they couldn't be president.
Okay, so why can't women be president?
Because these countries like China and other countries that don't respect women at all, that have zero rights for women, aren't going to listen to Kamala Harris. Because
Oh, they're going to be forced into listening to Kamala Harris when
They
she's
will not
standing
be
in
forced
front
into
of
doing
a
anything.
$700 billion funded per year military.
They will
the world's
not be
largest
forced
GDP,
into doing
the world's
anything.
largest consumer base. Yeah, it's okay. So when a woman is sitting in the most powerful position in the world, more power than any of those misogynistic men daydream of achieving in 10 lives, standing in front of the world's largest military, by far, the world's largest GDP and consumer base,
Okay.
by far, they will be forced into listening to
Okay,
her.
I got you. So she hides
Just
behind
like you're forced
military.
into listening to me right now.
So she hides behind military. Donald Trump does not hide behind military.
She stands in front of it, little boy.
No, she does not. No, she does not. She can't even
So-
stand in front of a camera.
Hey, can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced get passed? Oh yeah, she stood in front of a camera 3 nights ago and destroyed your old.
Yeah, on a 1v3, I got you.
Get that fucking straight, Daryl. I
Okay,
appreciate
on a
you for the $2 on
1v3,
Venmo.
1v3, I got you. On our own
Why do you call
network, we
it a-
good.
Why do you call it a 1v3?
Because they fact check Donald Trump over and over again, but they never fact check Kamala Harris. And also the eating cats
Hey,
in
I just
Ohio.
wanna s-
That's a real thing. That is a real thing. That is not delusion. That is not delusion. There is body cam footage of that. There's body cam footage of that.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure, man.
So first of all, the reason why they fact check Trump more than Harris is because
It's 'cause they're biased.
It's because Trump is a pathological liar. Joshua, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Joshua. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love. And I just want to ask you, hey, shut up, buddy. You're just jealous because I'm getting.
I
donations
promise
in
you,
there.
I'm not jealous, dude. I'm laughing my ass off right now. I am not jealous.
Hey, could you say W Joshua for the $15 on PayPal?
Yeah, W. Joshua.
Okay, W Joshua in the chat, y'all. Yeah, so I just have a question for you here. So about people eating the dogs and cats, you said that you saw body cam footage.
Yes.
So how do you know they're an undocumented migrant?
Because she wasn't speaking
According to Think of the
English.
Galaxy. Oh, so if you don't speak English, you're not supposed to be in the country?
No. I'm just saying it's kind of a coincidence.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that if you don't speak English, you're automatically not a U.S. citizen?
I never said that.
Well, you're saying because she spoke English, because she wasn't speaking English, that meant that she was an undocumented migrant.
Okay, so when the cops are talking to her and she's not saying anything at all, and then when the cop opens his mouth, he's like, go like this, and she copies him, that states to me that she doesn't know a lick of English at all.
Okay, so is it possible to like not know a lick of English while being a U.S. citizen?
It's possible, but how many U.S. citizens
So
don't
given
know
that
a
that's
lick of
possible,
English?
would you be able to specifically demonstrate to me that she was an undocumented migrant? Because I just want to like.
So you're
clarify.
saying she's American?
I'm saying that we have no reason to believe that she's an undocumented migrant.
That's delusional.
Okay, what's your reason?
Because how is she, she's just an American eating cats, dude. Also,
Oh,
I'm
so you're
sure
saying-
if you look up,
so
the
you're
actual
saying that no
Biden
American
page,
citizen. So you're saying that no American citizen would commit such a violent crime, but an undocumented migrant would.
Yes.
You're
Yes.
statistically speaking 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. You piece of shit.
I'm not a piece of shit. I'm just a rational
Get
thinker.
fucking debunked. No, you're not a rational thinker.
Yes,
you're
I am.
statistically speaking 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant.
Okay, well, I know I'm not a criminal.
So earlier when you were saying that undocumented migrants would commit these violent crimes but not U.S. born citizens, well, how do you respond to the fact that U.S. citizens are 4 times more likely, proportionately speaking?
So how do you respond to the Venezuelan gangs? Because those are real.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Okay. How do you know that they're Venezuelan gang members?
Because it's all over news, bro. Just do your research. I know the media.
Okay, so therefore,
I'm not,
so
no,
therefore,
shut
if
up,
the
I'm
news says something that's
I'm
true.
talking right now. I'm talking right now, Dean.
So
Please
if the
just
TV
wait. Just give me
says
30
something-
sec- Dean, just give me 30
So if the
seconds.
TV says something
Dean,
that's
just
true.
give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
If the TV says something, it's true, guys.
I'm just saying, if you look into it, you'll see.
Katrina, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I want to get at least 500 W's in the chat for Katrina right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Massive W's right now for Katrina. Thank you
Hurricane
so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Amber with the $20 on Venmo as well. Amber saying support for our young educated voters. I support Trump at this time, but I admire your passion. Amber, I'm going to pull you over to the right side of history. Massive W's in the chat for Amber and massive W's in the chat for Katrina. Thank you, Katrina and Amber. And Gabby, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying that the guest is a little bitch. I agree
I'm
with you,
not a little
Gabby.
bitch.
Thank you, Katrina, Amber, and Gabby. Y'all are awesome. Yeah, so I just like want to clarify here. So what specific evidence would you have that would demonstrate that undocumented migrants, these Venezuelan gang members, were like overtaking apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado?
So what do you have to
Into
say
the
that's
woods. Thank you
not?
for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. What's
Yeah,
up?
thanks for the galaxy. What evidence do you have to say that they're not?
Say it happened.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. So you're saying that I have to provide evidence to prove
Yes.
that the negation of your claim is true. So I just want to
No, you
really
have to prove
clarify.
that as
here.
false. You have to prove that as false.
John, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Tell this clown even if she was undocumented. I'll go and read that out. Thank you for the love, John. W's in the chat for John in the comment section.
W, John.
Hey, so I'm not voting for Trump because after the debate he raped a little girl. Prove to me that that's false.
I don't know. I don't know.
So I could
Why'd you
assume that
drop
Trump is
that,
a child
Captain?
rapist because you can't prove that wrong.
He's not a child rapist, but yeah.
No, you have to prove that wrong. Remember, I'm using your same logic here.
No, I'm not. No, you're not. You're totally.
No, you said that they were undocumented Venezuelan gang members overtaking apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. Hey, buddy. Hey, yeah. Donald Trump is a child rapist. He raped a little girl after the debate. Prove me wrong. Because that's what you asked me to do. Why can't I ask you to do what you asked me to do?
Do you, whenever you get people up here, do you just expect them to have all the evidence for every single claim that they got?
Yes, I expect you to believe in things with reason, dumbass.
Don't call me a dumbass, bro.
Are you saying that we shouldn't expect people to have reason for their beliefs?
I think you need braces. I don't know. Respect people. Respect people for the beliefs. That's good. I like that.
Okay, so what reason do you have to believe in yours?
Because Jesus saved my life.
Hey, I just want to clarify. I'll get braces when you get an education. Fair deal?
I have an education. Jesus saved my life.
You have an education? How many continents are there?
7. I told you that.
Name them.
Why do I have to name them to prove I have an education?
Good dog, Ton. We're going to move on to our next guest. Of course. That's how it happens. That's how it happens, chat. That's how it happens. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Carl, I really appreciate you for the hanging lights. What's up, Buck? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, hell no.
Okay, I appreciate you for coming up, based. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Dude, those people are so annoying. It's like those 18-year-old boys that will come up here and they'll just be intentionally dense and like intellectually dishonest for no purpose. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone just give us a second. Y'all spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up. We got Ryan loading in right now. They drained me. They drained me too. They drained me more than anyone else. What's up, Ryan? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Jeffrey. All right, Ryan, so why are you voting for Trump?
I just think that he, from an economic standpoint, provides better long-term options and sustainability for the
I absolutely disagree.
Middle class. Okay.
I absolutely and very strongly disagree with you.
Okay,
Trump wants to implement the tax cuts Trump wants to implement his tax cuts for another 10 years. They're estimated to cost about $3.9 trillion. How the hell is he going to pay for it?
Okay. Do you want to know why he's implementing the tax cuts?
I'm interested with how he's going to pay for it. Are you just going to print money, more debt?
At the end of the day,
the deficit.
The deficit's never going to be fixed. That's not something that's even feasible to consider being fixed.
So he wants to add $4 trillion on top of it?
Again, it's not, at this point, it's literally like playing with fake money. So there's no President Kamala or Trump or anybody in the future is ever going to be able to fix the deficit.
Actually false. So Kamala Harris, her tax plan is self-sustainable. It won't add a dime to the deficit over 10 years. She knows exactly who it's going to benefit.
Can you explain?
She knows exactly how much it's going to cost, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it.
Explain it.
Yeah, sure. So do you want to talk about what the tax policy will do, who it will cut taxes for?
No, I want to know.
How she's going to pay for it.
I want to know how the tax policy plans to be self-sustainable.
Awesome. Yeah. So it costs a total of $2.4 trillion. $1.3 trillion of the $2.4 trillion will be paid for by increasing the corporate tax rate by 7%. The Treasury estimates that this will raise $1.3 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. We have a remainder of $1.1 trillion. $300 to $400 billion of that $1.1 trillion is going to be raised by granting Medicare a greater renegotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies. That's estimated to save about $300 to $400 billion in government spending. And then the remainder of the $700 to $800 billion will be paid for by introducing the unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires at 25% and by increasing the realized capital gains tax for those same centimillionaires. Natalie, I appreciate you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Over the 10-year lifespan of the bill, that is estimated to raise $2.4 trillion, making it in theory self-sustainable. Right, but I'll ask you the same thing about Trump. How the hell is he going to pay for the $3.9 trillion in debt-related spending to
Sei voila, știe că te-a făcut pată Prada. Poate și-ar dori tot anul ocazia să vadă cum arată cultura în tanga. Sei voila, știe că te-a...
Primul care vine acum cu inima de membru, apăsăm butonul ăsta de dor, i-am dat fixare. Dar primul care apasă cel mai repede de dor butonul ăsta, hai să vedem. De acolo Sara, prima acolo Sara. Apăsăm acolo pe Sara, facem schimbul, da? Ce cauți aici tu? Și combinații apar când e piesa. Cătă Florin, Denis, Boros acolo.
Și aici din nou refren.
Da. Sei voila, știe că te-a făcut parte Prada. Poate și-a dorit tot anul ocazia să vadă cum arată cultura în tanga. Sei voila, știe că te-a făcut parte Prada.
Dați cu la gelul, apăsăm pe gelul, faceți schimbul. Da, toți, Bogdan acolo, dați acolo turetul la toate persoanele care se utilizează pe ecran. Gelul la fixare, dăm acolo la gelul.
Lumea dispare, simt ce între noi o mare. Te vreau mai tare, starea mea nesiguran.
Dați la gelul acolo, repede acolo la gelul. Ia să vedem, cine punem cu fără acolo? Cine punem cu fără acolo crește foarte. Ia să vedem ce mai punem noi aici. Hola mami, que guapa, para pam pa pa para pa pa. Haide să pup și să-ți mănânc. Gata. Apăsăm pe Mihaela, face schimbul cu ea ce nu are. Da? Dați acolo la fată și vă dă acolo fata înapoi la toată lumea. Haide să pup și să-ți mănânc buzele mai omorât. Hai că mi să te sărut că faci urât.
Ai, papi.
Atenție mare, 35 de secunde mai avem la cufăr. Da, urcăm toată lumea la cufăr așa mai mult. Da, tos. Urcați la cufăr, adăugați acolo pe Elena dacă vreți să luați monedă. Nu adăugați cufărul, va fi gol. Nicoleta acolo, vine acolo și Nicoleta adăugăm, da? Cristian acolo, dați acolo toată lumea care se evidențiază. Avem aici și pe Nicoleta, acum apăsăm acolo pe ea, o adăugăm, îi dăm tavă de fată înapoi. Haideți să o ducem la 7290. 9 persoane. Iar piesa asta, mă urmărește. Cufărul.
Voilà, voilà. Știe că de-a volupat Prada. Poate și-a dorit tot anul ocazia să vadă cum arată colul în tanga. Voilà, voilà. Știe că de-a
Primul care vine acum cu inima de membru, apăsăm butonul ăsta de dor, i-am dat fixare. Dar primul care apasă cel mai repede de dor butonul așa, hai să vedem. De acolo Sara, prima acolo Sara. Apăsăm acolo pe Sara, face schimbul, da? Ce cați aici tău? Și combinația, parcă de piesa. Cătă Florin, Denis, Boros acolo.
doar sex, dau pes, altor prize nu mă întorez.
Și aici din nou refren.
Da. Voilà, voilà. Știe că de-a volupat Prada. Poate și-a dorit tot anul ocazia să vadă cum arată colul în tanga. Voilà, voilà. Știe că de-a volupat Prada.
Dați cu la gelul, apăsăm pe gelul, face schimbul. Da, toți. Bogdan acolo, dați acolo turetul la toate persoanele care se utilizează pe ecran. Gelul la fixare, dăm acolo la gelul.
Lumea dispare, sincer între noi o mare. Te vreau mai tare, starea mea nu se sigura.
Dați la gelul acolo, repede acolo la gelul. Ia să vedem, cine punem cufăr acolo? Cine punem cufăr acolo crește foarte. Ia să vedem ce mai punem noi aici. Hola mami, che guapa, para. Verici Larisa, Cristian Tâmă acolo. Avem o grămadă de oameni. Noi doar trebuie să adăugați, să le dați tag și vă dă înapoi. Nadine acolo, Cristian și cufăr acolo. Din nou urcăm la cufăr, cine a urcat la cufăr. Adăugați acolo cufăr, da? Of, ce e cu mine? Serios m-a luat de tine. De nopțile nebune să fac dragoste cu tine. Vai, ce faci cu mine? În vremea de pandemie. Uite acolo Diana, vine acolo și Diana cu numele de membru. Apăsăm acolo pe Diana, o adăugăm, da? Da, Sofia, după ce închid live o să te bag. Toată lumea apăsăm pe Diana, o adăugăm acolo, da? Face schimb acolo cu Diana, vă rog eu frumos. Cine nu are acolo, adăugați-o pe fată, vă dă înapoi la toată lumea. Hai că mi să te sărut că faci urât.
Ai, papi.
Nu să te bucuri, nu să te saturi cu pici, cu lipici. Sărut pe patul de la altul. Ce sărut de Mihaela. Bun, acolo la Diana mai bun. Ultimele secunde de acolo la fată i-ați dat și vă dă acolo Diana înapoi, da? Hai să văd acum din nou. Prima persoană care văd că apasă cel mai rapid de dor butonul ăsta, îi dau fixare la comentarii. Dar primul care apasă cel mai rapid de dor acum butonul ăsta. Hai să vedem cine e. Cine să refuze mirea aia de pe buze, că ceram în două lise. Nicoleta, bine ai venit. Tiberiu a fost acolo, primul Tiberiu. Apăsăm acolo toată lumea pe Tiberiu, îl adăugăm, îi dăm tavă de acolo Tiberiu înapoi, da? Dați acolo primiți, nu dăm acolo Ciuciu. 2500 de puncte, intrăm și noi în clasamentul zilnic. Și să-ți mănânc buzele mai omorât. Toată lumea la Tiberiu și după ce l-adăugați pe Tiberiu, apăsăm pe cufăr, se deschide fereastră, butonul concentrează, da? Cufăraș, butonaș, vă rog. Hai că mi să te sărut că faci urât.
Ai, papi.
Nu să te bucuri, nu să te saturi cu pici, cu lipici. Sărut pe patul de la naturi. De aici. Și iată acolo top 1 avem Podiseus, locul 2 pe Mihaela, locul 3 Elenuța, locul 4 Lucian, locul 5 Secunda Romeo. Da, adăugați top 5 și scrieți gata top în chat, vă rog. Pam, 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 da, da, da. O Adăugăm aici și pe Mihaela, moderatoarea mea, vă rog eu frumos. Da, apăsăm acolo pe Mihaela, adăugăm. Nu merge să te fixezi, Mihaela, de ce?
Haide să pup și să-ți mănânc.
Gata. Apăsăm pe Mihaela, face schimbul cu ea ce nu are. Da? Dați acolo la fată și vă dați acolo fata înapoi la toată lumea.
Haide să pup și să-ți mănânc buzele mai omorât. Hai că mi să te sărut că
faci urât.
Ai, papi.
Atenție mare, 35 de secunde mai avem la cufăr. Dar urcăm toată lumea la cufăr așa mai bun. Da, sos. Urcați la cufăr, adăugați acolo pe Elena dacă vreți să luați monedă. Nu adăugați cufăr, va fi gol. Nicoleta acolo, vine acolo și Nicoleta adăugăm, da? Cristian acolo, dați acolo toată lumea care se evidențiază. Avem aici și pe Nicoleta, acum apăsăm acolo pe ea, o adăugăm, îi dăm tavă de fată înapoi. Haideți să o ducem la 7290. 9 persoane. Iară piesa asta, mă urmărește. Cufărul.
Voila, știe că de acolo poate Prada. Poate și-a dorit tot anul ocazia să vadă cum arată colul în tanga. Voila, știe că de
primul care vine acum cu inima de membru, apăsăm butonul ăsta de dor, i-am dat fixare. Dar primul care apasă cel mai repede de dor butonul ăsta, hai să vedem. De acolo Sara, prima acolo Sara. Apăsăm acolo pe Sara, face schimbul, da? Cicați aici tău. Și combinații apar când e piesa. Cătă Florin, Denis, Boros acolo.
doar sex, dau preț, altor prize nu mă întorez.
Și aici din nou refren.
Da. Zei voila, știe că de acolo poate Prada. Poate și-a dorit tot anul ocazia să vadă cum arată colul în tanga. Zei voila, știe că de acolo poate Prada.
Dați cu la gelul, apăsăm pe gelul, face schimbul. Da, toți, Bogdan acolo, dați acolo turetul la toate persoanele care se utilizează pe ecran. Gelul la fixare, dăm acolo la gelul.
Lumea dispare, sincer între noi, oh my, te vreau mai tare. Mișcarea mea nu se sigura.
Dați la gelul acolo, repede acolo la gelul. Ia să vedem, cine punem cufăr acolo? Cine punem cufăr acolo crește foarte. Ia să vedem ce mai punem noi aici. Hola mami, que guapa, para pam pa pa para pa pa.
Haide să pup și să-ți mănânc.
Gata. Apăsăm pe Mihaela, face schimbul cu ea ce nu are. Da? Dați acolo la fată și vă dați acolo fata înapoi la toată lumea.
Haide să pup și să-ți mănânc buzele mai omorât. Hai că mi să te sărut că
faci urât.
Ai, papi.
Atenție mare, 35 de secunde mai avem la cufăr. Da, urcăm toată lumea la cufăr așa mai bun. Da, sos. Urcați la cufăr, adăugați acolo pe Elena dacă vreți să luați monedă. Nu adăugați cufărul, va fi gol. Nicoleta acolo, vine acolo și Nicoleta adăugăm, da? Cristian acolo, dați acolo toată lumea care se evidențiază. Avem aici și pe Nicoleta, acum apăsăm acolo pe ea, o adăugăm, îi dăm tavă de fată înapoi. Haideți să o ducem la 7290. 9 persoane. Iară piesa asta, mă urmărește. Cufărul.
Zei voila, știe că de acolo poate Prada. Poate și-a dorit tot anul ocazia să vadă cum arată colul în tanga. Zei voila, știe că de
primul care vine acum cu inima de membru, apăsăm butonul ăsta de dor, i-am dat fixare. Dar primul care apasă cel mai repede de dor butonul ăsta, hai să vedem. De acolo Sara, prima acolo Sara. Apăsăm acolo pe Sara, face schimbul, da? Cicați aici tău. Și combinații apar când e piesa. Cătă Florin, Denis, Boros acolo.
doar sex, dau preț, altor prize nu mă întorez.
Și aici din nou refren.
Da. Zei voila, știe că de acolo poate Prada. Poate și-a dorit tot anul ocazia să vadă cum arată colul în tanga. Zei voila, știe că de acolo poate Prada.
Dați cu la gelul, apăsăm pe gelul, face schimbul. Da, toți, Bogdan acolo, dați acolo turetul la toate persoanele care se utilizează pe ecran. Gelul la fixare, dăm acolo la gelul.
Lumea dispare, sincer între noi, oh my, te vreau mai tare. Mișcarea mea nu se sigura.
Dați la gelul acolo, repede acolo la gelul. Ia să vedem, cine punem cufăr acolo? Cine punem cufăr acolo crește foarte. Ia să vedem ce mai punem noi aici. Hola mami, que guapa, para pam pa pa para pa pa. Verici Larisa, Cristian Tâm acolo. Avem o grămadă de oameni. Noi Doar trebuie să adăugați să redați tag și vă dă înapoi. Nadina acolo, Cristian și cufăr acolo din nou. Urcăm la cufăr, cine a urcat la cufăr? Adăugați acolo cufăr, da?
Of, ce e cu mine? Serios m-a luat de tine. De nopțile nebune să fac dragoste cu tine. Vai, ce-mi faci tu mie? În vreme de pandemie.
Uite acolo Diana, vine acolo și Diana cu numele de membru. Apăsăm acolo pe Diana, o adăugăm, da? Da, Sofia, după ce închid live o să te bag. Mai omorât. Toată lumea apăsăm pe Diana, o adăugăm acolo, da? Face schimbul acolo cu Diana, vă rog eu frumos. Cine nu are acolo, adăugați-o pe fată, vă dă înapoi la toată lumea.
Mai omorât. Hai că
Să te sărut că faci urât.
Ai, papi.
dă aici. Nu să te bucuri, nu să te saturi cu pici, cu lipici. Să rupe patul de la altul.
Ce sărut de Mihai. Bun, acolo la Diana mai bun. Ultimele secunde de acolo la fată i-ați dat și vă dă acolo Diana înapoi, da? Hai să văd acum din nou. Prima persoană care văd că apasă cel mai rapid de 2 ori butonul ăsta îi dau fixat la comentarii. Dar primul care apasă cel mai rapid de 2 ori acum butonul ăsta. Hai să vedem cine e. Acum.